Chapter 1, Visitors from the Parallel World. In the 63rd year of Konoha, the dragon veins under the Lulin ruins suddenly burst out with dazzling light, and huge light pillars shot straight into the sky, illuminating the night sky extremely brightly. 3 figures of different heights slowly walked out of the pillar of light. One of the 3, a white-haired ninja wearing a mask, looked down at the mechanical watch on his wrist. The chakra threshold has changed. We really crossed the space barrier and came to another ninja world. Although Kakadong's tone was low, there was a bit of excitement in his words. Zhiwo next to him did not reply, but a hint of gloom flashed deep in his eyes. This gentle and kind man likes peace. Zhiwo is actually opposed to the Emperor's dimensional expedition plan. But the Emperor's order is absolute in the Empire, but as a cage level, he is not qualified to refute it. After all, his arm cannot twist the thigh. Runta was also very happy. The heartless Runta did not realize what they would bring to the world, and some were happy after the success of the Purple Plan. Great! It seems we succeeded, let's go to Muye first. While the 3 of them were talking, a middle-aged man with the same white hair was approaching. Jiraiya, who happened to be collecting news nearby, immediately realized the seriousness of the matter when he saw the beam of light dominating the sky. What's going on? With such energy fluctuations, could it be that there's something wrong with the seal there? He came in and ran while making hand seals. The hero Jiraiya was so well known in the ninja world, so he had to disguise himself a little. Transformation technique activates. Jiraiya transformed into a young man with black hair as he ran. After approaching the incident site, I naturally felt 3 extremely powerful chakra fluctuations keenly. Such chakra! Jiraiya's face suddenly changed, and he even became cautious about moving forward. With such a huge chakra, the strength of these 3 people is definitely higher than that of Jainin, and may even be cage-level experts. After arriving at the underground ruins, Jiraiya quietly lurked into the underground ruins, then lay on the wall and listened to what was going on inside. It sounded like there were 3 people, and they were 3 men. Try to see if you can contact the Empire. Contact us now? We don't know the specific situation of this world yet. It doesn't matter. As long as the Empire knows that we have successfully traveled to the parallel universe, the Empire Command Center will issue new instructions. No, what I mean is that we really want to bring war to this world. This is too unfair to this world. They have obviously done nothing. Another voice suddenly raised the volume and scolded, Zhiwo. Don't be naive, Kunyu. No, the Emperor has already said that if this world is correct, then what we will bring is cooperation. Jiraiya, who was lying on the wall and watching the movement inside, after listening to the conversation inside, 3 big question marks appeared in his mind. Another world, parallel universe? And the Emperor? As a writer of novels, even though he writes pornographic texts, Jiraiya still knows about the so-called parallel universe setting. Visitors from parallel universes? Did it come with good intentions or bad intentions? This is not yet clear. Listening to them, it seems like they are preparing to invade the world? If the world was right, would we choose to cooperate? But no matter what, one thing is certain, that is, these people are definitely not innocent people. After Kakadong scolded the Madonna's heart to stop the attack, he asked for the watches of the other 2 people with a black face. Give me the watch, and I will contact the Emperor. Runta quickly handed the watch to Kakadong, but Zhiwo next to him hesitated a little, but finally gave the watch to Kakadong. After Kakadong, who was holding 3 watches, performed some operations, the 3 watches instantly turned into silver fluid, then slowly merged together, and finally turned into a triangular special instrument. The instrument flashed twice and was successfully activated, and a huge projection appeared in front of the 3 people. Kakashi? Did you succeed? Once on the lower floor, an extremely majestic voice sounded. Kakadong's face darkened when he heard the name, and he corrected him seriously, it's Kakadong, not Kakashi. I'm here to report on my work. Upon hearing this, Kyunyu nodded sheepishly. Although he had traveled to this world for decades, he was still not used to the name Kakadong. Kyunyu was not too entangled in the Kakadong joke, but sincerely praised, "You are the first team to send back the news, so your world is named World No 1. Kakadong said modestly, "Other teams should be preparing to inquire about the world's intelligence first and then report back. This does not mean we have gained an advantage. The next thing you have to do is collect materials to build the portal. You are the first to report. I also hope that world number 1 can become the first parallel world to be conquered by the Empire." Kyunyu squinted his eyes after finishing speaking. He glanced at Zhiwo, who didn't speak. Among the three of them, the one he was most worried about was Zhihuo, the holy mother bitch. Kyunyu then added, "Remember, we are here to correct the wrong world, not to plunder, so you don't need to have any psychological burden." Zhiwo stopped talking after hearing this. Kyunyu could tell at a glance what Zhiwo, the variant of Shisui, was thinking. Kyunyu reminded coldly, "Do you remember the criteria for judging whether a world is correct?" "Stop the fire." Zhiwo answered bravely, "The world of Ninja Village is a cancer. Such a world is wrong. Just remember." Kyunyu nodded with satisfaction. "If you really have trouble with your conscience, then remember this sentence. Never make mistakes out of kindness. Such things are not allowed to happen here." After Kyunyu finished speaking, he disconnected the communication. P.S. To explain, the variant setting of the parallel universe in this book is similar to that of the American TV series Loki. Although they are the same person, their appearance and experience may be different, and they may even have different genders. So there is no situation where the protagonist is cheated. This setting is for readers with mental misophobia. If you still mind, the author sincerely recommends that you stop here. Chapter 2, The Tracked Alien Invader. After hanging up the communication, Kyunyu frowned and started thinking. Kyunyu himself didn't expect that a plan with only a 5% success rate would actually be feasible. It has been almost 30 years since he traveled to this nonsense world. After unifying the ninja world, in order to deal with the Tsutsuki in the depths of the universe, Kyunyu came up with another feasible plan, which is to plunder the resources of other parallel universes and then use these resources. Build yourself into a being that can rival the god of Tsutsuki. For this plan, he sent a total of 10 teams into the Dragon Vein, and only Ninja number 1 got in touch. "Go tell Orochimaru and ask him to prepare to build a dimensional portal. The parallel universe has been confirmed," Kyunyu ordered to the shadow in the shadow. After hanging up the communication, Kakadong sighed. Knowing clearly what his companion was thinking, Kakadong patted Zhiwo on the shoulder and solemnly ordered, let's go to the Empire to find out information first, if there is an Empire in this world." Zhiwo nodded tangledly, while Runta next to him was eager to give it a try. "I don't know what the other ninja world will be like, I'm really looking forward to it just thinking about it." After the three of them had gone away, Jiraiya, who was hiding in the dark, peeked out secretly. "Another ninja world, there is also the force called the Empire, and the projection called the Emperor. Why did the Emperor know the name Kakashi and Kakadong? These two names are too similar, right?" With countless doubts in his heart, Jiraiya followed secretly. He didn't dare to get too close. After all, they were 3 cage-level experts. If they got too close, they might be discovered. But we have to tell the old man the news here, or at least let him prepare in advance. Jiraiya summoning produced a toad and then stuffed the information into the toad's mouth. Bang! After a burst of smoke, the fist-sized toad disappeared completely, and Jiraiya continued to follow. Konoha Hokage Building. "Lord Hokage! The Toad of Mount Maiboku asks for an audience." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at work, was slightly startled when he heard this. Mount Maiboku is considered an ally because of Jiraiya. Generally, unless there is any important information, Mount Myboku's toads will not take the initiative to contact Konoha. Is there any information from Jiraiya? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly said, "Go and invite it in." Soon a young toad was brought in. It was only as big as 2 adult fists. It was a young toad. Such toads are usually used for communication. After all, this kind of toad basically has no combat effectiveness. Lord Hokage, this is the information that Lord Jiraiya asked me to give you. Toad handed over the Iko wax pill. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the wax pill and crushed it, then picked up the note inside and started to read it. Other worlds? The Empire? 3 strange cage-level experts? And the target is the country of fire? It might even bring war. Seeing such fantastic information, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure Jiraiya was not drunk when he wrote this information? Isn't this an idea for his novel?" The toad below shook his head. "I don't know the content of the intelligence, but Lord Jiraiya's expression was very serious at that time, and he didn't look like he was drunk, and Lord Jiraiya should not pass false information through Mount Myboku." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. What the other party said did make sense. Although his apprentice was a bit abnormal at ordinary times, he was still quite reliable when it came to business matters. But this information is so incredible that it doesn't look like it's true. Thanks a lot. Not sure whether to believe this information or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Toad away. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered to Anbu in the shadow, "Go and call the 3 advisors and tell them that I have something to discuss." A small town on the border of the country of fire. After the 3 of them disguised themselves, they easily sneaked into the kingdom of fire. The 3 of them were all cage-level experts, and their ability to collect intelligence was unquestionable. It only took about half a day for the 3 of them to roughly understand the situation of this incident. In the tavern, Runtu angrily spat, "After 1,000 years of melee, there have been 3 ninja wars in just 60 years. This is simply the greatest blasphemy against His Majesty the Emperor." Zhiwo comforted him, "Don't say that. Our world was just like this world before. Our world has only been truly peaceful for 20 years. Isn't there Kunyu in this world?" Runtu asked doubtfully. "The world has not been unified, so there is only one possibility, and that is that the person who accomplished that feat did not appear." Kakadong said expressionlessly, "It seems that this world is wrong and needs to be corrected. The intelligence has almost been collected. Konoha has been established for 60 years. The cancerous system of Ninja Village still exists. There is almost no need to investigate the mistakes of this world. In the original world, rubbish systems like the Ninja Village were swept into the garbage dump for 20 years, but this backward system is still used here. Only great unification can bring long-lasting peace. This is common knowledge that almost everyone in that world knows." Runtu nodded in sympathy, but Zhiwo hesitated to speak. "War?" Zhiwo's heart was full of sorrow. "Let's act separately," Kakadong said. Kakadong glanced at Zhiwo thoughtfully, and continued to add, "Zhiwo, you are responsible for gathering information, and Runtu and I will collect the materials to build the portal." Zhiwo nodded. He also wanted to understand the world better. In this way, the 3 of them parted ways in the tavern. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the dark, was a little confused when he saw this, not knowing who to follow. In the end, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and formed a shadow clone with his hands. After coming out, he said, "Follow those 2 people and be careful not to be discovered." After Jiraiya finished his instructions, he continued to follow Zhiwo. Judging from the intelligence collected in a short period of time, the alien visitor named Zhiwo should be the friendliest and the least firm in his stance. Such people should be easier to get in touch with. As for the other 2 people, the one named Runtu doesn't look very smart, but Kakadong next to him is not simple. Chapter 3, The Gap Between 2 Worlds. Zhiwo walked alone on the national road to the capital of the Land of Fire. In the original world, by the time he was born, the Fire country was long gone. After all, he was born in the 3rd year of the imperial calendar. Regarding the news about the Fire country in Konoha village, he heard about it from others. There was no peace within the empire. Many people longed to return to the period of the 5 great nations. He had heard a lot about the Fire country in Konoha village from those people. It was an era where the will of fire was burning, and it was both passionate and full of bonds. In that era, the bond between people was so deep that 2 people with different surnames were even willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. The Fire country prospered under the joint management of daimyo and nobles. Everyone was running well in their respective positions, and the atmosphere was not as solemn as the empire at all. The emperor said that the atmosphere in the empire was like that because it was a period of preparation for war. A powerful enemy was about to come, and they must be prepared to face everything. But now, Zhiwo is a little skeptical of the good times those people talk about. Zhiwo looked at the refugees on both sides of the avenue in confusion. Why are there so many refugees? Why doesn't anyone care about these people? Through small talk, Zhiwo also figured out the origin of this group of refugees. This bottle of refugees all came from the kingdom of Sichuan. Due to God's unkindness, the kingdom of Sichuan encountered a severe drought that was rare in a century, causing many farmers in the kingdom of Sichuan to lose their harvest. The scenery of the kingdom of rivers is close to that of the kingdom of wines. Due to its proximity to the desert, water resources have always been relatively scarce. Once there is a drought, there will be a large number of refugees, and there will even be a phenomenon of people exchanging children for food. There is something incomprehensible about Zhiwo. Doesn't the Sichuan country have any food reserves? You must know that the empire stores part of the food every year during the harvest, in order to prevent food crises due to natural disasters. And things like drought are easy to deal with. You just need to send 1,000 ninjas who are good at water style to artificially rain. Could it be that the bear country can't even gather 1,000 water style ninjas? Zhiwo expressed his incomprehension. Zhiwo, who was full of doubts, curiously joined the popular team. Jiraiya, who had been following behind, smiled happily when he saw this scene. It seems that my guess is true. This intruder from the opinion is indeed a compassionate person. Old man, where are you going? Zhiwo asked the old man curiously. We are going to the capital of the country of fire. I heard that the capital of the country of fire is extremely prosperous, and we can beg or sell ourselves to those noble lords there. Of course, the nobles will definitely look down on a bad old man like me, but my granddaughter should be able to. After the old man finished speaking, he touched the head of the skinny little girl next to him with a sad expression. If not for survival, who would be willing to give up freedom and personality? Zhiwo exclaimed, sell yourself into slavery. The old man nodded. Oh my god! Slavery? Damn slavery! This world actually still retains this evil system? You must know that slavery has long been abolished in the empire, and human trafficking is absolutely prohibited in the empire. Those who violate this rule may even be sentenced to death. Thinking of this, Zhiwo looked a little dazed. Come to think of it, the empire had been founded less than 20 years ago, and slavery had only been banned for 20 years. Thinking of this, Zhiwo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhiwo finally had a hint of malice toward the world. Zhiwo suppressed his inner discomfort and asked, do the nobles of your country not care about you? The old man shrugged his shoulders and sneered, noble gentlemen will not care about us refugees, especially when everyone is having a hard time. Zhiwo frowned. Didn't that Gyasima say that people under the rule of aristocrats lived happily? So what do these things in front of me count? Not far away, Jiraiya, who had been studying Shisui's expression calmly, raised his eyebrows. Have you begun to have ill will towards the world? Is it because of these refugees? Or is it because of the inaction of the nobles? Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt a little anxious. You can't lose hope in this world. Jiraiya, who was thinking this way, interjected very familiarly, "Don't look at their hopeless appearance. As long as they arrive in the capital of the country of fire, there will be many nobles and businessmen willing to accept them. After all, they are very cheap labor." Jiraiya did not say the last sentence, but added it silently in his heart. After hearing this, Zhiwo looked at Jiraiya thoughtfully and asked, "You don't look like a refugee." Jiraiya opened his mouth and said, "I am a native of the fire country." Jiraiya introduced himself, "You don't seem to be from the fire country, right? Do you need a guide? I am very familiar with the fire country." Zhiwo squinted his eyes and looked at Jiraiya for a moment and then nodded. Zhiwo could tell at a glance that Jiraiya was actually a ninja. The traces of the transformation technique were too strong, and he also knew that the other party must have some purpose in approaching him. Zhiwo, who was interested in seeking information, was a ninja who came into contact with this world for the first time. Although he didn't know the reason why Jiraiya approached him, Zhiwo had no intention of exposing Jiraiya. "You must be a ninja, right?" Zhiwo asked confidently. Jiraiya nodded. After hearing that Jiraiya was actually a ninja, the refugees nearby seemed to have seen the god of plague and dispersed like snakes and scorpions. In this world, ninja is not a good word, because the appearance of ninjas is often accompanied by misfortune and destruction. To civilians, a ninja is a moving disaster that can bring death at any time. Seeing this scene, Zhiwo frowned again. Are ninjas so unpopular in this world? Chapter 4, What is the picture of Tsunade playing two worlds? Haha. You don't need to pay too much attention to their attitude. Civilians have always been afraid of ninjas. Jiraiya explained awkwardly. As a local native, Jiraiya knows the psychology of this group of civilians very well. Due to years of wars, war machines like ninjas are not positive in the minds of civilians. To put it bluntly, the reputation of ninjas in the hearts of civilians is not even as good as those of nobles. Zhiwo was very puzzled. You must know that in the original world, Imperial ninjas were very popular. Almost everyone aspires to become a ninja, because becoming a ninja means mastering extraordinary power, and it also means mastering greater productivity and manufacturing capabilities. Yes. In the Empire, ninjas are more than just a symbol of force. Zhiwo only saw fear and hatred in the eyes of those people, but he did not see envy and longing. This is very unscientific for stopping fires. It is no exaggeration to say that the productivity of one genin in the Empire is comparable to that of 100 ordinary people, yet such a being is actually feared and hated in this world? Zhiwo said that he could not understand. Jiraiya explained with a sad face, ninjas always bring disasters and wars to this world. It's normal that they don't like it, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we all have things that we must protect at all costs. Disaster and war. Hearing this, Zhiwo fell into deep thought. For cage-level experts like them, there is nothing wrong with bringing disaster and war to the world, but not all ninjas are war machines, right? You must know that in the Empire, only Genin can join the army. Ordinary Chunin and Genin are generally engaged in some non-war related industries. As long as you are a ninja, you are feared. In your life, the genin of the fire country will also go to the battlefield. Zhiwo asked in disbelief. Jiraiya nodded matter-of-factly. You must know that genin is a standard combat unit in the war. During the Third Ninja War, Konoha's students who had not graduated in those years were sent to the battlefield. Stop fire, 6. Zhiwo looked up at the sky speechlessly. I made up a picture in my mind. Hundreds of genin crowded together and formed seals to release ninjutsu to resist one genin's fire style. Due to lack of space, there was even a stampede on the genin's side. The corner of Zhiwo's mouth twitched slightly, and then he complained, you guys from the fire country really know how to play. Jiraiya is not aware of this. Isn't it normal for genin to go to the battlefield? Jiraiya, who didn't want Zhiwo to underestimate the world, explained seriously, "What does this mean? Ninjas from all countries in the ninja world are like this. Don't underestimate genin. For ordinary people, one genin can easily kill hundreds of ordinary people. Zhiwo listened thoughtfully, but also had a little doubt about himself. Could it be? Are the ninja ratings in this world different from your own? Thinking of this, Zhiwo decided to see what genin in this world was like first. Jiraiya changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's not talk about these heavy topics. Is this your first time coming to the country of fire? Where are you going to visit?" Zhiwo said without hesitation, "Let's go to the land of fire first, and then go to Konoha village." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Sure enough. This guy is indeed heading for Konoha. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly. He decided to take Zhiwo to visit the capital first. It would be better if he could persuade Zhiwo to join his side. If not, he could only lure Zhiwo to a place where no one was around and arrest him. We must not let this guy enter Konoha and bring disaster to Konoha. Jiraiya suddenly made a decision in his heart. Jiraiya said, "In that case, let's go to the land of fire first." The goal of Kakadong and Runtu on the other side is not the kingdom of fire. Their goal is to collect materials to build the portal. There are two main materials for portals, the first is the tailed beast as an energy source, and the second is chakram metal. Since they were not familiar with this world, Kakadong and Runtu discussed it and decided to go to the Kingdom of Water. The Kingdom of Water is far away from the mainland, and its geographical location is even more isolated. Its overall strength level is the weakest among the 5 major nations. The tailed beasts in this country should be the easiest to plunder. Imperial World. Kyunyu was reviewing the documents in front of him expressionlessly. A pair of jade arms suddenly stretched out from behind and wrapped around Kyunyu's neck gently. "I heard that there is feedback from the parallel ninja world." Tsunade's gentle voice came from behind. Tsunade was lying on Kyunyu's back, and her lips were close to Kyunyu's earlobe. Kyunyu could even feel the sound of the other person exhaling. Kyunyu pulled Tsunade into his arms and nodded, "Yes. There really is a parallel ninja world. I don't know what I am like in the other world. Is it as beautiful, kind, and powerful as me?" Tsunade sighed softly. After hearing this, Kyunyu couldn't help but think of Tsunade in the anime, and couldn't help laughing. The Tsunade in the anime was completely different from the Tsunade in Tsunade's mouth. The Tsunade of this world does not have a bad habit of gambling. The Tsunade of the two worlds have almost only one thing in common, that is, they have a broad mind and dazzling headlights. Kyunyu joked, "Is it possible that no one wants me even though I'm old? Or is it possible that I'm addicted to gambling every day?" Tsunade angrily slapped Kyunyu's chest, and I retorted, "Fuck you. I hate gambling the most, and I am the most beautiful woman in the world. How could I not be married even at such an old age? You were the one who took the initiative to pursue me." "Of me?" After hearing this, Kyunyu glanced at Tsunade meaningfully. It will definitely be interesting for Tsunade from two worlds to meet, and just thinking about it makes me look forward to that day. Chapter 5, Kakadong, What a Smoky World! What do you think I would be like in another world? Tsunade was still a little curious. Kyunyu frowned and thought for a moment, then said seriously, "He is addicted to gambling, extremely powerful, and has a bad temper? Maybe he even has hemophobia." Tsunade, who was so angry that she pushed Kyunyu away, asked angrily, "Except for being extremely powerful, what else about this thing you said has anything to do with me? Do you hate me anymore? Isn't this what you asked me to guess?" Kyunyu looked at Tsunade aggrievedly, saying that he was telling the truth without adding any extravagance. "You stay alone in the office today. I won't accompany you. I was originally thinking of asking me from another universe to play with you and so on." Tsunade left the office angrily after saying a word. "Kyunyu, don't think that I don't know that your aunt is here, but with the two of them together, are they a different kind of twin sisters? I'm quite looking forward to it when I think about it. Looking at Tsunade's leaving figure, Kyunyu murmured in a low voice. After muttering, Kyunyu began to review the memorial seriously. A gang palace funds? Approved. This is a big project, and it is conducive to the internal circulation of the empire's economy and is more conducive to your own enjoyment. How could such a good project not be possible? Immortality Project Research Fund? This guy Orochimaru, no, it should be this guy Orochimaru, still not giving up? Without hesitation, Kyunyu gave him a fail. Why are you in such a hurry? When Laozi catches a Tsutsuki for you, are you still afraid that you won't be able to live forever? Novel website building plan? Jiraiya. No, it must be Uriya who wants to be the editor-in-chief? Damn it! This guy originally wanted to start a porn site? Fail. And we must suppress them severely. Can this kind of thing be said openly? Why is it written into the national policy? This man is really not afraid of social death. But the problem is that you are not afraid of me. Kyunyu just complained while continuing to review the memorial with all his heart. Konoha Village. Danzo looked at the information in his hand with a dark face and complained, Hiruzen, are you sure this is the information Jiraiya sent? Isn't it his novel imagination? All I can say is that they are indeed good friends, and both of them have exactly the same suspicions. Mitokado Homura next to him also had some doubts about the authenticity of this information. Yuditen Koharu took a sip of green tea and reminded him indifferently, don't ignore the dragon vein mentioned in the information. The information may be a bit unbelievable, but if it is a dragon vein, it makes sense. So. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuditen Koharu. Yuditen Koharu said, let Danzo handle it. If it can be handled directly, it would be best. If not, tell this information to the other 4 major countries. Resisting the invasion of another world is something that we, Konoha, should not be responsible for alone. The final meeting ended hastily, and the 3 people sitting in the office were still the same 3 people from before, and the dirty work was always in the shadows. Okay. Leave this matter to me, I'll have someone contact Jiraiya. After Danzo finished speaking, he stood up and left the office. On the way to the Kingdom of Water, Kakadong and Runta's faces were dark, and within just a moment of burning incense, the 2 of them cleared out a bandit den. Runta complained depressedly, this is outrageous. Why are there so many wandering ninjas in this world, and they are so fond of turning grass into bandits? This kind of garbage incident is probably the only one where wandering ninjas cause chaos. You must know that all ninjas in the Empire are registered. It is illegal for unregistered ninjas to even use ninjutsu. Although this restricted the freedom of some ninjas, it also greatly improved the security problems of the Empire. Kakadong glanced at the ruins behind him with disgust, and also echoed, and they are all genin. I really don't know what these people think. Genin actually imitates other people's robbery. In the Empire, people like genin are not even qualified to be couriers, let alone anything else. But this world is indeed quite chaotic. A world without a unified world is really terrible. Kakadong complained with a pair of dead fish eyes. After complaining, Kakadong took out the map and continued to ramble. According to the map, the Kingdom of Waves is ahead. The map says that the Kingdom of Waves is a country without ninjas. I hope the security there can be better. Fuck. This world is so chaotic. I feel worthless for the common people in this world. Run to. The 2 of them did not hide their whereabouts and entered the Kingdom of Waves directly and openly. After entering the Kingdom of Waves, the security situation has indeed improved a lot. Since there are no large-scale refugees in the Kingdom of Waves, which is close to the sea. Although the people here are poor, they can barely make ends meet, and because this place is so poor, ninjas are generally reluctant to come to this remote place. The wandering ninjas said before that Kato from the Kingdom of Waves has a boat to the Kingdom of Water. It seems we have to go see the businessman first. Kakadong said. Runtu said meaningfully, but before that, we have to deal with the little mouse following behind. Kakadong nodded with deep sympathy. Click. The short sword on Kakadong's back instantly emerged from his body, followed by a burst of sword light and then thunder. Click. Jiraiya's shadow clone, who had been following a few hundred meters away, was killed by this sudden sword before he could recover. After a burst of white mist, Jiraiya's shadow clone disappeared. Runtu, who ran over, said with a dark face, "It's a physical clone. This guy has been following us for a long time." Putting away the knife with an indifferent expression, Kakadong said expressionlessly, "It seems that we have been exposed. We have a physical clone here, so his real body should be next to Zhiwo." Runtu asked worriedly, "Do you need to be reminded to stop the fire? Tell him about it." Kakadong nodded. "Fire Nation." Humph. Jiraiya, who was talking and laughing with Zhiwo, suddenly snorted and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 6, Kakadong, I don't recognize a world without Baiji. What's wrong? Zhiwo looked at Jiraiya, who almost fell, and quickly reached out to support the other person's body. Nothing. Feeling severe pain in his neck, Jiraiya forced himself to shake his head. After digesting the sudden memory in his mind, Jiraiya's face became extremely ugly. That sharp ninja technique. Human Jiraiya thought of a senior who had passed away, the #1 swordsman who was forced to death by his teacher and others. No. It is no exaggeration to say that the ninja named Kakadong's sword skills may be even better than Konoha's White Fang. Their strength is definitely cage level, and they are among the top ones at cage level. Although his shadow clone was weak, it also had a special Janin level strength. With such strength, he was killed by someone with a knife. Just when Jiraiya was thinking about how to fool Zhiwo, the mechanical watch on Zhiwo's wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. After Zhiwo let go of Jiraiya, he gave Jiraiya a meaningful look and then chose to connect. The projection of Runtu appears. We have been exposed. We just solved a shadow clone that was following us. His body should be on your side. Please pay attention. Runtu's projection disappeared, and Zhiwo looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Jiraiya, who realized that he had been exposed, looked at Shisui with the same embarrassment. But soon, Jiraiya recovered his mood and apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it. I just wanted to protect our world." Hearing this, Zhiwo also knew that his identity had been exposed, and the other party might have started following them when they arrived. "It seems that you followed us quite early." Zhiwo looked at Jiraiya with extremely cold eyes. Facing Shisui's cold gaze, Jiraiya knew it was time to test his eloquence. "I know you are a kind child, and I can clearly feel the kindness in your heart. If you don't mind, I am willing to take you to continue to understand the world. I beg you, please don't bring war to our world. Our world is bad enough." After naturally speaking, he solemnly came to sit down. Zhiwo looked at Jiraiya confused. "Am I an intruder? Why did you give me this thing when it came up?" This time, Zhiwo was a bit muggle. In 17 years of life, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. He clearly came with malicious intent. Why did this guy react like this? Thinking of this, Zhiwo sighed and said sadly, "I'm sorry. There are some things that I can't decide." After hearing this, Jiraiya stood up again and smiled heartily, "So, do you still mind if I am your tour guide?" Jiraiya's reaction once again exceeded Zhiwo's expectations. "I have already talked to this extent, and this guy is still not angry? Is this too soft? But it just so happens that Zhiwo is the kind of person who takes soft things rather than hard ones." After feeling the goodwill conveyed by Jiraiya, Zhiwo said seriously, "Then I'll trouble you. If your world really doesn't need the Empire's intervention, I will do my best to persuade the Emperor to cooperate with you." Hearing this, he naturally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had made the right bet. Okay, then let's continue to the capital of the country of fire. After traveling in the ninja world for so many years, he has seen all kinds of people. In addition, he has enough experience and good verbal skills. It is simply too easy to fool a young man with soft ears. The country of waves. Kakadong did not wear any disguise. He had long silver hair, a black mask, and a tight-fitting black combat uniform with green chainmail on the outside. He looked like a handsome guy who was both cold and cool. Coupled with Runta next to them, both of them are good-looking, and they frequently attract the attention of passers-by when they walk on the road together. The two walked and stopped, and soon stopped at a bookstore. Kakadong couldn't wait to enter the bookstore with excitement in his heart. Kakadong looked at the store manager and asked, "Hello, is there part 3 of Xiao F by G?" Store manager. Although the behavior of Bai Mao coming to the bookstore to recruit chickens was a bit outrageous, the store manager still replied seriously, "Sorry, customer, we are not a custom shop, there are no young women." Kakadong's face darkened, "I'm talking about books." The store manager shook his head, "Sorry, we don't have this book either." Upon hearing this, Kakadong felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole body turned grey. This world doesn't even sell young lady by G. This is indeed a wrong world. Kakadong complained helplessly that the entertainment in this world was completely barren. Runtu, who knew his good friend well, handed a book to Kakadong, who was desperate for life. "Here. This should be a specialty of this world." The gloomy-faced Kakadong raised his head and glanced at Runtu, then turned his attention to the book in Runtu's hand. Just seeing the cover, Kakadong's eyes were completely attracted. "Making out heaven?" Kakadong, with excited eyes, took the book from Runtu's hand as if he had found a treasure. The boss next to him appropriately put up an advertisement, "This is a masterpiece by the great writer Jiraiya, and it is also the best-selling book in the ninja world. It is said that the number of books sold can circle the ninja world 3 times. Kakadong directly dug into his pocket and urged, "Boss, pack it. I want the first one first." The poor bandits never imagined that the money they got from robbing houses would be spent on buying love letters. Kakadong, who travelled to a strange world but received good food and grass, left the bookstore in a happy mood, followed by Runtu who looked disgusted. "I don't know what kind of virtue the Kakadong in this world has. I hope they are not like this guy. They are obviously aloof on a daily basis, but extremely sullen on the inside. A sultry man who likes to read love letters, I hope you won't be disliked by the Kakadong of this world." Runtu muttered in a low voice. A different wind blows, and the gears of destiny turn quietly. No one knows where the future of this world will be blown by the arrival of visitors from other worlds. The two people who had just left the bookstore didn't have time to take a few steps when they bumped into the oncoming Naruto trio. P.S. The origin of the Empire world, Jiraiya, under the guidance of the protagonist, wrote famous works such as Xiao F by G and A Bin. Kakadong is a loyal reader of this book. Chapter 7, One word makes Suzuki red and warm. Naruto asked in surprise, "Kakashi-sensei? Why are you here?" After hearing this, Kakadong retorted almost instinctively, "My fucking name is Kaka." Before Kakadong finished speaking, he was pushed by Runta next to him. After coming back to his senses, Kakadong also realized that he was no longer in the original world, and no one in this world knew this story. In other words, do these 3 brats in front of them know themselves in this world? Thinking of this, Kakadong nodded solemnly and said, "Yes." As the saying goes, more words lead to more mistakes, so Kakadong chose to act aloof. At this time, Runta next to him condensed into a thread through chakra, and whispered, "There is something wrong with this kid." "Is this 9 Tails chakra?" Kakadong also noticed something was wrong with Naruto. Kakadong didn't expect that he would meet 9 Tails here. Runta said, "You first stabilize these 3 brats." Kakadong received it and asked expressionlessly, why are you three here? Naruto rubbed the back of his head and explained, didn't you tell me, teacher, that we should act separately? Aren't we here to gather information? Sasuke next to him squinted his eyes and looked at Kakadong and Runto in front of him. The Kakashi teacher in front of him gave him a strange feeling of strangeness, while the black-haired guy next to him gave him an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. In short, it is very contradictory. But Sharingan didn't see any traces of transformation technique on Kakashi. Sasuke calmly became alert. Kakadong followed Naruto's words and asked, so have you gotten any information? Hey! Not yet. Naruto shook his head confidently. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Kakadong finally remembered. The guy in front of me should be a variation of the teacher's son. Naruto from another world? Kakadong suddenly realized in his heart. The Naruto of the two worlds still has some similarities, but the Naruto of this world. Why does it look a little frustrated? Yes. He just looks too frustrated. The Naruto of the original world, no. It should be said that Namikaze Naruto is much taller than the brat in front of him, and has a much better temperament. The first is that Naruto in the original world does not have those messy beards on his face, and the second is the issue of temperament. If the Naruto in the original world was a polite, gentle, sunny, and handsome young man, then the Naruto in front of him was a reckless cub who looked very naughty. Why is there such a big difference between Naruto and the two worlds? Even if there is a big difference in body shape, there is such a big difference in temperament. How on earth can teachers in this world raise children? Kakadong thought depressedly. After all, my teacher is also the director of the Imperial Post Office, and my mistress is from the Senju wealthy family. No matter how negligent the two of them are, they will not educate their children like this, right? At this time, Sasuke, who had been silent next to him, suddenly asked coldly, Teacher, who is this next to you? Kakadong, who was still thinking about how virtuous Naruto was in this world, casually replied, he is my friend, his name is Runto. Runto? Sasuke mused, quite sure he had never heard of that name. As one of Uchiha's strongest combatants, even though Runto was a little nervous, he finally discovered who the person in front of him was. Uchiha Sasuke. The youngest son of Uchiha Toyama, known as the Trembling Noble Son in another world, is said to have cage-level fighting ability before he was 12 years old. More importantly, it is said that when Uchiha Sasuke was 8 years old, he awakened the blood inheritance inherited from his mother, which is the legendary wood style. Humph! This guy Kakadong was recognized first. No, I can't be at a disadvantage. After the man's desire to win increased, Runto said seriously, Sasuke. I didn't expect to see you here. I just heard your father praise you as the #1 genius in Uchiha 2 days ago. Just as Runto finished speaking, Naruto, who was still chirping, stopped talking for an instant. Even Harano Sakura next to him looked at Runto with wide eyes and anger. Sasuke, who was still aloof at first, was silenced. Sasuke's face suddenly turned red and even Sharingan was angry. Sasuke glared fiercely at Runto, who didn't know he had said the wrong thing. Isn't this guy too bad? Sasuke's father has been dead for so long, and he still makes fun of him. What's the difference between this and a slap in the face? Even Naruto, who has always liked pranks, felt that Runto had gone too far. How could this person be so bad and actually make fun of the dead? Naruto looked at Runto with disdain, and Harano Sakura next to him looked like a scumbag. Brush! The angry Sasuke took action with hatred and shot Runto directly in the waist with a shuriken. Facing this sudden shuriken, Runto caught the shuriken easily, and then looked at Sasuke in confusion. What's going on with this kid? I just said hello, why did I suddenly become so hot? Did I just say the wrong thing? Runto thought about what he just said and found that there seemed to be nothing wrong with his words. After Naruto roared angrily, he raised his fist and rushed over. How can you make fun of Sasuke's father? Bastards who make fun of the dead, accept the justice of me, Naruto-sama. Runto put his index finger on the opponent's head, and then looked at Kakadong next to him with a confused expression. Did I just say the wrong thing? Kakadong rolled his eyes for the last time speechlessly. Really? Even if this guy has strength, he is still a guy who fails more than succeeds. You can talk nonsense when you don't understand anything. Now you are in trouble, right? P.S. Sasuke and Naruto's mother in the Empire world are not characters in the original plot. Chapter 8, Kakashi from two different worlds meet, etc. Kakadong suddenly noticed the key element. Is Sasuke's father in this world dead? How can this be? You must know that Uchiha Toyama is a veteran cage-level expert. There should be few people in the entire ninja world who can kill him. You know, Uchiha Toyama's Sharingan possesses the pupil technique that can turn evil into good luck. Uchiha Toyama, who had the bug pupil technique, is actually dead? Kakadong, who realized that the difference between the two worlds may be relatively large, quickly reminded, Runto, you are indeed a little too much, why don't you apologize to others quickly? If the difference between the two worlds is particularly large, then gathering intelligence must be the first priority. After all, the battle of ninjas is a battle of intelligence. After hearing this, Runto quickly flipped Naruto away, and then apologized seriously, I'm sorry, I just made a mistake. Sasuke's eyes were red and he was gritting his teeth, but in the end Sasuke snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. Mainly because it seems impossible to beat. Kakadong also acted as a peacemaker, Sasuke, my friend is a bit of a bastard. Don't be angry. Aren't you here to collect intelligence? What's the situation now? It hurts. Damn bastard. After getting up from the ground, Naruto came over with his hands covering his head. When he heard that he was going to report on the progress of the mission, he couldn't wait to say, we found out that Cardo is a bastard who does all kinds of evil. Dejuna didn't lie. Tatsuna, who had been following the three of them, nodded quickly, indicating that Naruto was right. Kakadong was thoughtful after hearing this, and roughly understood his current situation in this world. Are you out on a ninja mission? Entrusted tasks were actually eliminated very early in the Empire. In the third year of the imperial calendar, ninjas were officially transformed into a military force. In Kakadong's impression, mission entrustment is feudal dross, the culprit that restrained ninjas from becoming fighting machines in the old era. After thinking clearly, Kakadong nodded, then let's continue the mission. The group had just left the town. Kakashi, who was alone in the city to gather information, returned to the meeting place and saw an empty room. What are these guys doing? Why haven't they come back yet? Could something have happened? A nervous Kakashi found the hotel owner. Before Kakashi could ask questions, the hotel owner asked in surprise, Hey! Guest, why did you come back suddenly? Did something fall here? Kakashi's expression changed when he heard this, when did they leave? The hotel owner replied confusedly, I just left less than 10 minutes ago. Which direction? It seems to be outside the city. After knowing the direction, Kakashi quickly chased after Naruto and the others in the direction they left. Kakashi chased and formed seals. Ninjutsu, summoning jutsu. After a burst of smoke, the dog that had always looked in bad shape appeared in front of Kakashi. Parker! Help me find Naruto and the others quickly. They seem to have been taken away by the enemy. Parker, who had been wearing the same expression as Kakashi, nodded expressionlessly. Fortunately, Naruto and the others didn't get too far away, and Parker and Kakashi soon caught up. Naruto! Get out of these two homes! Earth style, Earth Dragon! The huge mud dragon rushed straight towards Kakadong. At the beginning, Kakashi did not see clearly what the two of them looked like. After releasing the ninja, Kakashi looked at the two of them with an unconfident expression. One is exactly the same as myself. If there is a real difference, it may be the difference in attitude towards life and temperament. The two are just like twin brothers. Another leader who is more suitable for death seems to be carved from the same mold. The only difference may be that the Obito standing in front of him seems to be older. I'm really being caught up. Runto looked excitedly at the enemy in front of him who looked exactly like Kakadong. Are you the Kakadong of this world? Let me come and meet you. Runto formed a seal with his hands. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Runto spit out a small stone from his mouth. The small stone grew in the wind and soon turned into a huge stone. Boom! The two jutsu collided in midair and then cancelled each other out. The first wave of probing attacks from both sides did not benefit anyone. The three little ones next to them were a little confused when faced with this sudden change. Sasuke reacted instantly, took out his kunao and looked at Kakadong and Runto warily, and said with a gloomy expression, "Sure enough. You two guys are not Mr. Kakashi at all." Now Sasuke finally knew what that weird feeling was about. It turns out that these two products are fake at all. What transformation technique is this? Even Sharingan can't see it. Sasuke was secretly surprised. The careless Naruto's eyes were full of shock, and he kept glancing back and forth at Kakadong and Kakashi. It's so cool. It's actually exactly the same, what an amazing transformation. Naruto praised in surprise. The little Sakura next to her knocked Naruto on the head fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Shut up, idiot. This is not a transformation technique at all. Not transformation technique." Naruto felt even more surprised now. Kakashi did not continue to attack, but asked, "Who are you?" "The ninjas invited by Cardo." "No." Kakadong shook his head expressionlessly. Looking at the two people who were flirting with each other, Runto, who was ignored, roared angrily, "Hey! Where are your eyes looking? Now I am your opponent." What Runto hates most is being ignored, and Kakashi's actions once again stung him. Kakashi was interrupted and asked smoothly, "What is your relationship with Obito?" "Who is Obito?" "I don't know you. My name is Runto." The carefree Runto told his story cooperatively. But when it comes to the name Obito, Runto can't help but think of Kyunyu's name for him. Like Kakadong, Kyunyu always likes to call people by the wrong names. For example, he likes to call Kakashi Kakashi, and then calls himself Obito. Also said that Runto should be associated with the in the watermelon field. Chapter 9, Kakadong, I am a bit strange in this world. Kakashi did not bother, but said seriously, "If you are not enemies, then I want to take my students away." After a brief confrontation, Kakashi also realized that the strength of these two people should be about the same as his own. When you go out to perform tasks, try not to conflict with others unless necessary. After all, the task comes first. Runto refused carelessly, "This is not acceptable, especially that yellow-haired brat." Their first choice target was originally the tailed beast, but now they finally met Naruto, a little guy who was connected to the strongest tail number 9 tails. How could they let him go so easily? "Yet. Looks like we have to do one," Kakashi said with a pair of dead eyes, full of disgust. "Stop talking nonsense. Let me show you what you are capable of as a Kakadong variant." Runto said something that Kakashi couldn't understand, and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Fire-style Ha-Along fire technique. Runto started with a B-level fire-style ninjutsu, and the huge fire dragon rushed straight towards Kakashi. When Kakashi faced the oncoming fire dragon, he formed seals with his hands very calmly. Earth-style wall. A wall made of raw soil rises from the ground. The most eye-catching thing is that a dog-headed statue is outlined on the wall. Kakadong, who was watching the battle from the side, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene. What's going on with yourself in this world? Do you want to show off your exquisite chakra control by carving a dog head on the earth wall? At least Jainin level strength. Kakashi sighed inwardly, and then silently pulled off the blindfold on his right eye. We have to fight quickly. Kakashi formed a seal with his hands, also revealing the Sharingan he had been hiding. Sharingan. ×2. Two surprised voices sounded at the same time. Sasuke looked at the three-tomo Sharingan in Kakashi's right eye in shock. Sasuke didn't expect that he could actually see the bloodline limits of the Uchiha family from an outsider. Runto also looked at the three-tomo Sharingan in Kakashi's right eye in disbelief. Three-tomo Sharingan. Sharingans of this level can apply to join the elite army of the Imperial Army. Of course, what Runto is more curious about is why Kakadang in this world has a Sharingan, and it is a 3-Magatama. Thinking of this, Runto couldn't help but glance at Kakadang, who was watching the battle. There was some contrast and contempt in his eyes. Look at you, you in another world have a Sharingan, are you being compared now? Kakadang also looked at himself in the parallel world in front of him in confusion. Kakadang never thought in his life that one day he would actually merge with Sharingan. If it's Sharingan. How excited is Runto's eyes? Then let's have a Sharingan showdown. Sharingan open. The Magatama in Runto's eyes turned rapidly. A Magatama. 2 Magatama. 3 Magatama. Manjiki. Seeing the pupils in Runto's eyes that turned into big windmills and then connected into one piece, Sasuke next to him went numb. Turned Sharingan on and off freely, what the hell is this pure Uchiha? Soon, Sasuke realized that he had been careless. Special code 3 Magatama? Wrong. This is Manjiki. Is this guy's purity higher than mine? Sasuke said he couldn't understand and was shocked. Obviously I am the only one left in Uchiha, so why can't I see 2 Sharingans today? And they are all high grade, and there is even a pair of legendary Manjiki among them. Uchiha Sasuke has swept his brother out of the Uchiha family tree. Are you Uchiha? Kakashi looked at Runto, who turned on Manjiki with surprise. Ahahaha. Bow down to Sharingan's power. I am Uchiha, one of the 5 Eternals appointed by the Emperor. Runto laughed maniacally as he turned on Sharingan. Kakashi curled his lips and complained silently in his heart, but goodbye, you Uchiha are dead. Although he was surprised to meet an Uchiha with Manjiki here, since he was an enemy, Kakashi had no intention of holding back. Lightning style. Chidori. The sound sounded like the chirping of thousands of birds, and Kakashi finally showed off his famous stunt. This is the lightning style Chidori created by the Emperor? The technique that is said to be the most suitable for Uchiha? But why doesn't this guy use a sword? Although he was a little surprised that he in another world could actually use this special ninjutsu, Kakadang was still more confused about why he in another world didn't bend. I want to ask you something, kid. Is this guy named Kakashi's surname Hatake? At this moment, Kakadang seriously suspected that he might not be a son of the Hatake family in another world. Otherwise, why don't you play Ninja Toto instead of playing with these fancy things? Little Sakura answered cooperatively, the teacher's full name is Hatake Kakashi. It's Hatake. Then why? Isn't the father in this world being cheated on? After thinking about this situation, Kakadang looked at Kakashi in a strange way. It's Reikari, are you provoking me? Runto's eyes became sharp. Within the Empire, the ninjutsu Reikari is known as the most suitable ninjutsu for Uchiha, and almost every Uchiha Jainin knows this jutsu. But the embarrassing thing is that Runto couldn't learn this technique, but now Kakashi, his best friend's variant, can use this technique in person, and this guy is still a non-Uchiha. What's the difference between this and a Tauren face-to-face? Runto felt that his fist was hard. Fuck. Bastard, witness the power of God. The frustrated Runto raised his hand to condense the yin attribute chakra, and the huge Susanoo arm was raised high and then hit Kakashi hard. The 3 Magatama in Kakashi's right eye kept turning, and his legs ran quickly at the same time, avoiding Suzanu's arm that fell down. Kakashi inserts Reikari into Suzanu's arm, causing a long scratch on Suzanu's arm while constantly getting closer to Runto's body. Chapter 10, Runto, Uchiha Obito died? I cannot accept. This is the divine power of my Uchiha clan. That man must have reached this level, right? Sasuke looked at Runto longingly, and even felt a little resentful in his heart. Where did this guy come from? If this bastard had been in the clan that night, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. When Kakashi finally approached Runto, Runto finally activated the power of his eyes. Kamui. Reikari. It can even cut off the thunder in the sky. Kakashi's right hand passed through Runto's chest, but before Kakashi had time to be happy, Runto raised his hand and swept him away. It is indeed the advanced version of Chidori, the legendary S-level ninjutsu. It can actually penetrate Suzanu's defense. Looking at Kakashi who was swept away, Runto said sincerely in admiration. Ahem. Kakashi got up and spat twice, then panted and looked at Runto who was healthy and uninjured. Same appearance as my best friend, but different age. And this pair of Manjiki, this weird ability. Who is this guy? Kakashi, who had cold sweat on his forehead, couldn't help but look at Naruto not far away. The teacher's child is there, I must not lose. This guy. Kakadong looked at the persistent Kakashi and raised his eyebrows. This guy's personality is somewhat similar to mine, but his staying power. The dogs shook their heads when they saw it. Kakadong complained, does your teacher have a hobby of catheterization? Or is he married? Why does he look so weak? This endurance affects the happiness of the family. Naruto. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, who had never lacked chakra in his life, was also a little confused. Can the chakra be used up? Naruto, whose eyes revealed clear stupidity, looked at Sasuke, a poor man next to him who also lacked chakra. Sasuke's face darkened, and then he explained, the reason why Mr. Kakashi's chakra is consumed so quickly is probably because of the Sharingan on his body. If you are not a member of the Uchiha tribe, this eye will continue to consume the holder's chakra. Naruto suddenly realized, and then asked, so that's it. Then why is he still holding this eye? Sasuke grinned and explained contemptuously, then what's the reason? It must be because I covet Sharingan's power. Kakadong didn't understand this. This parallel world didn't look like a mentally retarded person. Is this person mentally ill if he gave up his Hatake knife skills for a Sharingan? Just when Runto was about to continue taking action, Kakadong, who had been silent, jumped out and took over the battlefield expressionlessly. Leave it to me next, let me wake him up. So that he will know that the Chi-Mu family's sword skills are the foundation. Runto, who was about to take action, nodded in sympathy. You really need to teach the white-haired guy on the other side a lesson. You, a white-haired member of the Hatake family, don't practice your inherited sword skills well, but you actually carry a Sharingan with you. You carry a Sharingan with you, why bother learning Reikari? Naruto, who didn't understand anything, said angrily and disdainfully, it's actually a wheel battle. These two people are so despicable. Runto, who came over, retorted carelessly, what do you know, little brat? We are helping your teacher. Who are you? Sasuke looked at Runto expressionlessly. I can be sure that there is no name Runto in the entire modern Uchiha in the family tree. You are definitely not from my Uchiha. After hearing this, Runto thought of the difference between the names Kakadong and Kakashi, and asked curiously, is there anyone with a name similar to mine? Sasuke listened and replied, yes. There is a guy named Obito, he is also the hero of Konoha village. Hero of Konoha. Hearing that he had become a hero in this world, Runto felt somewhat unconvinced that he was being compared. I started Manjiki at the age of 15, and was hailed by Uchiha as the youngest genius in history, but I didn't become a hero. Why should I be in this world? Tell me more about it. I'm quite curious. The carefree Runto hugged Sasuke's neck and asked. Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, the hero who died in the Battle of Konobe Bridge, was only 14 years old at the time. He was allowed to enter the Konoha Heroic Soul Cemetery afterwards. Runto. Are you feeling cold in this world? Fuck. My own version of this world actually died at the age of 14? Isn't that worse than Kakadong's variant? Now Runto couldn't accept it. As the saying goes, he was afraid of his brother's suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a Land Rover. That mutant brother is too miserable, right? This can no longer be said to be an untimely death, it should be said to be a premature death. Runto originally thought that Kakadong's transformation without using a knife was outrageous enough, but it turned out that there was another one here who was even more outrageous. Thinking of this, Runto's face suddenly turned as dark as ink. Before being sent into this world, each of the trio had their own personal mission. Kakat and Shizuki don't know it, but his mission is to protect the Uchiha of the parallel universe, especially those Uchiha who have opened Mangeki in this world's variant. Because this involves the Mangeki transplantation project. The reason why Uchiha was designated by the Emperor as one of the 5 Eternals was because Uchiha was able to enter the realm of eternity, Sage of 6 Paths, with the help of his bloodline. There is eternal Mangeki on top of Mangeki, and to open eternal Mangeki, you can only open eternal Mangeki by transplanting other people's Mangeki Sharingan. The closer the blood relationship between the two, the higher the success rate. Many of those who initiated Mangeki had no brothers, so the Emperor thought of those variations in parallel universes. Normally, he should first find the Uchiha Obito of this world, and then exchange Sharingan with the other party. But now the result is that my variant in this world is gone. This Obito is so disappointing. Chapter 11, Kakashi, this is how the knife works, Kakashi. I hope the other teams have gained something, otherwise my eternal Mangeki will really be hopeless. Runto prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the other variants of the parallel ninja world were still alive. Of course, he still hated the fact that iron cannot become steel. Thinking of this, Runto suddenly felt envious of Kakadong. Although the Kakadong of this world has gone astray, at least he is still alive. How unlike his own variant that died so early. But unfortunately, Kakadong is not Uchiha, and the need for the variant is not that unique. I got it, kid. You stay with me from today on, and I will help you activate Mangeki. Runto, who was not in a good mood, announced directly. Since his own transformation is gone, he can only protect the remaining Uchiha, especially those with Mangeki activated. Just like the Sasuke in front of me. Runto asked curiously, Little Devil, how old are you this year? Because of Runto Uchiha's identity, Sasuke was not as hostile to him as before, so he did not refute Runto's words. Having a senior who initiated Mangeki teach him personally was something Sasuke could only dream of. Sasuke immediately replied, 13. Has Sharingan been opened? Opened. 3 Megatama. Sasuke. Being silenced again, Sasuke almost became red again. He felt that the bastard in front of him was mocking him. It's a Megatama. Sasuke gritted his teeth. A Megatama at 13 years old? This time it was Runto's turn to sink. No. What's going on in this ninja world? His own transformation died young, Kakadong's transformation went astray, and then Sasuke's transformation. How to put it, it can only be said that it is difficult to describe it in one word. Sasuke in the Imperial world started Mangeki at the age of 13. Fortunately, Sasuke has a brother who doesn't need to rely on this method to advance to the eternal Mangeki. Otherwise, Sasuke would be so angry at his transformation after knowing this news. Thinking this, Runto glanced at Sasuke with some disgust. However, at this moment, Runto didn't know about the whole family's sacrifice to heaven. Otherwise, he would definitely have a myocardial infarction. Is your name really Kakadong? Kakashi was curious to see the man in front of him who looked exactly like him. It's no use talking more. Broken bones are the best textbooks. Next, let's watch and learn. Kakadong pulled out the short sword with an expressionless expression. This is... Seeing the short sword in Kakadong's hand, Kakashi's pupil shrank, his eyes full of disbelief. White Fang blade. Kakashi spoke in a low tone, gritting his teeth and said the name of the knife. But how is that possible? Wasn't this sword broken by Rock Shinobi Janin's flaming blade during the Konobe Bridge mission battle? Kakashi looked a little dazed, as if he was looking in the mirror. Suddenly there was a flash of sword light, and a few white hairs slowly fell down. You actually fell into a daze during the battle? Your combat quality is lower than I thought. This knife is a warning. Kakadong's deep voice recalled, waking up Kakashi who was still dazed. Kakashi gritted his teeth, and then stared at Kakadong. Kakashi, who was holding a kunao in both hands, looked wary. Kakadong didn't speak anymore, and the two of them fought directly. Kakadong deliberately used the Hotaki sword technique, but he was merciless. Kakashi held the kunao in both hands and was like a lonely boat in the rough sea under Kakadong's attack, looking like he was in danger of being overturned at any time. Such a familiar sword technique, such a sharp technique. In a trance, Kakashi seemed to see his father. It's actually the Hotaki sword technique. Kakashi forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, and kept thinking about the origin of the other party. Could it be? Is this guy the illegitimate son of an outsider? My half-brother? The two of them look so similar, and the other one knows the Hotaki family's ancestral sword skills, and he shows mercy at all times during the battle. This is not so much fighting as the other party is teaching him the Hotaki sword skills. After denying all the indications, what remains may be the truth no matter how incredible it is. So, this guy is really my half-brother? After forcing Kakadong back again, the panting Kakashi did not continue to attack. The opponent's sword skills are too strong. If he hadn't opened the Sharingan, he would have lost by now. What's even worse is that even if Sharingan is fully open, he can barely catch the opponent's knife shadow. There was a hint of hatred in Kakadong's tone. Look at what you look like now. You are short of chakra and have insufficient stamina. If you use a knife, these shortcomings will be made up for. Kakashi. Kakashi didn't make any excuses. It's not easy to get rid of inner demons. His father's death made him abandon the knife in his hand, Obito's death made him have to carry a heavy burden and move forward, and Lin's death made him lose the direction of his life. How could he inherit the swordsmanship of the Hotaki family under the triple blow? Okay, it's time to end this battle. The white fang blade was covered with chakra. After Kakadong sheathed the sword, he stared at Kakashi. See clearly. This is the ultimate swordsmanship I created under the guidance of the Emperor. Gigzu splitting void sword drawing technique. The dazzling sword light bloomed. Even if Sharingan was turned on at full power, Kakashi was unable to capture the traces of the dazzling sword light. Bang! Kakashi flew backwards. At the last critical moment, Kakashi used the back of the knife. Not surprisingly, Kakashi was knocked unconscious. Kakashi-sensei! The three little ones shouted loudly and worriedly, wanting to go over and help. At this time, Runta next to him also moved. Before Naruto and Sakura could react, Runta knocked them out, leaving only Sasuke, who was messy in the wind. Runta looked at Sasuke with malice and asked, "You won't resist first, right?" Sasuke did not take action directly, but asked cautiously, "What will you do with them?" Runta replied, "Don't worry, I just hate trouble, so I knocked them out." After hearing this, Sasuke felt relieved, and then said seriously, "I just want to pursue the supreme power. As long as you can give me power, I don't mind betraying Konoha and following you. Yet. Then just stay with us first." Runta nodded with satisfaction. This determination to pursue power is worthy of a great Uchiha. Chapter 12, Stop the Fire, the Will of Fire? Do you want to see my name? Kakadong first sealed the chakra of several people, and then tied up the 4 people with ropes. Dasna, who had been following everyone, hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask what to do with his mission, but now it seems that all the ninjas in Konoha have been wiped out. That's not right either, another one just threw it where he was. Thinking of this, Dasna inevitably felt a little sad in his heart. Is the country of waves really hopeless? After tying the rope, Runta clapped his hands and asked, "What should we do next?" Kakadong said, "Let's find a way to find traces of 9 tails from this brat first, and we'll talk about the rest later." Runta nodded after hearing this, and then pointed at Suzuki next to him and said, "Then let me teach this kid by the way. The Suzuki in this world is so bad. He only opened a Megatama when he was almost 13 years old." Kakadong couldn't help but glance at Suzuki after hearing this. Both are Suzuki, so the gap seems a bit big. Facing Kakadong's humiliating look, Suzuki finally became famous. Angry Suzuki blushed and retorted, "What do you know? I started Sharingan when I was 7 years old, but I was hesitant and my body strength couldn't keep up at the time, so it didn't show up." Faced with Sasuke's retort, Runta was even more surprised and said, "You are still a Megatama after 6 years? Isn't your talent even worse? Why are you bothering with this?" Suzuki, who had always thought he was a genius, was silenced and even a little depressed. Fire Nation. After breaking away from the refugee team, a group of people headed towards the country at ninja speed. While passing a small village, Zhiwo happened to bump into the bandits who were looting the village. Most of these bandits are ordinary people, but they are led by 2 genin. Seeing the tragic situation in the small village, while Zhiwo felt angry, he also felt infinite pity for the victims. Is this the security of your fire country? Is this what you call peace and prosperity for the country and the people? Zhiwo turned to Jiraiya and asked. Jiraiya. Naturally, I also want to explain that such things happen almost every day in the ninja world, and it is not just the land of fire. Ahem. Let's go rescue people first. Embarrassed, Jiraiya could only change the topic. Upon hearing these words, Shizuka disappeared instantly, and over the next few minutes, Shizuka showed off an art to Jiraiya. An art about speed and killing? In less than a minute, more than a dozen robbers, including 2 of them, genin, were lying in a pool of blood. Apart from the women who were still sobbing softly and whose faces were ashen, there was no one alive above the pool of blood. What a fast speed! I definitely can't keep up with this speed. It seems that I have to be careful about this guy's speed in the future. Jiraiya, thoughtful in his heart, hurried up to comfort the abducted women. In order to quell the flames and gain favor, Jiraiya generously spent more than half a month of his royalties to compensate and resettle these women who had lost their family members. This money is definitely a drop in the bucket for them, but at least it represents his attitude. Zhiwo frowned and watched this scene. The empire has been established for nearly 20 years, and no such tragedy has occurred within the empire in the past 10 years. An entire village of innocent civilians were killed. If it happened within the empire, it would definitely be a big event that would shatter the sky. But this kind of thing seems very ordinary at this time. Zhiwo didn't expect that he would encounter such terrible things one after another not long after he came to this world. Refugees who have left their homes, villagers whose homes have been looted. Is this world really not right? Thinking of this, Zhiwo was a little confused. Ziran also patted Zhiwo on the shoulder and comforted him, "The world is like this, we can only help the people we can help. The world shouldn't be like this." Zhiwo shook his head blankly, and then asked, "What's going on with these ninjas?" Jiraiya replied casually, "Either they are wandering ninjas or rebel ninjas. Anyway, one thing is certain, that these people are not good people. This kind of existence is not a rare species in the ninja world. As a native, Jiraiya does not find it strange that there are so many wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas in this world. But Zhiwo doesn't think so. Jiraiya, who came from a more peaceful world, couldn't help but ask, "Can't you Konoha restrain the ninjas in your own country?" Jiraiya retorted, "Of course, how is that possible? Our Konoha village and the Daiming prefecture only have an employment relationship. Within the land of fire, unless we are in Konoha, we have no law enforcement power, legislative power, let alone governing power." Zhiwo. 3 question marks slowly popped up in Zhiwo's mind. The strongest ninja organization in the Fire Country, and also the largest military organization, doesn't even have this right? No wonder the Fire Nation is in such chaos. Shisui asked very strangely, "You have no desire for power?" Speaking of this, Jiraiya instantly became energetic, looked at Zhiwo with burning eyes and asked, "Do you know what the will of fire is?" Zhiwo shook his head. Jiraiya explained enthusiastically, "The will of fire is our unique spirit of Konohagakure. The specific description is that wherever the wooden leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. The meaning of the will of fire is that young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. The burning flames of fallen leaves are a metaphor for the heroic sacrifices of the older generation, while the new leaves are a metaphor for young people. Is it the spirit of dedication and sacrifice? I probably understand." Zhiwo nodded calmly, without even a trace of confusion in his heart. Zhiwo asked doubtfully, "But why do you only emphasize dedication and sacrifice? Then what else should we emphasize? The spirit of being willing to sacrifice to protect the bond, isn't this great enough?" Jiraiya, who didn't know how serious he was, asked. Jiraiya felt a little uncomfortable with Shihui's lackluster response to the will of fire. Stop the fire test, for example, harmony and friendship, prosperity and the rule of law, etc. Jiraiya. Ninjas are just tools when performing tasks. Why do you need these? Jiraiya looked at Zhiwo in confusion. Chapter 13, New Understanding of Stopping Fire. The world is a little dark. Zhiwo, who had not survived in the ninja village era, could not understand what Jiraiya said. Even within the empire, which was on military alert, no one would dare to blatantly say that ninjas are tools. Zhiwo gained a new understanding of the deformities of the world. It's such a complicated world. It clearly promotes the spirit of self-sacrifice for your companions, but it treats ninjas as tools. Let's go to the capital of the country of fire first. Zhiwo decided not to continue talking on this topic. Jiraiya, who was still preparing to proclaim the will of fire in front of Zhiwo, could only shut his mouth. He has never seen the ninja world in another world, but it is not difficult to see from Zhiwo's look and attitude that the ninja world in another world may be better than his own. Although he thought so in his heart, Jiraiya still didn't believe it. If the empire is really a good force, shouldn't it be as peace-loving as Konoha? Why isn't it enough to rule the entire world? Want to invade other worlds? Thinking this way, Jiraiya said excitedly, "Let me tell you, when you arrive in the country, you will definitely be shocked by the prosperous scene." Zhiwo could not comment or refute. In this way, the two of them continued on their way. With constant contact with this world, Zhiwo also discovered that there are indeed huge differences between the two worlds. The main road is a dirt road, and it is said that it is the only road leading to the capital from the north. In this regard, Zhiwo's evaluation is incomprehensible. You must know that in the empire, even the small roads leading from cities to villages are made of cement. The emperor often said that if you want to get rich, build roads first. He didn't understand the emperor's words before, but now he understands it somewhat. If the transportation between cities and villages was developed enough, perhaps the previous tragedies would not have occurred. By the way, do you have trains in the Fire Country? Zhiwo suddenly asked. Train? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Jiraiya, I've heard of that thing, but it only ran for a while and was eliminated. A prerequisite for transportation like trains is that there must be rails, but this is the ninja world, where there are extraordinary beings like ninjas who are elusive and extremely destructive. Generally, when two sides fight, the other side must cut off the enemy's transportation route first, but it is not easy for a ninja to destroy the train tracks. Less than 2 years after its appearance, that thing was eliminated when the Third Ninja War broke out. Zhiwo asked in surprise, eliminated? Do you have a plane? From Zhiwo's simple perspective, the reason why trains have become obsolete is because more convenient means of transportation have emerged. For example, airplanes and the high-speed rail that the Empire is studying. However, Zhiwo didn't talk about high-speed rail. Even the Empire is still studying it, let alone this backward world. Naturally, he shook his head. What is a plane? The elimination of trains has nothing to do with planes or anything like that. Zhiwo. So, the reason why the trains in your world were eliminated was not because of the emergence of more convenient means of transportation. Zhiwo looked at Jiraiya with a strange look. Of course, train metal has been eliminated, and that's because the train's targets were too large, its routes too rigid, and easily sabotaged by hostile ninjas. Sometimes wandering ninjas in the country would even blow up the railroad tracks to rob passengers on the train. So later the daimyo personally ordered the elimination of trains. After all, trains relied too much on rails. Zhiwo. Stop the heat and numbness. Zhiwo glanced at Jiraiya deeply. He never thought that the train would be eliminated because of such nonsense. It seems that this world is not as good as Jiraiya said. Kakashi woke up from a coma and muttered to himself in confusion, "Am I still alive?" Runta's careless voice came from beside him, "Of course. You have a special status, and neither of us is embarrassed to kill you." Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar tone, Kakashi felt a little melancholy. If Obito was still alive, he would be like the boy in front of him, right? Kakashi realized that the other party had no murderous intention towards him and asked curiously, "Are you the Uchiha who lives outside the village?" Considering that there was no ninja village in the era when he was born, Runta nodded, "That's right." Kakashi, who always felt that this guy looked familiar, asked, "May I ask, what is your relationship with Obito?" Runta tilted his head and thought for a moment, then explained, "I don't know how to explain it. After all, it involves some secrets. If it doesn't work, you can treat him as if I am his brother." After hearing this, Kakashi turned his attention to Kakadong, who was holding a book of Intimate Heaven and reading it with gusto. "So you're mine too?" After hearing this, Kakadong moved his eyes from the book to Kakashi. "You can understand it that way for the time being." Kakadong nodded indifferently, and then turned his attention to the book in his hand. Seeing the intimate paradise in Kakadong's hand, Kakashi's face flashed with emotion, but after seeing that it was only the first part, Kakashi curled his lips quietly. He has already watched the third part of Making Love in Heaven. After seeing Kakashi wake up, Runta directly mentioned Naruto, who was still sleeping. Bang bang bang! Runta raised his hand and 3 big dicks fell on Naruto's face. Naruto, who was lifted up in his arms, woke up in a daze. Looking at the figure in front of him, Naruto felt inexplicably familiar. When I was still an infant, it seemed that I was carried by such a guy. However, the memory was too long ago and has been blurred, and Naruto even suspected that these might be all illusions. After seeing the celebrity awakening, Runta couldn't wait to ask, "Little devil, what is your relationship with Nine Tails?" Naruto. Chapter 14, Ninja Mission Delegation System? It's just a dog leash. I don't know, you bastard, did you hit me just now? Naruto asked angrily. Have no idea. Runta's voice rose several decibels, and after he finished speaking, he was ready to continue his action. Kakashi next to him shrank his pupils when he heard the name Nine Tails. These two guys are here for 9 tails. Kakashi never expected that the targets of Kakadong and Runta were actually tailed beasts. You know, that is the village's highest deterrent weapon. Where did these two guys come from? Are you so brave? Looking at Runta, who was about to continue beating Naruto, Kakashi quickly stopped him and said, "You don't have to ask him. He just graduated from school not long ago and there is no way he knows the information about tailed beasts." After hearing this, Runta threw Naruto aside, narrowed his eyes and asked, "He doesn't know, do you know?" "It's definitely not possible to say that you don't know. The only good news now is that these two people don't know Naruto's identity as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. These two people probably just felt the Nine Tails chakra on Naruto's body and attacked them. If this was the case, there might be room for maneuver." With this idea in mind, Kakashi said coldly, 9 tails is in Konoha, 1 tail is in Tsunagakure, 2 tails is in Cloud Shinobi Village, 3 tails is in Kirigakure, 4 tails and 5 tails are in Uegakure. 6 tails Seiken is also in Kirigakure, 7 tails is in Takanan Village, and 8 tails is in Cloud Shinobi Village. This is something that almost all the senior officials of Ninja Village know, but these two guys obviously don't know these things, so Kakashi chose to tell this information as a smoke bomb. This distribution seems quite reasonable. So you 5 cold villages divided up the tailed beasts in this world? Runta said with a smile on his face. Kakadong, who didn't know that this was deliberately assigned by some wise man, just felt that there was something special about these cold villages, that they could control all the tailed beasts in such a balanced manner. Kakashi echoed, "Tailed beasts are dangerous existences and extremely deterrent in war. No ninja village would want such a dangerous existence to live outside or be controlled by hostility." After learning the information about the tailed beast, Runta set his sights on Kakadong. What to do? Looking at Kakadong, who was still addicted to the paradise of intimacy, Runta shouted with a dark face, "Don't even read your shabby imperial letter, come up with a plan quickly." Kakadong's face darkened when Runta pointed out that he was reading the imperial letter, and then he had to put down the intimacy paradise in his hand. Kakadong narrowed his eyes and asked, "How do you calculate the strength ranking of the 5 major ninja villages? Which ninja village is the weakest among the ninja villages with tailed beasts?" Kakashi replied almost instinctively, "Taki Ninja Village, it does not belong to the ranks of the 5 major ninja villages." Kakashi did not say panic, but there must be some thoughts in his heart to divert trouble. Kakadong nodded and looked at Runta next to him. "Then do you know where Longren Village is?" Runta asked. Kakashi said sincerely, "I can take you there, but you must let my students go afterwards, and I will not participate in your tailed beast snatching plan. After all, we are ninjas of Konoha and represent Konoha." Attitude. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Dejuna on the side asked excitedly, "Wait. What about me? You haven't completed the task I entrusted to you yet. How to deal with it?" Runta looked at Kakadong with some embarrassment. Since he had never experienced any dark world in the Empire, Runta was actually quite kind-hearted. While Naruto and the others were unconscious, Runta also roughly understood the dilemma Dejuna was facing at the moment. Out of sympathy, Runta also wanted to help the poor people of the Land of Waves. Kakadong also looked at Kakashi curiously. "What exactly is going on with your task delegation mechanism?" After hearing this, Kakashi's eyes suddenly became dull. The mission. He thought of his father, the father who gave up his mission because of his companions and was blamed by the whole village and eventually committed suicide. The mission must be completed. This is the responsibility and meaning of the existence of ninjas. The mission is more important than anything else. Except for companions. Kakashi didn't say the last sentence, but silently added in his mind that companions were more important than tasks, which seemed a bit politically incorrect. Kakadong. Kakadong once again had 3 question marks in his mind. The purpose of ninja existence is to complete the mission? What nonsense is this guy talking about? Wait. Don't you ninjas make a living by completing commissioned tasks? Kakadong suddenly asked in a strange tone. Kakashi nodded matter-of-factly. The main source of income for the ninja village, apart from the daimyo's allocation, was the share of commissioned tasks. For ordinary ninjas, the latter occupies the majority. If the entrusted tasks are not enough, the ninja's life will be very difficult. Kakadong. Kakadong asked speechlessly, who is the genius who proposed this system? What is the difference between your lifestyle and putting a dog leash on yourself and then giving the dog leash to those rich people? Kakashi, this. Kakashi is numb. Ever since Obito and the others got into trouble, he has lost the direction of his life and forgotten how to think. Such a profound question was obviously not within the scope of his thinking. After the passionate Runto heard this, he cursed angrily, the ninja village system is indeed a cancer. No wonder the emperor said that a world with the ninja village system is a wrong world. For the sake of this old guy's pity, why don't we go and get rid of that Kato? Then take this group of people to Taki Ninja Village to capture 7 tails. After hearing this, Dasna looked at Runto again, and was extremely excited to see Hope again. This ninja of unknown origin seems to be a good person. Kakadong didn't even wrinkle. He didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things. But considering his personal mission, Kakadong nodded at most. Chapter 15, Fellow Practitioners of the 3 Meridians. The Emperor and Number 039, S Empire. Already edited. Ninja World Number 0, Imperial Palace Office. Considering that other ninja worlds will continue to be connected in the future, Kyunyu specially marked each world with a serial number. For example, the number 0 ninja world in this world, the number 1 ninja world where Kakadong and the others are now, and the number 2 and number 3 ninja world that may appear in the future. Why can't cloning technology clone my clone body? The path of bloodline development is stuck at this point. Kyunyu looked at the document in his hand depressedly. A boss reminded me that the setting of this book is the eyes of a clone, and the eternal Mangeki cannot be awakened even after being exchanged with the original eyes. When he first traveled to this world, Kyunyu learned that he had Senju and Uchiha bloodlines in his body. Driven by some opportunities and efforts, he awakened Wood Style and Sharingan 26 years ago. But unfortunately, due to the reason that Sharingan did not advance to the eternal Mangeki, his Sharingan never evolved into Rinnegan, but was stuck in the Mangeki stage. If you want to evolve into a Rinnegan without being the biological son of the 6 Great Ones, there are 3 major factors. Sage Body, Eternal Mangeki, and then the 2 merged into 1. Now he has Sage Body for a long time, even an enhanced version of Sage Body, but Mangeki is stuck. The reason is that he is an orphan. If it weren't for Sage Body, he would be blind by now. After the bloodline path failed, Kyunyu finally thought of his old profession as a time traveler, and used his heaven-defying qualifications and understanding to forcibly open up a new path. Absorb natural energy to strengthen yourself. Kyunyu named this path, Cultivating Immortality. It only took Kyunyu, who embarked on the path of cultivating immortality, 3 years to complete the goal that Orochimaru had been chasing all his life. But unfortunately, the requirements for cultivating immortality are too high for understanding and qualifications. Except for him, a time traveler, almost no one in the entire ninja world can embark on this path. In the end, Kyunyu stepped back and opened up a new path with Might Guy. Use chakra to strengthen your body and turn chakra into inner strength that lasts forever. Kyunyu named this path, Warrior. Warriors do not have high requirements for qualifications and understanding, but their progress is faster than that of Jainin. If you want to become a warrior, persistence is the most important thing. Purely in the number 0 ninja world, there are 3 training systems, namely cultivators, warriors, and ninjas. Kyunyu is a fellow cultivator of the 3 paths, and his strength is only at the peak of 6 paths. However, since he has never really fought with Tsutsuki's group, Kyunyu doesn't know what stage his strength is at. But for an empire, the emperor's power is not truly powerful. Only when the empire is strong can the country go further. Then Kyunyu thought about the history of Tsutsuki's family. Those unlucky kids are planting trees all over the universe, then he will open up a new track to invade other universes. In fact, he was successful, but not that successful. The reason it was not so successful was because there was a problem with the cross-border portal. Although cross-border portals can transport across borders, they still have to follow the law of conservation of chakra. As many people as you teleport, double the amount of chakra will be consumed. If we want to send the army there, we probably have to capture the tailed beasts from both worlds and use them as energy sources. Fortunately, the 10 tails in this world are also in the hands of the Empire. In addition, chakra can be regenerated, so the portal on the Empire's side is no problem. But the portal in another world is more troublesome. The energy of dragon veins is also limited. Although dragon vein energy can also be regenerated, it also has a spiritual critical value. There are 2 restrictions on traveling to other worlds through dragon veins. The first restriction is that only people under 6 paths can use dragon veins to travel to other worlds. The second restriction is that the number of people cannot be too large, and the maximum cannot exceed 5. If they are all cage-level experts, this number may have to be reduced to 3. This is the reason why Kakadong and the others are in a group of 3. So the result now is that he sent 10 teams to other parallel ninja worlds, and then only Kakashi and his team responded. In addition, many things in the ninja world are the targets of the Empire, such as those Uchiha variants, as well as the tailed beasts and the natural energy of that world, etc. Kyunyu actually has only 2 core purposes. The first is the armed forces of that world, and the second is the natural energy of that world. Kyunyu, who was in a complicated mood, came to the underground laboratory and saw dozens of snake medicine and yakushi bags busy going back and forth in the laboratory. Since transplanting the Uzumaki bloodline and becoming a warrior, most of the side effects of Shadow Clone have been eliminated, so these 2 people can use Shadow Clone to work so unscrupulously. Kyunyu asked directly, "Hasn't the energy tunnel system been developed yet?" Orochimaru shook his head and said with a sad face, "It's too troublesome to open up the energy channel between the 2 worlds, and this channel is used to transmit natural energy. If you are using it to transmit chakra, I have a preliminary plan, but with natural energy, this thing is indeed a bit troublesome." Kyunyu nodded to express understanding. As the saying goes, the next sentence will break your legs. Kyunyu didn't think that after opening and closing his mouth, Orokai Yao should give a result. After all, Orokai Yao is a researcher, not a dragon. Kyunyu encouraged, "Then continue your research. It will probably take some time for Kakadong to open the portal." After leaving the laboratory, a small black ball emerged from the shadows. Black Ju said aggrievedly, "Father, I still haven't found the Tsutsuki hidden in the ninja world." Kyunyu, "Then keep looking." "Yes." Heiju nodded quickly, and as he was about to leave, Heiju reminded him in a low voice, "Father, Mother said he misses you very much." Kyunyu. Kyunyu said seriously, "Tell him that I will go to his place tonight. As a time traveler, you have already unified the world, so it is normal to have a harem, right?" Chapter 16, Sarutobi and Danzo's Ultimate Brain Teaser. Ninja World Number 1. Konoha Village, the base of the root organization. Danzo's hand holding the information trembled slightly. Looking at the photo in the information, Danzo couldn't help but pick up the smoke gun next to him. Such a wide nose and a face that looks exactly like Shisui. The guy named Shisui in the intelligence cannot be said to be exactly the same as Shisui, but he is at least 80% similar. Is it a lie that Shisui jumped into the river and committed suicide? He actually ran away from Konoha. Danzo couldn't help but think. There's nothing I can do about it, the guy in the photo looks so much like Shisui, he's just an older version of Shisui. Shimura Dance continued to think about it. Is this guy Jiraiya deceived? This guy is not actually from another world, but the scheming guy from Shisui pretending to be? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Danzo slapped the information on his desk. The evil Uchiha must have wanted to leave Konoha a long time ago, they may have left Uchiha seeds outside the window. This guy named Jihuo is the evidence. My decision at that time was not wrong. If I hadn't taken action to destroy Uchiha in advance, those damn guys would have definitely rebelled and even caused irreparable harm to Konoha. Danzo felt extremely aggrieved when he thought that since the incident with the Uchiha clan, the clan leaders of the ninja clan had always been secretly poking him in the spine. Now that I think about it carefully, there were indeed many things that were unreasonable about that night. There are many strong men in Uchiha, and some of the older generation of strong men are even close to cage level, especially that guy Uchiha Fugaku is a Mangeki. How could Uchiha Itachi, who had just started Mangeki, be Uchiha Fugaku's opponent? As long as Uchiha Fugaku resisted a little, the movement that night would not be that small. The more Danzo thought about it, the more he felt that what happened that night was unreasonable. There is no way, Uchiha was destroyed too easily, and now there is a so-called Jihuo coming out, which inevitably makes people think too much. Danzo also felt that his chance to make a comeback had come. As long as it is proven that Uchiha was ready to betray Konoha, and even left some Uchiha's fire outside the village, then he was right to destroy Uchiha, and he would still have merit. If you didn't have other intentions, why did you leave some Uchiha outside the village? This is the evidence that Uchiha rebelled against the village. Thinking of this, Danzo hurried towards the Hokage office building with the information in hand. This time he has to prove himself. Danzo soon arrived at the Hokage building. Hiruzen. Look at this information. Danzo, who was resolute, couldn't wait to take the information and photos on Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted to scold Danzo for not knocking on the door, couldn't help but look at the information on his desk. Especially after seeing the photo in the middle of the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply. He was so impressed by the man in the photo. The heir to the will of fire, the grandson of his old friend, Uchiha, who truly knows how to think for Hokage, Uchiha's bridge, Uchiha Shisui. If the child had not committed suicide, he would have been as old as the man in the photo. Where did you get this photo? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had an extremely wonderful expression on his face, couldn't help but ask. Danzo said straight to the point, this guy's name is Jihuo, and he is the visitor from other world that Jiraiya talks about. However, I suspect that this guy is not a visitor from another world, but Uchiha Shisui. I suspect that Uchiha has long had a dissatisfaction with Konoha, and they secretly left an Uchiha branch outside the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen also became uncertain after hearing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who banged his hands on the table, couldn't help but think. If you think about it carefully, there are indeed many unreasonable things about Uchiha's destruction. Although he does not deny the greatness of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen always feels that there is something wrong with Uchiha Itachi. No matter how deeply the unlucky child was brainwashed, he wouldn't be able to point the butcher knife at his parents and the old, young, women and children in his clan, right? Although ninjas are crazy, they shouldn't be that beastly. What's more, that was Uchiha Itachi, the one who had Hokage thinking since he was a child. Then eliminate all possibilities, no matter how unbelievable the rest is, it must be the truth. Uchiha and this group of people are trying to escape from their shells. As a double agent, Uchiha Itachi knew that Konoha was planning to take action against Uchiha, so he chose a strong man to cut off his arm, thus leaving part of Uchiha's fire outside the village to continue the fire character. This possibility is better than the possibility of being really crazy and slaughtering the entire clan, right? People are always more willing to believe the answers they think they have, even the Hokage is no exception. You mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo worriedly. Danzo nodded coldly, yes, it's what you think. Then, what is Shisui's purpose of getting closer to nature? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in confusion. Danzo sneered and asked, don't you know how naive your apprentice is? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. If nothing else happens, Jiraiya will be the next Hokage. If Uchiha wants to return to the family and get compensation from Konoha, the only way he can go is with Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you want to return to Konoha? It's also possible that you want to seek justice for Uchiha. After you die from old age, Jiraiya will see that Uchiha's founding clan only has a few cats and dogs left, and your Sarutobi clan alone has 3,000 ninjas. What do you think Jiraiya will do then? Think. Will he deal with you, the Sarutobi clan, like he dealt with Uchiha? Will Uchiha be taken care of by the entire village? Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Just thinking about such a future is terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, no. Uchiha is too unstable. We absolutely cannot let them return to Konoha. This evil family should disappear. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, a sneer flashed through Danzo's heart. The reason why he deliberately guided him was so that Sarutobi Hiruzen could have his current attitude. Chapter 17, Kakashi, they haven't even been sentenced yet, so you just surrendered? He knew his old friend and political enemy very well. When he was young, the opponent was indeed Shinobu, but as he gradually aged, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually became one of Konoha's biggest cancers. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a timid appearance and is always scheming. He cherishes his life when doing great things, but forgets his life when he sees small gains. He is not a shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man who can sacrifice everything for Konoha, but he is also very selfish and does many things to line his own pockets. To put it bluntly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the kind of person who is strict with others and lenient with himself. Now that he heard that Uchiha might threaten his family, Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally eager to kill him. Danzo took the initiative to take the blame. Leave this matter to me, I will wipe out Uchiha completely, and I will never let him return to Konoha to cause trouble again. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and said, don't go too far. After all, they were once members of Konoha. Ha! Shimura Dance sneered, scolded the other party for hypocrisy in his mind, and left Hokage's office without looking back. Some people wear masks for so long that they may even forget what they really look like. Sarutobi Hiruzen is this kind of person. Looking at Danzo's leaving figure, the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth turned up slightly, and a sneer flashed through his heart. Danzo thought he had been fooled, but was he deliberately fooled? Uchiha is too strong, especially Uchiha who opened Manjiki. It would be really terrible if Shisui didn't have the will of fire. Such a person would be a threat even if he were alive, not to mention that he doesn't have the will of fire. But as a Hokage, he cannot directly attack people in the village, and the smart Alex Shimura Dance is the best sword. The difference between the two of them is that one is smart and the other is stupid. So he is now the Hokage, and Shimura Dance is now the Nabe Cage. Danzo. You still think you are not Hokage, is it because you were half a step too slow? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh at Danzo's naivety. Based on his understanding of his teacher, even if he had to do it over 10,000 times, he would still be the Hokage, not Shimura Dance. Kakashi, whose chakra was sealed, followed the three little ones in depression. For safety reasons, Runto also sealed Naruto and Sakura's chakra. Naruto's chakra is too huge. People like this are usually very unreasonable when they are violent, so they must be sealed. As for little Sakura, that was purely incidental. Runto asked solemnly, Sasuke, kid, are you willing to join the Empire? Sasuke answered directly without thinking, as long as you can give me power, I am willing to do anything for the empire. Kakadong next to him saw this scene and hesitated to speak. Kakadong, who had a bad premonition in his heart, couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to teach him?" Runtu said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's the flesh-warming method. This is a must-learn course for us Uchiha." When Kakadong heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The flesh-warming method is a low-maintenance technique within the empire, and it is also the most basic secret technique. The flesh-warming method is called a compulsory method for entry-level warriors, which shows the importance of this secret technique. Unlike Runtu, who was semi-illiterate, Kakadong was a top student who graduated from the military officer department of the Imperial University, and he knew much more than Runtu. The emperor once said that the more basic something is, the less it should be exposed in a strange environment, especially when this basic thing is related to oneself. Kakadong stopped Runtu who was about to teach. "Wait. Let me ask them a few questions first." Kakadong asked solemnly, "First of all, are there any warriors in your world?" Sasuke shook his head, "I have only heard of samurai, not warriors, and shouldn't those samurai things have been eliminated long ago? After all, the power of samurai is completely different from that of ninjas." Kakadong suddenly realized what he said. Ever since he knew that the world had never been unified, Kakadong realized something very terrifying. That means there is no emperor in this world. In other words, there is no such person as Kyunyu in this world, so many things that exist because of Kyunyu will definitely not appear. For example, a unified empire, the legendary immortal cultivator, and the emerging warrior system. Kakadong asked expressionlessly, "I will give you a curse seal that will prevent you from revealing our secrets. Are you willing to accept it? Come on. As long as you can really give me the power of revenge." Sasuke agreed without even hesitating. Kakadong frowned when he saw this scene. Sasuke in this world is too thirsty for power, and sooner or later he will be lost in power if he continues like this. Naruto, who was tied up, was dumbfounded when he saw Sasuke rebelling so decisively. After coming back to his senses, Naruto asked angrily, "Sasuke, how could you do this? Are you going to betray Konoha? I don't allow you to do this. Stupid Naruto." Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. Sasuke, who only has revenge in his heart, has long been immune to the brainwashing of the will of fire. He really has no pressure at all to betray Konoha or anything like that. Kakashi was speechless when he saw how smooth Sasuke was. They didn't even use force to coerce him, they just used a little force to seduce him. Unfortunately, the child actually surrendered directly. Because of that incident, this child is too thirsty for power. Alas! It's all the village's fault. Kakashi, who was lamenting in his heart, said aloud, "Sasuke, are you really sure? If there is something wrong with the curse seal that was carved, you will have to be controlled by others from now on. As long as they give me the strength to complete my revenge, I don't care if I give them my life." Sasuke looked at Kakadong with cold eyes. "You are too thirsty for power, and I don't know if giving you power is the right thing to do." Kakadong sighed, and then began to form seals with his hands. The so-called secrecy seal is easy to release and learn, but the solution to this secrecy seal is mastered by only a few people in the entire empire. If it weren't for keeping those secret techniques secret, Kakadong really wouldn't want to put a curse seal on Sasuke in front of him. After all, this guy is still the disciple of his transformation in this world. Chapter 18, Half-Brother? Finally, there is a black V symbol on Sasuke's neck, which also means that the secret seal has successfully taken effect on Sasuke. The rest is up to you. After finishing, Kakadong said to Runtu, "Come, follow me over there. Big brother will teach you something good." Runtu, who was a teacher for the first time, was eager to try. He took Sasuke's hand and walked not far away. "Continue on your way. Kakadong glanced at Dasna and reminded him expressionlessly. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Kakashi took the initiative and asked, "Hey! What is your relationship with me? Can you regard me as your brother, your half-brother?" Kakadong, who was walking in front, replied seriously. Kakashi asked again, "Then who taught you your swordsmanship?" Kakadong, "My father, Hatake White Fang." Kakashi didn't feel surprised when he heard this, after all, he had already accepted it in his heart. Kakashi also said seriously, "Then we should be half-brothers." Kakadong, "There's nothing wrong with you saying that." Kakadong didn't argue. Kakashi asked again, "Then why don't you go back to Konoha? It must be very difficult to live alone outside these years, right?" In Kakashi's view, it must be very difficult for a person to grow up outside the village. In addition, his father is often not around him, and Kakashi still has to study hard to learn swordsmanship. During those days, Kakadong must have had a very difficult time, and he might even have had a full and hungry life. Fact, although Jainin masters extraordinary power, it is a high-risk profession in this world, and it is also a high-risk profession with low income. Those wandering ninjas would be even worse off if they were rewarded. Even if they were not rewarded, they would still be in poverty because they had no life skills. In this world where ninjas do not work, ninjas are actually a sad and hateful existence. Kakadong glanced at Kakashi, who was full of sympathy, with an incomprehensible look. In Kakadong's heart, Kakashi is the worst one. His mother must have been unloving and his father lax since he was a child. Otherwise, why would the White Fang in this world not even hand over Hatake's family swordsmanship to Kakashi? If you really cared about Kakashi, it would be impossible for Kakashi to go astray now. Kakadong has never thought about the question of whether the Hatake White Fang of this world died young? With his White Fang sword skills, if he didn't want to die, who in the world could kill him? Hatake White Fang, you're right. Shimura Dens, who was passing by, gave a thumbs up. Seeing that Kakadong didn't want to talk to him, Kakashi took the opportunity to say, "That other guy is called Uchiha Runtu? I have a companion named Uchiha Obito, who looks very similar to him, just like two brothers." After regarding Kakadong as his brother who was exiled, Kakashi had an idea in his mind. That is to find a way to lure the other party back to Konoha. It's not that Kakashi wants to trick this brother, but from Kakashi's simple perspective, nothing outside is as good as Konoha. "You want to take the opportunity to find out information about me?" Kakadong looked at Kakashi with a sneer. Then Kakadong nodded, "But you can indeed regard Runtu as Obito's brother." In fact, Kakadong still looked down on the transformation of himself in front of him. One is that the strength is too weak, and the other is a temperament problem. The Kakashi of this world looks too decadent, and his dead fish eyes have completely lost their luster. Kakashi, who has been called other people's children since childhood, hates this look. You have to be so desperate for life to develop a pair of eyes like this. Kakadong also quietly inquired about information. "How many cage-level experts do you have in Konoha?" Kakashi's professionalism is there. Faced with Kakadong's sudden question, Kakashi, who was instantly alert, replied expressionlessly, "No comment." "That's such a pity. Let me ask you another question, which of the 5 great ninja villages is the weakest? You'd better think carefully before answering me, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't do something to your disciples." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto next to him shouted righteously, "Kakashi-sensei, don't tell this bad guy, I'm a ninja of Konoha, I'm not afraid of death." The little Sakura next to her also didn't dare to show weakness. "I, Harano Sakura, am also not afraid of sacrifice." "Harano Sakura? Is this the Harano I know?" Kakashi glanced at Harano Sakura with complicated eyes. Kakashi also noticed Kakashi's gaze. Kakashi, who was worried that this brother would attack his students, quickly said, "Sand Ninja Village." The weakest among the 5 great ninja villages is Sand Ninja Village. Sand Ninja. Is it one tail? Kakadong nodded thoughtfully. After the Taki Ninja Village is solved, calls Hiwo back to snatch one tail. Kakadong suddenly made a decision in his heart. After digging out the information he needed again, Kakadong silently shut his mouth and continued on his way. A group of people walked for almost half a day, and the sun gradually set in the sky. A group of people who chose to camp in the wild at night gathered around the fire. Perhaps they realized that Kakadong and the two had no ill intentions towards them, and Naruto did not yell as much as he did at the beginning. Kakashi, on the other hand, kept testing Kakadong with words, trying to dig out the organization behind Kakashi. An organization that dares to take advantage of tailed beasts is definitely not a simple organization. The most important thing is that as long as the opponent's goal is tailed beasts, that organization will definitely confront Konoha in the future and find out everything about the enemy in advance. This is also the basic quality of ninjas. Certainly. Before the worst future happened, he wanted to try to save his half-brother. Chapter 19, This ninja world is a bit poor. Just when everyone around the fire had different thoughts, a burst of white mist suddenly came over them. Before everyone could react, everyone was enveloped in white mist, and even the fire was extinguished by the white mist. This sudden change made everyone present very nervous, especially little Sakura, a girl, who screamed in the fog. After all, she was tied up, and if there really was an enemy in the fog, it was really a lamb to be slaughtered. In the blinding fog, Kakashi looked worriedly in the direction where Naruto was just now. Naruto! Kakashi shouted nervously in the fog. I'm over here. Naruto's voice came from all around. Kakashi's face turned extremely ugly when he heard Naruto's reply. The sound came from all directions, and it was impossible to tell which direction Naruto was. The sudden fog reminded Kakashi of the isolated Kirigakure. Jijijija. Heart, throat, head, which part of your body do you want me to take away? A sneer from the lower level came from the fog. Kakashi's face changed after hearing such harsh laughter and such a naughty question. Kakashi already realized who it was. Mist Shinobi. Zabuza. Kakashi yelled through gritted teeth. The reason why Kakashi shouted out the opponent's name and title was to remind them of the only 2 high-end combat capabilities on their side. Although they are prisoners now, at least Kakadong and the others are not prepared to kill them, but that is not necessarily the case for the Mist Shinobi traitor. The other party actually chose to take action directly, which meant that the other party was also a killer sent by Cardo. Mist Shinobi Zabuza? Have you heard of this name? Runto asked with a confused look on his face. Kakashi already said that he was from Mist Shinobi, but in our world, he is also from Shuizhou. How could I possibly know him? Kakadong rolled his eyes at his companion speechlessly. Silent killing technique. What Zabuza is best at is silent killing. He can quietly approach the target in the fog, and then take the target's life. Kakashi's nervous voice came again. Zabuza's admiration came from the fog again, as expected of a Konoha technician, you can see it so quickly. After hearing this, Runto couldn't hold back. Pfft! Ahahahahaha! Konoha technician? Konoha technician! Kakadong, why don't you also learn your transformation and get a title like Imperial Technician? Runto, who was amused by this title, laughed wildly and slapped the ground. Kakadong's face turned dark and he glanced at Runto speechlessly. Due to the influence of a certain emperor, in the number 0 ninja world, the title of technician has become somewhat tinged with color. The black-faced Kakadong scolded, don't laugh, I'm not good at wind style. You should quickly find a way to get rid of this fog. After scolding Runto, Kakadong glanced at Kakashi in disgust, Konoha technician? Why do you accept this title? Kakashi looked confused. He didn't understand why Runto was so crazy. Is his title ridiculous? Runto, who was scolded, retorted depressedly, ahem. I don't know wind style either. Then use fire style. Okay. Runto responded, then quickly formed seals with his hands. Inferno style how flame ball technique. The Emperor's greatest achievement was the development of countless techniques throughout his life, including advanced versions of the 5 basic escape techniques. Just like Runto just used Inferno style. It has a higher temperature than Inferno style, and a flame that is hotter and difficult to extinguish. The huge fireball was like the sun slowly rising from the ground. The flaming ball like the sun not only dissipates the cold, but also dispels the haze that can make people blind. Cracked so quickly? The intelligence is wrong. Who are these 2 guys who appeared out of nowhere? The exposed Zabuza looked at Runto and Kakadong with an extremely ugly expression. Suzuki looked even more excitedly at Runto's Inferno style. Is the flame hotter than fire? Teacher, I want to learn this. No Uchiha can resist the temptation to play with fire, and Suzuki is no exception. Same white hair, and this look. Zabuza exclaimed in disbelief after seeing Kakashi clearly. Konoha technician Kakashi has a brother. Kakadong. It's Zabuza as expected, be careful with the knife in his hand. The broken sword and the decapitating sword is one of Kirigakure's 7 most precious swords. It can absorb the iron in the enemy's blood, thereby repairing itself and absorbing the blood to restore physical strength. Therefore, it is regarded as a sword that cannot be broken. Kakashi reminded loudly. Is this a treasure? Runto looked at Zabuza with a strange look. As someone who joined the Imperial Army and was still in the army, Runto certainly knew the sword in front of him and even knew its function. There are many standard weapons in the elite troops, including the so-called treasure broken sword, the beheading sword. But this so-called sword is not very popular within the army because it is too useless. As Kakashi just said, the only advantage of this knife is that it can repair itself, but the problem is that with the luxurious configuration of the Imperial Army, this so-called advantage is of no use at all. The Empire has cracked some of the special ninja swords. The broken sword and the beheading sword are the first ninja swords to be cracked and mass-produced. As expected of a Konoha technician, he has some knowledge. Zabuza gently stroked the blade of the beheading sword, as if the sword was not a sword but a peerless beauty. Seeing this scene, Runto felt a chill, and felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. The stone that he used to cushion the table legs at home felt like a treasure in other people's homes. Runto looked at Zabuza with contempt. This guy actually uses the beheading sword as a treasure. He is such a poor kid who has never seen the world. Runto couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A master of swordsmanship? Leave this enemy to me. Kakadong said proactively. It was the first time he encountered a knife master in this world. As someone who also played with knives, Kakadong would certainly not give up the opportunity to learn from each other. Chapter 20, Terrifying Ninjutsu with up to 44 seals. Do you want to compete with me in swordsmanship? Zabuza also looked at Kakadong with excitement. Then come on. After the monster screamed, Zabuza slashed at Kakad with a big sword. Zabuza's simple and crude movements made Kakadong frown. What the hell is this called swordsmanship? There is no skill at all, just wielding the machete with brute force. Kakadong turned sideways to avoid Zabuza's slash. You can hide pretty quickly. Zabuza looked at Kakadong excitedly, and then continued to wave the machete in his hand. After a brief confrontation, Kakadong realized something serious. I was really sloppy just now. This guy has no technology at all. Kakadong from other world has not heard a word of this world. When Hatake White Fang dies, the swordsmanship of the ninja world goes back 800 years. Zabuza's entire strength is focused on the silent killing technique. Without the cooperation of Mist Shinobi technique, Zabuza's swordsmanship is directly reduced by 20%. I've been dodging wantonly the whole time. Are I observing the opponent's swordsmanship? Kakashi thoughtfully said of Kakadong during the anti-Japanese war. Kakashi discovered that his half-brother was far stronger than he imagined, and his swordsmanship even surpassed that of his father, Hatake White Fang. Zabuza's strength is actually not weak, and he is considered to be at the upper level among Jonin, especially his terrifying silent killing technique. Without the means to restrain this ninjutsu, even cage-level experts would be at risk of falling when faced with Zabuza. Pa! During the battle, Kakadu suddenly grabbed the spine of the beheading sword and commented expressionlessly, "The only praiseworthy thing about your so-called swordsmanship is that it is silent. If my guess is correct, your swordsmanship needs the assistance of the previous Kiri shadow technique, and your steps are very light, and there is no even any sound. These three complement each other, and if they are taken away, they will be greatly reduced." Zabuza's face turned red with anger when he heard this, but he was unable to refute. Because what they said is true. Bang! After splitting Kakadong with one kick, Zabuza with a ferocious face said fiercely, "Don't be too proud, bastard. My strength is more than this." After Zabuza finished speaking, he inserted the beheading sword into the ground, and then began to form seals with his hands. Is this a countdown competition and preparation for a ninjutsu competition? Kakadong looked at Zabuza with interest. 1, 2, 10, 20. When Zabuzan reached the 30th seal, Kakadong, who was still casual at first, silently pulled out the short sword from his back. Even Runtu, who was not far away, silently activated Sharingan, and even the surface of his body slowly condensed into a layer of cold chakra. In the number 0 ninja world, almost most of the conventional ninjutsu have been streamlined to an outrageous level. Some ninjutsu only require 1 or 2 seals to release, and even those A-level ninjutsu only require about 4. Just a seal. Only those secret techniques at the forbidden technique level require multiple seals. In Runtu and Kakadong's understanding, the strength of ninjutsu is linked to the number of seals formed. The stronger the ninjutsu, the more seals are required. Zabuza on the opposite side has already formed 38 seals, and what's even more frightening is that he is still forming seals. 40 of them. Kakadong held his breath, and even the palm of his hand holding the knife began to sweat. Even if it's an S-level forbidden technique, it doesn't need so many seals, right? The most powerful forbidden technique in the Empire only requires 34 seals. How powerful this technique is! When the 44th seal was formed, Zabuza finally released his ultimate ninjutsu. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Kakadong. Runtu. Seeing this incredibly powerful technique, their jaws almost hit the ground in shock. You spent a long time forming seals there, a total of 44. So you actually used a B-level ninjutsu? This is a scam. They have been tense here for so long, thinking about their feelings for so long, and you ended up having a poop? Kakadong, who had a slightly darker complexion, slashed away the water dragon with his backhand. Runtu, who closed Sharingan and took down the half-finished Susanoo, said sincerely, "This guy can be considered a genius if he can develop water dragon bomb to 44 seals." Kakadong nodded sympathetically. This guy is indeed a technical talent. 44 seals of water dragon bomb, he has learned a lot today. CO author, you look so fierce, but you turn out to be a funny guy. Just when Kakadong was about to deal with the funny man, a mysterious ninja wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared. Before everyone could react, the mysterious ninja held a blowpipe and hit Zabuza. Zabuza, who was hit by the poisonous needle, didn't even scream and fell straight to the ground. The cat-faced masked ninja humbly thanked him, "Thank you for your help. I am the Mist Shinobi Pursuit Team. This is the rebellious ninja of our village. Now I want to return it to life." Kakadong stared blankly at the masked man who suddenly jumped out to grab someone's head. Is this guy still a traitor? Kakadong looked at the unconscious Zabuza with some surprise. But if you are a traitor? With an idea in mind, Kakadong stopped the masked man who was about to take Kakadong away and said, "You can't take him away. The nervous masked man reacted fiercely and asked, "Do you want to be our enemy Kirigakuer?" "That's right." Kakadong nodded. For the sake of the nine-tailed beasts, they would have to fight against the 5 great ninja villages sooner or later. Although Zabuza was a funny man, his strength was definitely real. The silent killing technique is considered elite among Jainin. Although its shortcomings are also obvious, it can be regarded as a fighting ability. The most important thing is that such a person is actually a rebel ninja of Kirigakuer, so the chance of subduing the opponent is even greater. Chapter 21, Haku and Zabuza. Shiro, who was originally planning to take Zabuza away, turned pale after hearing Kakadong's words. The worst result occurred: this group of people were not fooled at all. In the past, when encountering ninjas from other ninja villages and being defeated, this trick worked almost every time. After all, during peace, no one in the ninja village would be willing to offend another ninja village for the sake of a traitor. But it happened that he met 2 people who took the unusual path today. "You can leave now and leave this person behind." Kakadong's voice sounded again, with a trace of impatience in his tone. "You just want to steal people's heads, but you actually want to take them away too? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Ice Release Mist Shinobi Ice Crystal Technique. A mouthful of ice crystal white mist suddenly spat out from Bai's mouth, and the white mist like ice crystals once again covered everyone. After succeeding, Shiro did not pursue the victory, but picked up Zabuza and escaped from the coverage of the white mist. "Ha! You can't take him away." Runtu suddenly blocked Bai's way. "How come it's so fast?" Bai, who had just left the range of the white mist, looked at Runtu in front of him in disbelief. Unwilling to give up, Shiro formed a seal with his hands, preparing to continue releasing ninjutsu. "That's enough." The blood-red Sharingan came into view, and Bai Dai, who was instantly controlled by the illusion, stood there stunned as if he had lost his soul. Sharingan's illusion. He subdued the person instantly. Suzuki looked at this scene with admiration in his eyes. At this time, Kakadong also broke out from the white mist. Looking at Bai, who was controlled, Kakashi formed a seal with his hands and activated the chakra sealing technique. After sealing Bai and Zabuchang's chakra in the same way, Runtu unlocked the illusion on Bai's body. Shiro didn't even have the ability to struggle in front of Manjiki's genjutsu. "I was caught. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama," Haku said to himself with a bitter look on his face. Listening to Bai's whisper, Kakadu frowned and asked, "Are you not from Mist Ninja Village?" It had reached such a point that Shiro no longer had the need to lie, and he admitted with abandonment, "Yes. Like Zabuza-sama, I am just a wandering ninja employed by Cardo." Kakadong nodded and did not hesitate on this issue. Instead, he asked curiously, "You seem to be using ice escape just now." Bai nodded. "Then you are very lucky. Is it hereditary?" Kakadong continued to ask. That damn love for talent began to surge again. Kakadong felt that Bai was also a talent, so he decided to conquer him first. "Good luck?" "I don't think so. This is the source of trouble and the source of all disasters." Bai obviously hates the blood inheritance limit on his body. Seeing Bai's reaction, Kakadong was speechless. "You must know that within the Empire, the blood successor limitation family has received a lot of preferential treatment, especially the blood succession limitation such as ice escape, which has almost no side effects. Within the Empire, holders of blood inheritance limits can even break the marriage law and implement polyandry or polygamy. There are even rewards for giving birth to children, and the rewards are also quite generous. Just like the fool named Uchiha Runta next to him. Normally, with Runta's IQ, he should be poor in his life, but this unlucky kid is so lucky. He started Manjiki at a young age. He had no money, so he could make a lot of money by donating semen, so in the end, Runtu, who was a scumbag and even worse than him, ended up with more money than him. Who can I talk to explain this kind of thing? I told you the reason why I hate the limit of my blood inheritance, can you let me go? Bai looked at Kakadong with hope as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Kaka, whose curiosity was aroused, nodded, you can consider it. When I was a child, I lived in a village that hated the bloodline because of the war. My mother had the bloodline, but she kept this secret hidden. It wasn't until I started to show the bloodline inherited from my mother that the tragedy just began. My mother was killed by the angry villagers, and I activated my blood inheritance limit in fear and sacrificed blood to all the villagers. Later, I was found living on the street by Zabuza-sama. Etc. Runta next to him suddenly interrupted by. There are 3 unreasonable things in the story you told. First, you said that you grew up in a village that hated the bloodline world because of the war? Those so-called villagers. No. It should be the unruly people. These are the traumas caused to these people by extraordinary power. Why do they hate blood succession limits but not ninjas? This is very unreasonable. Second, you said that your mother also had blood inheritance limits, so how was she killed by those unruly people? Third, and most importantly, you, a group of ordinary people who can offer blood sacrifices to those who first awakened to bloodline, why didn't your mother resist at that time? His blood inheritance limit is much stronger than yours. After Runta finished speaking, he stared at Bai. The girl in front of me is quite good looking, but she talks about running a train. Although she is trying to survive, she wouldn't make up such a story to deceive them, right? Kakadong looked at Runtu in surprise. Runtu, you have changed, you didn't do IQ before. After reacting, Kakadong also looked at Bai with confusion. Runtu's doubts were indeed well-founded. Ah, this. Shiro was also a muggle by asking this question, and Shiro's CPU was overloaded and fell into a short circuit. Yes. Why is it that the ninja war has hurt you? What does it have to do with the blood succession limit? Aren't you supposed to hate ninjas? This is just like how the refugees who were persecuted by the war did not hate submachine guns, but hated X. And mother. At that time, my mother also had blood inheritance limits. Why was she killed by those unruly people? As for the final question, that is actually the second question. It seems you are lying to me. I'm sorry. I hate being lied to. After Runta finished speaking, he was about to cut open the unconscious Zabuza next to him. Zabuza, who was still lying on the ground as a corpse, suddenly sat up in a state of dying illness. After sitting up straight, Zabuza pulled out the poisonous needle from his neck. Looking at Runta who looked like him walking towards him, he felt that his Shinigami was getting closer and closer to him. Zabuza quickly shouted, "Wait! A ninja of unknown origin, I can prove that Shiro didn't speak." Chapter 22, Kakashi, destroying his combat power? It turns out everyone is doing this. You may not know the situation in the Kingdom of Water, nor the darkness of the Blood Mist. Although Bai's story is bizarre, it is true. Affected by the Mizu Cage, almost the entire Water Kingdom hates and even fears the Bloodline family, and Shiro's parents are just one of the victims. Zabuza's tone was filled with overwhelming hatred. This was not directed at Kakadong and the others, it was directed at the fourth Mizu Cage. He didn't understand, let alone why the good Kirigakure became like that. The world only knows that he killed all the students in his class when he graduated, but that was actually just his rebellion against that bloody system. The graduates of the ninja school in Mist Ninja Village must kill each other in order to select the best ninja. The most ridiculous thing is that many people believed this reason. In order to correct this mistake, he hacked to death all the graduates of his class. From Zabuza's point of view, the purpose was to alert those higher UPS that if this system continued, the village chief would lose his hematopoietic function and would no longer have fresh blood to replenish. But he overestimated the fourth Mizu Cage and his stupid supporters. He actually got an award afterwards. Yes, it's a commendation. Zabuza, who was completely disappointed with the village, wanted to save the village, so he chose to assassinate Mizukage. The result was that the assassination failed, and then the village had to be rebelled. Forward. Runtu and Kakadong looked at each other, and both sides saw doubts in each other's eyes. Out of caution, Kakadong first asked, "That so-called shadow of yours should be equivalent to the supreme ruler of Kirigakuer, right?" Zabuza nodded. Runtu analyzed seriously, "So, brother, do you think there is a possibility that your shadow is actually an undercover agent?" Kakadong next to him nodded in sympathy. If this Mizukage was not an undercover agent, he would not have issued such a lunatic policy. Zabuza. Of course, the fourth generation project cannot be an undercover agent. After all, Kirigakuer's mysterious operation started after the fourth generation project took over. The previous high-level officials still had some skills. Zabuza gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard betrayed Kirigakuer and the high hopes of our ancestors." Kakadong complained, "Are you, the fourth generation, stupid? Otherwise, how could you be so stupid as to destroy the village's high-end combat capability? No matter which ninja world they are in, those blood successor families have high-end combat capabilities. Targeting the limited blood successor families like this is simply suicide, especially since this world has not yet been unified." Zabuza didn't react at all, but Kakashi, who was also tied up, had a weird look on his face, as if he was suddenly fed disgusting flies. "I feel that my village is too strong and I am sacrificing my fighting power. Why does this operation look inexplicably familiar? Thinking of that third generation project, I also thought of what happened to my father and Uchiha." Kakashi fell into deep thought. Before, he had always thought that only wealthy people like Konoha would dare to do that kind of stupid operation. After listening to Zabuza's words today, Kakashi suddenly realized. Emotions are not only played this way in Konoha, but also in the Mist Ninja village next door. This world is so weird. Runta was speechless for a while. The ninjas in this world were really miserable. These were stupid rulers. Thinking about the emperor again, this gap becomes obvious when compared. In the empire, the emperor wished that his bloodline-limited families could take off where they were. In order to support those families, the emperor even went to the extent of pursuing technology frantically. Compare it to the so-called shadow. In order to suppress the bloodline family, they directly went to the knife. Runta whispered incomprehensibly, "I have decided to bring those old men from my tribe to this world to open up wasteland after I go back." Kakadong glanced at Runta with an unclear look, not knowing what this guy wanted to do. Runta said seriously, "Recently, the elders in the clan are very disgusted with the Emperor's research on Sharingan. I think they should be allowed to see how miserable the bloodline family is in this world." Kaka was speechless and rolled his eyes for a long time. "Goodbye, there are Uchiha in this world, what if they live a better life? Wouldn't that be counterproductive?" Runta shook his head confidently and said, "I feel that this may not be big. The Emperor said that our Uchiha are prone to mental illness. The world is so sick, and the probability of Uchiha developing mental illness will definitely be very high. Maybe Uchiha is now being confused by a group of psychopaths? Kyunyu, prophet, the sword is dead." Kakadon didn't respond, but continued to ask, "Then how did Bai's mother die?" Zabuza curled his lips in disdain and said with disgust, "That stupid woman can't bear to kill those unruly people until she dies. That stupid woman will die when she is captured without mercy." Kakadong. Run to. The two once again received a subversive impact from Otherworld. Article 3 of Imperial Law, when a ninja is in mortal danger, he will have unlimited rights to fight back to ensure that he will not be harmed. The school has been teaching them a truth almost since elementary school: the safety of the Empire is above all else. Your own safety is more important than 10 taels. As for those civilians who are innocent? What innocent civilian would kill the mother of a daughter? That's a mob. Obito leaned into Kakadong's ear and whispered, ninjas in this world don't seem to be very smart. Is this the legendary education of ignorant people? Kakadong, you just know? Have you forgotten my transformation? What ninja is a tool and what mission comes first? This is no longer just an ordinary fool, but people have also washed their minds. This world is pervert, and the ninjas in this world are stupid. The two of them had a profound understanding of this passage. It seems that from now on, we can no longer use normal human thinking to measure the ninjas of this world. Obito and Kakadong both thought at the same time that the experiences of Haku and Zabuza had given them both a lot of experience. Chapter 23, The Pig Above the Ninja. What to do? How to deal with these two guys? Runto looked at Kakadong with some embarrassment. They originally wanted to subdue Zabuza, but after listening to Zabuza's words, the two realized that this guy actually still had Kirigakure in his heart. How about killing him directly? Kakadong looked like Zabuza had a murderous look in his eyes. Zabuza could clearly feel the killing intent in Kakadong, but Zabuza did not beg for mercy, but resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes. Now that Takla is blocked and the person is still tied up, Zabuza can no longer find any hope of making a comeback. Kakadong said expressionlessly, "Do you want to join the Empire? Your shadow makes you kneel with false bonds, but the Empire can make you stand up." Ha! Zabuza sneered, not even looking at Kakadong. He was forced to become a rebellious nin, and it was impossible for him to betray Kirigakure. "It seems that you have made a choice," Kakadong said in a cold tone, and then looked at Bai next to him. "Now it's your choice." Haku said categorically, "I am willing to die with Zabuza-sama." "In that case, let's start with you first." Kakadong slowly pulled out the short sword and walked towards Bai step by step. "If you don't surrender to the Empire, you will be the enemy of the Empire in the future. In this case, you can only kill a bloodline in advance. The blood succession limit is valuable or not valuable in the Empire. After all, with the help of technology and hard work, the blood succession limit in the Empire is growing explosively every year." "Wait!" Zabuza, who was still resolute at first, saw this scene and quickly stopped Kakadong. Although he has always said that he is a tool, that is just words. As the saying goes, a dog will have feelings after being kept around for a long time, let alone a human being. Zabuza said to Haku, "Haku, you are not from Kirigakure, you can follow them." Byakuya shouted excitedly, "No! I am Zabuza-sama's tool, I can't live alone," etc. At this time, Runta stopped Kakadong. "These two people may still be useful." Kakadong stopped and then looked at Runtu. Runtu explained, "The portal also needs experimental subjects. An ordinary ninja and a blood successor are just right. If they are just experimental subjects, these ones should be fine, right?" Kakadong pointed to Kakashi and others not far away. Runtu asked meaningfully, "Are you sure? Suzuki definitely can't do it. Are you willing to give up Kakashi?" Kakadong. After hearing this, Kakadong silently put away the short sword. The variant of the parallel world is very important, which the Emperor had already reminded him. He really didn't want to kill his own variant unless necessary. Kakashi, who had his heart in his throat, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Experimental subjects, etc., sound very insecure. In this way, the captive team expanded again. The capital of the Fire Nation. Is this the Kingdom of Fire? Standing on the tallest building in the capital, Zhiwo murmured expressionlessly. "How is it? Isn't it very prosperous?" Jiraiya asked proudly. Zhiwo nodded, "It's indeed quite luxurious, especially for the nobles. Within the empire, the one who lived the best life was definitely the emperor's family. But even the life of the emperor's family is far inferior to the life of these nobles. Although there are many people in the emperor's harem, most of them are ninjas, and they are definitely not as good as these nobles in terms of enjoyment. Although the emperor was obsessed with spectacle, it did add a lot of jobs. In terms of quality of life, the second tier are those blood-steppe families, such as Uchiha and Senju. But both Uchiha and Senju know one truth. The pursuit of pleasure means the regression of strength. In the empire where the strong is supreme, the regression of strength is absolutely not allowed. A very strange system. Zhiwo frowned and commented. Why is the aristocratic system in this world strange? That's because Zhiwo found that the strength of this group of nobles was really too weak. These nobles reminded Zhiwo of an animal. Pig. But just such a group of pigs use money to drive ninjas to work for them. The ninjas with super strength have become dogs tied by a dog chain. Jiraiya said proudly, the nobles and the Ming govern the civilians, and the ninja village restrains the ninjas, and the peace that people dream of has arrived. As long as no trouble occurs in the ninja village, the world will always maintain this delicate balance, and then there will be eternal peace. Go down. When I find the legendary son of prophecy, he can change the hatred between people, so that there will no longer be wars between ninja villages, and there will no longer be fights between people. Zhiwo. Zhiwo couldn't help but ask, since you long for peace, why do you place your hope on the son of prophecy? Jiraiya, this. A somewhat ashamed Jiraiya argued, ahem. I also have my own mission. My mission is to guide the son of prophecy. Zhiwo questioned with deep heart, you think you can't do it yourself, so you place your hopes on others, right? The so-called son of prophecy bringing peace is too false. I know the only way to peace. After seeing this chaotic and classified world clearly, Zhiwo realized how great the emperor was. In our world, it is not the son of prophecy who brings peace, and there has never been a savior. It is the emperor who brings peace to the world. He used his absolute strength to coerce the nations, suppressed his opponents with bloody methods, and then established a powerful empire that spanned the ninja world. The atmosphere in the empire may be unharmonious, even like a pressure cooker, and the atmosphere is so oppressive that people can't breathe, but the world is indeed at peace. As Zhiwo spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he felt the fire in his heart burning more and more intensely. I just feel that my whole person has been sublimated. The world is terrible. What a nonsense world where ninjas are ruled by a group of pigs, and then ninjas wield butcher knives on civilians who provide meals to the pigs. Chapter 24, The Awakening to Stop the Fire. Jiraiya looked at Zhiwo sincerely and prayed, our world is very prosperous, so, please don't bring the flames of war to our world. We have been devastated by the war and have paid enough. Even now, Jiraiya still hopes to convince Zhiwo, his gentle enemy. Zhiwo commented indifferently, false prosperity. Jiraiya retorted without thinking, just like prosperity, no matter how false it is better than war everywhere, right? Hearing this, Zhiwo suddenly remembered the emperor's words. In a certain pervert world, a group of people who follow justice are guarding the worst order with their lives and beliefs, because those people believe that the worst order is better than no order. Zhiwo disagrees with this kind of thing. Just like the current situation in the empire, everyone can obviously enjoy life happily, so why is the emperor still so urgent? It's like someone is still chasing the empire. Let me tell you a story about the empire I am loyal to. Zhiwo sat on the roof, looking into the distance with his eyes blankly. Knowing that the other party was going to make a big deal, and being able to get more information, Jiraiya quickly went to Zhiwo's side. Zhiwo also slowly talked about the establishment of the empire. It has been exactly 20 years since the empire was established. Because the ninja village era before the establishment of the empire was too dark and was not conducive to the unity of the empire, we rarely learn about the history and culture of the ninja village era. 20 years ago, our emperor. If you are not used to it, you can call him Kyunyu. The emperor is like the son of prophecy and savior in your mouth. He was born with extraordinary power. It is said that the emperor's father is the Senju, matrilineal Uchiha clan. At the beginning, the emperor was not accepted by those two clans. Until finally the emperor broke the shackles between the two clans and successfully awakened the unique blood successors of the two clans. Etc. Jiraiya, who had a fierce look on his face, stopped the fire in disbelief and asked in surprise, "You said your shadow awakened Sharingan and wood style?" Zhiwo nodded expressionlessly. "How can it be? How could Senju and Uchiha get together? No wonder these two races have been sworn enemies for thousands of years. Will such a terrifying monster be born after the combination of the two? Is this the era of ninja villages where monsters ended?" Jiraiya thought silently in his heart. Looking at Jiraiya, who was silent, Zhiwo continued, "I don't know much about the later details. I only know that His Majesty the Emperor launched the Third Ninja War. The Emperor called that war the Holy War to end all wars in the ninja world. In the end, His Majesty the Emperor succeeded. He swept across the entire ninja world in just 1 year, and also cleared all the ninja world in just 1 year. Of nobles and diehards. Afterwards, people calculated that in those 2 years, nearly 100,000 ninjas died, and the number of ordinary people was close to more than 2 million. Naturally, he couldn't help but sigh, 100,000 ninjas? More than 2 million ordinary people? Isn't this too cruel? What is the concept of 100,000 ninjas? The number of active ninjas in Konoha is only 13,000. Even if those unregistered ninjas are included, the total number of ninjas in Konoha will probably not exceed 30,000. This is still Konoha, and the number of ninjas in other ninja villages will only be less than Konoha. In other words, the so-called Holy War killed at least 3 Konoha ninjas. Just thinking about such a war makes people shudder. Jiraiya, who only felt horrified, asked, "Can this also be called jihad?" Zhiwo sneered and asked, "Why can't it be called a holy war? He did end all wars in the ninja world. As for the casualties you mentioned? After world peace, the empire only took 5 years to recover. Do you know how many ninjas there are in the empire now? There are nearly 1 million ninjas on staff. And there are still 1.5 million ninjas to be filled." Hiss. Jiraiya took a deep breath when he heard such an astonishing number. Jiraiya denied it excitedly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is the concept of 1 million ninjas? Even if the 5 major countries unite, there will still be a 10-fold gap compared to the so-called empire." "I told the truth, and," Zhiwo said meaningfully, "I have been exposed to relatively few imperial secrets. This number will only be more, not less." The reason why he told the empire's background was actually to convince Jiraiya, hoping that the shinobi villages in this world could give up resistance and quietly wait for the empire's attitude. After being in contact with Jiraiya for a while, Zhiwo also roughly understood Jiraiya's status in this world. Once the war is ignited, no one is sure where it will eventually burn. The kind-hearted Zhiwo does not want a war between the two worlds. Although his butt is a little crooked, Zhiwo is indeed loyal to the empire. The reason why he said so much was just because he didn't want too many people to die because of the war. Jiraiya woke up suddenly and asked with a horrified look, "Has your empire already made a decision? Are you going to go to war with us?" "Feel sorry." Zhiwo sighed. Seeing the darkness of this world, Zhiwo realized that it was impossible for the empire and the system of this world to coexist, and it was only a matter of time before the two sides went to war. "You have disappointed me so much. It seems that you are not as kind as I thought. Since you want a war, let's do it. In order to protect our homeland, we Konoha will not be afraid of anything." Jiraiya glanced at Zhiwo with disappointment in his eyes, then turned around and left without looking back. He then went back to remind the old man and let him prepare for war. This war may be more cruel than the previous 3 ninja wars. Looking at Jiraiya leaving, Shizuka didn't stop him. As the saying goes, people who have different paths do not agree with each other. Although Jiraiya was the first friend he made after coming to this world, the two eventually became strangers. Zhiwo sighed in his heart, the remnants of the old era. Why do they stick to the so-called CEO governance system of ninja villages and daimyo? Chapter 25, that's right. That's cage-level recruiting. After Jiraiya left, Zhiwo did not stay in the capital for long. Such false prosperity was not the prosperity he wanted to see. Zhiwo felt uncomfortable staying in this place for a while. After raising his wrist and glancing at his watch, Zhiwo left the capital of the Land of Fire with his head down. The full name of the watch on Shisui's hand is the Nano Chakram Metal Watch. This little thing can be said to be the highest crystallization of imperial technology. The small watch contains the biotechnology of Oricamab, the mechanical technology of Yakushi Bag, and the nano-bug technology of the Aberame clan. The functions are extremely powerful. Not only do they have cross-border communication capabilities, they also have infrastructure and positioning functions, and they can even perform emergency rescue. Even the construction of cross-border portals requires the help of these nano-worms. This direction and distance seems to be the kingdom of waves, right? Is their goal the kingdom of water? Looking at the positioning on the mechanical watch, Zhiwo frowned and said to himself. Forget it, let's go meet them first. It's a pity that I didn't learn Flying Thunder God, otherwise it would have been much easier to go on the road. He just regretted that he didn't work hard enough in school at that time. At the Imperial Armed Forces University, almost every student can take one or two perfected forbidden techniques, including Felician, but it is a pity that he did not choose. Jiraiya looked at the direction Zhihui left and sighed sadly, in the direction of Wave Country? Zhiwo. It seems that the next time we meet, we will be enemies. As soon as Shisui's front foot left, the root ninja seamlessly found Jiraiya. Sir, this is the order given to you by Lord Danzo. The root ninja handed over the mission book with both hands. Looking at the contents of the letter, Jiraiya said awkwardly, catch Zhiwo together? You guys came too late. He has already left the country of fire. If they pursue now, they can still catch up, but after getting along with each other these days, Jiraiya knows that Zhiwo is a very kind person, and he also has no good impression of Danzo and Genbi, so he chooses to shirk. Ninja World Number 0. Today Kyunyu specially invited two imperial ministers to meet. These two ministers are the Minister of Imperial Security Hitaki White Fang, the Chief Inspector of the Empire, Uchiha Toyama. Putting down the teacup respectfully, Uchiha Toyama asked worriedly, Your Majesty, is there still no news about the child? He just couldn't stand the mother-in-law at home saying their names next to him all day long, so he had to bite the bullet and find out the information. Kyunyu shook his head, the team led by Shu has not reported any news yet. If nothing unexpected happens, they should still be collecting intelligence. Is something going to happen? Uchiha Toyama asked worriedly. No, Orokai used impure world reincarnation on the three of them this morning, but it was not successful. After hearing this, Uchiha Toyama felt quietly relieved. There was no way, his two sons were both in the same team. If something happened, it would be great fun. Seiki White Fang, who had been silent next to him, suddenly said, in other words, among the current 10 teams, only Kakadong's team is definitely successful. Hearing this, Kyunyu's tone was full of praise. Yes, that child just came to that world and contacted the Empire. As a top official, Hitaki White Fang did not beat around the bush and directly questioned, Your Majesty, with all due respect, I think it is too early for us to be happy now. After all, Kakadong's team still has some problems. Kyunyu did not refute what Hitaki White Fang said. After all, what they say is true. Uchiha Toyama also echoed, especially the child Zhiwo, he is the kindest child in the Uchiha clan, and he also knows how to think about problems from the perspective of others. But those children are really too immature. They have never even been on the battlefield, and they don't know the cruelty of war, let alone the sinister nature of people. I'm worried that they will do stupid things in another world. Kyunyu didn't take Uchiha Toyama's concerns seriously. Kyunyu said meaningfully, that's why I let them serve as the advance army. Everything has two sides, it's just a matter of whether the advantages outweigh the disadvantages or the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The ninja world has indeed ushered in a long-lasting peace after joining together, but it is precisely because it is so peaceful that almost none of the new generation of ninjas have actually gone to the battlefield. Although they have experienced a lot of military exercises and virtual reality training, in general, they are just a group of recruits who have never been on a real battlefield. As the saying goes, if a country is so big that if it forgets to fight, it will lose. It can be said that Kyunyu was heartbroken for this group of recruits. Almost most of the 10 teams sent to other parallel ninja worlds are recruits, and most of them have more or less problems. To put it simply, these people have not been ravaged by war or beaten by reality, so they are somewhat immature and naive. As for the issue of betrayal, Kyunyu is not too worried about this. After all, within the empire, thinking and imperial politics are compulsory courses. When it comes to brainwashing, Kyunyu doesn't think he is any worse than B. Tianzui. P.S. Do a reader survey. You all like to read the kind of articles where the protagonist hacks into the software simply and crudely and then shows off? Or is it the kind of gap writing that allows characters and variant characters to come into contact with each other, get to know each other, and then compare each other? Or do you want them all? If you have any ideas, you can also leave them in the book review area, such as which gaps you want to compare. Finally, there is the issue of adding more chapters. The author guarantees a minimum of 5 chapters every day. If there are rewards and monthly tickets or spot goods, he will add 1 to 2 chapters, with a maximum of 7 chapters. Chapter 26, the second generation team failed its mission. 6 Paths Monster. There was a sound of high heels hitting the floor, and Ma Yi, a variant of Ma Buletin Yi, holding documents in his hand walked in anxiously from outside. Kyunyu, Naruto and Sasuke are back. Kyunyu was slightly startled when he heard this. What's going on? Nu Minji shook his head and said, they are waiting for your summons outside. You'd better ask them in person. Kyunyu looked at Uchiha Toyama and joked, your son is back. Now you don't have to worry. Call them in quickly. There was no joy on Uchiha Toyama's face. Sasuke and the others came back so quickly, which can only prove one thing, that is, their mission failed. Soon 2 black-haired boys and a yellow-haired boy came in. Meet the Emperor. The 3 of them bowed respectfully. Kyunyu nodded lightly and asked impatiently, tell me what's going on. Let me tell you. The oldest Uchiha glider, a morph of Uchiha Itachi, stood up. As soon as we got there we were pulled into a strange space where we met an old man. The other party called himself Sage of 6 Paths, and said that place was called the Pure Land, where the dead belong. Kyunyu frowned when he heard this. You must know that the grass on the graves of the 6 great immortals in this world is already 8 feet high. When he unified the ninja world, the old bastard jumped out and said that he had interfered with destiny and would lead the ninja world to a bad future. Kyunyu, who was young and energetic, didn't care so much at that time. Laozi has become an immortal now. Do you understand fate or mine? Then there is no more. Sage of 6 Paths, who couldn't even achieve immortality in the true sense, was beaten in all directions, and even his soul was lifted up by him. Did they fail in their mission because they were noticed by the Sage of 6 Paths in that world? Kyunyu was thoughtful. Sasuke, who was next to Glider, explained unwillingly, that old man is very strong. We were beaten back by his men without even taking action. Especially that guy named Senju Hashirama. His strength is simply terrifying. I suspect he has already entered the threshold of 6 Paths. Kyunyu. Grass. What kind of ninja world is this? Sage of 6 Paths actually started to dominate the dead? Naruto added, that old man has a very terrifying technology. It can give the soul a body, and the body can also bring its own sage body and wood-style body. That's it. I can't blame you for the failure of this mission. I can only say that you were unlucky. Kyunyu did not blame the trio for failing the mission. The Sage of Six Paths next door did not show any martial ethics and even went so far as to play the game of resurrecting the dead. It's really understandable that they failed. Even though Kyunyu comforted him, the three little ones were still in a bad mood. The three people with high ambitions originally thought that they could sweep through another ninja world and win the first victory with their own strength. As a result, as soon as I got there, I was beaten up by a group of bad old men who had no martial ethics. Who could I ask to reason with? If it weren't for Sasuke's special pupil skills, everyone might have to explain where he was. Kyunyu continued to comfort him softly, "Okay, you go back and rest first. Your mother and the others are still waiting for you at home." Sasuke nodded. The two brothers were so ashamed that they didn't even dare to look up at Uchiha Toyama, who looked disappointed. After the three main players left, Uchiha Toyama came directly to the doge seat. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty the Emperor." Kyunyu quickly helped Uchiha Toyama. "I said, what are you doing?" "I said it was a matter of luck and has nothing to do with Sasuke and the others." Uchiha Toyama asked rigidly, "Please give them a chance to redeem themselves." Looking at Uchiha Toyama, who couldn't be helped up, Kyunyu could only nod his head depressedly. "Oh. After a few days, when the dragon veins are fully charged, let them go to Ninja World No. 1. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thanks again, Uchiha Toyama." White Fang next to him also looked worried. Jean and the others had failed, and he didn't know what was going on with Kakadong. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this parallel ninja invasion plan is related to the next wave of power distribution in the Empire. As the Minister of Security, Hitaki White Fang certainly hopes that his son can get a piece of the cake, preferably the biggest piece. The reason why Uchiha Toyama so sincerely begged Kyunha to give Sasuke and the others another chance was because he hoped that Sasuke and the others would be qualified to participate in the cake-sharing carnival. After sending the two of them away, the depressed Kyunyu pulled Ma Yi beside him. Kyunyu buried his head between the mountains and murmured, "Is there any good news recently? Say it to make me happy." Ma Yi listened and said softly, "The cross-border portal over Orochimaru has made a new breakthrough. It has completely positioned the number 1 soft ninja world. Now we can spend a certain amount of chakra to send items to another ninja world." "That's good news." Kyunyu nodded lazily. The failure of Zhou's mission was a wake-up call for him. There are 6 paths monsters in other parallel universes, which is indeed a difficult stumbling block. Due to his cultivation, the transmission characteristics of dragon veins cannot work on him, and now in the entire ninja world, he and Satsuki Kagaya are the only ones who can truly be said to have 6 paths level combat power. Satsuki Kagaya's fighting ability makes him shake his head when he sees it. He is really worried about letting Satsuki Kagaya deal with other 6 paths monsters in the ninja world. Kyunyu could only continue to urge Orochimaru to speed up the construction of the space portal. If it doesn't work, we must find a way to expand the upper limit of the dragon vein. Ma Yi nodded. Ninja World No. 1. Kato is a very evil businessman. He uses his financial resources and violence to control all sea transportation out of the country of waves, island. For an island country like the country of waves, controlling the lifeline of maritime transportation means controlling the country's wealth, politics, and people. There, Dasna told of Cardo's sins and strength. Kakashi asked cautiously, "Is this Cardo very strong?" The Dasna alliance shook their heads. No. Cardo is not a ninja. What is scary about Cardo is the ninjas and mafia he has used his financial resources to win over. Ah! This! Runto looked at Dasna speechlessly and complained, "Your world is really interesting. Except for ninjas, can anyone stand on the head of ninjas?" Dasna! Dasna didn't dare to take up the topic and could only look at Kakadong helplessly. Chapter 27, Those who were beaten to death were all ninjas and civilians? It's not without reason that ninjas are hated by people. In this world, ninjas are humanoid weapons. If it's just a tool, forget it. The problem is that ninjas are living people. That's why civilians who have been tortured by ninjas hate ninjas, but they are very eager to become ninjas. After all, becoming a ninja in this world is much easier than becoming a noble. Runtu asked a very puzzling question. This Kaduo is so arrogant, so your so-called famous people just don't care about it. Ah! This! Dasna had cold sweat on his forehead and didn't know how to answer. There is still a gap between the Ming dynasty and the Ming dynasty. For example, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the daimyo of the Land of Waves are completely as far apart as heaven and earth. The reason why there is such a big gap between the two is military power. The ninja village is a military force of a country, but it is not under the control of the big names. This has created a situation where ninjas have always relied on the country, but they have always been outside the country. For example, in the country of Waves, there are no shinobi villages in the country of Waves, which means that the daimyo of the country of Waves do not have military power. If the daimyo of the country of Waves wants to deal with the cancer of Cardo, there is only one way, and that is to seek help from the daimyo of the country of Fire, and then pay Konoha to come to the country of Waves as mercenaries to deal with this cancer. But now the problem arises again. Kadoko, who controls the entire economy of the country of Waves, is much richer than the daimyo of the country of Waves. On the daimyo side, they can send people to carry out commissioned tasks, and on Kado's side, they can go to the next door Cloud Shinobi village to issue sniper commissions. And Ming, who had no money to hire mercenaries, could only watch the cancer of Cardo continue to grow. The thing is like this. Dasna explained the strange system of this world again. After hearing this, Runta was shocked and complained in a low voice, "No wonder the world is so chaotic. If such a world is peaceful, then there will really be ghosts." Kakashi, who had been silent at this time, suddenly asked, "So you deliberately deceived us? You came to Konoha to issue a commission. There should be a daimyo behind you, right?" Daijuna nodded awkwardly. Kakadong, who did not understand the rules of this world, asked indifferently, "Why doesn't Kado directly deal with the daimyo of Wave Country? After all, he is rich and powerful, and your so-called daimyo only occupies morality." Daijuna said, "Oh my god, why do you have such dangerous ideas? Even if you are crazy, you wouldn't think of attacking the daimyo, right? You must know that if someone usurps the daimyo, he will be besieged by daimyo from other countries. I can't tell you that your countries are quite united." Kakadong sneered, his tone full of disdain for the intelligence of this world. "Why don't we call you over and over again, and you big names and nobles won't be affected, right? All those who died were ninjas, right?" Even though he has seen the madness of this world, Kakadong still couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What a sick world." Complaints are complaints, but Kakatone still decided to help Daijuna and the others. Although the system of this time was sick, the civilians were innocent. "Let's go to the construction site. After I help you deal with Nikado, we have to go to the Kingdom of Wind." Under the leadership of Dasna, some people quickly arrived at the construction site. But what a group of people at the construction site saw was a mess. Workers were lying on the ground wailing, and some tools were damaged beyond recognition. Seeing this scene, Dasna ran to an injured worker sadly and asked, "What's going on?" An arrogant voice came from a distance, and Cardo, who was leading a group of mafia and ninjas, said with a step of disowning his relatives, "Of course it's because I don't allow this bridge to be built. This guy is so arrogant." Naruto, who was tied up, looked at Cardo very unhappily. When Kato saw Zabuza being tied up, he spat in disgust, and then cursed, "What a rubbish ninja! You can be captured alive even if you fail the mission." Zabuz's eyes turned red when he heard this. He was not one of those ninjas who followed the rules, otherwise he wouldn't have become a rebellious ninja. If eyes could kill, Cardo would have been cut to pieces by 1,000 cuts. How dare you stare at me? The arrogant Cardo ordered to the ninja next to him, wait a minute and bring this guy's eyes to me. How arrogant! Kakadong stood in front of everyone holding the short sword. Kato didn't panic at all, but instead threatened arrogantly, Konoha ninjas? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is our country of waves business. Be careful that I put a bounty on you Konoha ninjas. I am the most unruly person right now. All that's missing is money. A white sword flashed. Cardo, who was originally extremely arrogant, ended up in a pool of blood in disbelief. How dare this guy? Isn't he afraid of a huge reward? This guy is so arrogant, doesn't he know who I am? Kakadong was speechless. Why would a guy who is surrounded by a group of miscellaneous fish and has no strength at all dare to be so arrogant? In such a chaotic world, it is outrageous that such a person can survive until now. Kakashi looked at Kato lying in a pool of blood and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Maybe they really don't know you. Kakashi, who was complaining in his heart, saw Kakadong moving again before he could speak. Looking at the sharp Kakashi, Naruto was shocked and exclaimed, "Cool! This Kakashi-sensei's brother is so handsome. I feel much better than Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi. He's handsome, but the problem is that this debt belongs to Konoha. Kakashi looked at the sky speechlessly. If he had known better, he would not have accepted this mission. The position of Ninja Village is actually quite embarrassing. He cannot offend the nobles and daimyo, because it is related to the annual military expenditure. You can't offend those business groups, because the main source of income for ordinary ninjas is from those relatively entrusted tasks. No matter how you say it, Cardo is still the richest businessman in the country of waves, so his affairs still have some influence. Killing a wealthy businessman for no reason without a commission was a big blow to Konoha's reputation. Chapter 28, Naruto Exposed. Once the murderous intention sets in, it will never be possible to stop. Kakadong was so disgusted with this bad world that he didn't hold anything back. Now he just wanted to vent his malice towards the world. 2 minutes. After getting rid of all the ninjas and mafia who dared to resist, Kakadong said coldly, "I helped you solve your troubles as a reward. I need chakram metal. I don't care what method you use, I hope you can give me enough chakram metal when I come next time, otherwise I won't mind killing your famous name." Kakadong rudely blackmailed Dazna, who was already frightened. Normal ninjas wouldn't dare to attack daimyo, but Kakadong didn't have that taboo. Not to mention the famous names of the Kingdom of Waves, he would dare to kill even the famous names of the Kingdom of Fire in front of him. Kakashi moved his mouth when he saw this scene. He wanted to ask himself, "Brother, are you really not planning to establish a foothold in this world? Attack a famous person? How dare you?" Even a crazy person like Shimura Dance who wanted to become a Hokage did not dare to threaten the daimyo, but instead assassinated the Hokage. "Ah, hey! Looks like I missed a good show." A gentle voice sounded, and Shiho, who came here relying on positioning, frowned and looked at the body on the ground. Black hair, the emblem of the Uchiha clan? Another Uchiha? Kakashi's expression changed and he looked at this uninvited guest in disbelief. No. Which family was wiped out? Doesn't it mean that the only Uchiha in the entire ninja world are the Suzuki brothers? Why do these Uchiha people keep popping up after leaving the village to do the mission? Suzuki also looked at this new clan member in surprise. He found this guy looked very familiar. When he was a child, he hated this guy the most because he often stole his brother away. Seeing the sudden appearance of Shiho, Kakadong asked in surprise, "Shiho? Did you collect the information so quickly?" Shiho, who was not used to such bloody scenes, frowned. "This is not a place for chatting. Let's change places first." Many things in Kakadong don't actually cause unnecessary killing. After Zhiwo finished speaking, he couldn't help but persuade. Dejuna did not dare to offend the group of god-tiers nearby and quickly recommended himself, "Let's go to my house. It's quite quiet at my house." Kakadong glanced at the other party, then nodded indifferently. Perhaps out of the other party's goodwill, Kakadong reminded him again, "You'd better take my words to heart." The group of people arrived at Dasna's house. After Zhiwo sat down, he couldn't wait to share the information he knew. "First, let's talk about the information I collected about the tailed beasts. In this world, most of the tailed beasts have been occupied by the ninja villages, and they are sealed in the bodies of ninjas. This existence is called Jinkriki." Hearing this, Runta couldn't help but exclaimed, "Jinkriki? Such a sinful thing really exists?" Kakashi next to him changed his expression after hearing this, and had only one thought in his mind. "It's over." Kakashi glanced at Naruto nervously. Zhiwo nodded with a complicated expression, and said sympathetically, "Yes, it is Jinkriki. Use a human vessel to capture the tailed beast, and then live in symbiosis with the tailed beast. What is Jinkriki? Why are you so annoying?" Naruto next to him said with an innocent smile. "Jinkriki is a very inhuman existence. People sealed the tailed beast in Jinkriki's body, which not only deprived the tailed beast of its freedom, but also made Jinkriki an unstable existence. People around them will be afraid of Jinkriki, and even hate Jinkriki. They will not be accepted by society, and they will also bear the sins caused by the tailed beasts." After Shisui finished his knowledge, he glanced at Naruto casually, and then his expression suddenly changed. "Holy shit! Are you going too fast here? I just knew the information about Jinkriki, and you caught Jinkriki here." Shisui was so shocked that Sharingan showed up, and he even opened the 3 Megatama. Kakadong, Runto, Kakashi, Naruto. Naruto looked at Zhiwo in confusion. What's going on with this big brother who gets so excited just by looking at him? Why is he looking at him like this? Naruto asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Am I weird?" Kakashi shouted excitedly, "Wait! Is it really okay for you to talk about such an important thing here? Should they be let out?" Zabuza, who was eating melon next to him, left Kakashi speechless. "You are the only one who talks so much." Zhiwo didn't reply and ignored the emotional Kakashi. Zhiwo looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. In college, he majored in sealing and illusion. The 2 elective forbidden techniques were 8-sign seal and 4-sign seal, including inner and outer. Unlike the 2 laymen, Runto and Kakashi, Zhiwo could see the 8-sign seal engraved on Naruto's abdomen at a glance. 8-sign seal composed of 2 4-elephant seals, such a terrifying seal. What a grudge between the person who left this seal and this child. Normally, even Jinkriki does not need such a strict seal. If the seal is too tight, it will be a time bomb. The sealing technique can bring a burden. If you are not a person with a special physique, you may be tortured to death by the seal and the tailed beast after becoming a Jinkriki. P.S. Thank you to the unconscious boss and all the bosses for their monthly votes and reward support. Chapter 29, Stop the Fire. Is this how the son of a hero is treated? No. Hiss. Why does this kid look so familiar? The more Shisui looked, the more he thought he had seen Naruto somewhere. Unlike Kakadong and Runto, he has a good relationship with Uchiha. He also knows the brother of Uchiha, Sasuke, and also knows Naruto. The son of the director of the Imperial Transportation Bureau, he is a well-known genius. There were so many labels on Naruto that it was hard for him not to recognize them. But what about this thing in front of me? Due to long-term malnutrition, he has a short stature, a distinctive feline whisker on his face, and his personality looks quite naughty. Is this Naruto? That's not true, is it? Shisui had forgotten to pity Naruto in this world. Kakashi next to him sincerely requested, let Naruto and the others go out. There are some things they are not suitable to touch now. Zhiwo, who came back to his senses, nodded knowingly. Zhihui, who knew exactly what Jinchuriki was, also didn't want Naruto to bear such a heavy burden at such a young age. Jinchuriki's emotional control is very important. If it can help his emotions run wild, then there will be an opportunity for him to take advantage of it. If the tailed beast breaks away from Jinchuriki, it will kill Jinchuriki. The following topic is indeed not suitable for many people to know. You three kids, please go out. After Zhiwo finished speaking, he drove the three of them out, and then turned his attention to Kakashi. The aggrieved and extremely dissatisfied Naruto was taken out by Sasuke. Sasuke was not interested in this kind of thing. In his eyes, only gaining strength was the most important thing. After the three little ones left, Zhiwo curiously played 2 rounds of Kakashi, who was tied up. Is this the Kakadong of this world? He looks quite decadent, and those eyes, are they transplanted with Sharingan? Zhiwo asked curiously, when did the Hatake family stop playing with knives and start playing with Sharingan? This is just a gift from a good friend. I want to see the world through his eyes. Kakashi said, glancing at Runta next to him with a complicated expression. What a resemblance! No matter how many times I watch it, I still feel like the guy taking the lead. The kind-hearted Zhiwo couldn't help but remind him, it is a heavy burden for foreigners to carry Sharingan. Kakashi shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, this is the only thing he left me. Zhiwo nodded and did not pursue the matter of Sharingan on Kakashi, but narrowed his eyes and said, okay, let's talk about Jinchuriki. If I remember correctly, his father should be your so-called 4th Hokage, right? In the past few days with Jiraiya, the other party accidentally revealed a lot of information, the most important of which was about the 4th Hokage. What Jiraiya is most proud of in his life is not having a disciple with immortal eyes, but having a disciple like Namikaze Minato. The 4th Hokage of Konoha, the hero who gave up his life to save Konoha, the little sun in people's mouth, and an almost perfect ninja. After understanding the small differences between the two worlds, when Zhiwo heard the name Namikaze Minato, he thought of the corresponding variant of the number 0 ninja world. That is the director of the Imperial Transportation Bureau Namikaze Water Window. And he also has a son named Naruto, who is also a genius in civilizations far and near the Empire. Namikaze Naruto is called the Little Sun. Does that mean Naruto's father is actually the 4th generation Hokage? The hero who sacrificed his life for Konoha, Jiraiya said he was proud of his life. So, why did Namikaze Minato's son become a ruthless Jinchuriki? Is this how you Konoha treats heroes? Or is it that Konoha's admiration for heroes is different from normal people? Zhiwo really doesn't understand this. Although the world is sick enough, it doesn't mean that Jinchuriki is regarded as auspicious, right? Kakashi asked nervously, did you see it? Zhiwo nodded. Then he explained, that violent and chaotic chakra. I have been in contact with the tailed beast chakra, so I know that kind of chakra very well, and the seal on Naruto also exposed the fact that he is Jinchuriki. After finishing speaking, Jiraiya asked curiously, but having said that, I remember it correctly. Naruto's father seems to be your Hokage of Konoha, right? And he is also a hero who sacrificed for Konoha. This is how you treat him. Orphaned? Even if he becomes a Jinchuriki, he looks like he is malnourished, and his personality seems quite bad. Kakashi's face turned a little dark. As Anbu, he had even been in contact with Naruto for a while, so he knew very well what kind of life Naruto lived in Konoha. To put it bluntly, the fact that Naruto is still alive when the people of Konoha hate him can be considered as the people of Konoha are more restrained. Still want to grow up normally? Give me a break. If it weren't for the kindness of 3rd generation Sama, Naruto might have starved to death. The village stipulates that ninjas cannot take the initiative to contact Naruto, so he can only watch Naruto eat expired food every day, and even go hungry every day. Normally, the living expenses given to Naruto by the third generation project are based on the standards of Konoha orphans. It should be enough for an orphan to live on every month, but the problem is that few people in Konoha are willing to sell things to Naruto, and in order to attract attention, Naruto often spends the money on buying prank props. Under the influence of various factors, it is surprising that Naruto is not malnourished. Fortunately, Naruto awakened part of Uzumaki's physique, otherwise he would only look more depressed than he does now. Kakashi explained bravely, it was the teacher's decision to let Naruto become a Jinchuriki. He wanted Naruto to become the hero who sealed 9 tails, and at the same time, he also gave Naruto a guarantee. There was a reason why Namikaze Minato made Naruto a Jinchuriki. The first point is that he is suitable. There is no one in the entire ninja world who is more suitable to become a Jinchuriki than Uzumaki. The second point is that he hopes that Naruto can become the hero who seals 9 tails. The last thing was to give Naruto a guarantee. Perhaps he was aware of the darkness in the village and worried that no one would protect Naruto after he left. Namikaze Minato bound Naruto's life to 9 tails. As Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Yellow Flash has too many enemies in the ninja world, and there are definitely many people who want to kill his son. There was no way the village would go to all the trouble of protecting a dead Hokage's son, but Jinchuriki was different. Jinchuriki will definitely be protected by the village. However, Namikaze Minato never expected that Konoha F4 and the others would be so unruly. Chapter 30, Conjecture Verified, Eternal Mangeki. Hero? Protection. Zhiwo looked at Kakashi with an even weirder look. Even Runta next to him sarcastically said, "You Konoha treats heroes really well. I really learned a lot today." Kakashi. There was no argument for this black point, so Kakashi chose to remain silent. Kakadong, who had been silent next to him, broke the gradually dull atmosphere and asked with a frown, "What should we do now?" Just forcefully release 9 tails and then capture it. He really didn't want to hurt Naruto in this world unless necessary, but now it was necessary. Zhiwo couldn't bear to kill Naruto like this. After all, the celebrities in this world were pitiful enough, so Zhiwo objected. "This, the Emperor said that our transformation in another world is very important. Unless necessary, we should not use this method that will cause Jinchuriki to lose his life." Another world. Kakashi next to him calmly wrote down this word. Although it was a bit unbelievable, he gradually became aware of the origin of this group of people. "How about we ask the Emperor for instructions? Since it is difficult to make a decision." Runta next to him suggested. Kakadong nodded, but Shisui hesitated. He was very aware of Kyunyu's iron-blooded character. For Kyunyu, killing a variant of Naruto for 9 tails was not a too difficult multiple-choice question. The watches of the 3 people were mixed together again, and the familiar projection appeared again. "See your Majesty." The 3 of them bowed respectfully. Kakashi next to him also secretly looked at this strange projection. Kyunyu nodded calmly and then went straight to the topic. "Have you collected the information?" "We have almost collected it. The situation in this world is like this." Both Zhiwo and Kakadon gave a relatively brief mission report. Listening to the reports of the 2 people, Kyunyu, who was sitting on the throne, kept tapping the throne with his index finger. This time period seems to be the beginning of the anime plot, and there seems to be no difference between the 2 worlds compared to the original plot. So the world Kakadong and the others are in should be the main world? This is actually not good news. If the world Kakadong and the others are in is the main world, then their plot will be somewhat uncertain. For example, the arrival of Tsutsuki. According to the original plot, the arrival of Tsutsuki in the number 1 ninja world was during the Borutoden period, but the number 0 ninja world is different. Maybe Tsutsuki will decrease in the next second, or it may be the same as the number 1 ninja world, coming after more than 10 years. As for the plot of Ninja World number 1, Because of people like Kakadong, the plot of Ninja World number 1 has gone awry. As for Naruto's treatment, thinking of the Six Paths demon who was still living in the Pure Land, Kyunyu made a decision in his heart. Kyunyu said, I will let the Empire research ways to extract the tailed beasts from the Jinkraki, but without harming their lives. Don't kill the child now. Zhiwo was slightly startled when he heard this. When did the Emperor become so kind? Kyunyu further arranged, as for Zabuza and them, the portal does need experimental subjects, so it doesn't matter if we keep them. By the way, Runta went and took off Kakashi's right eye. You try to replace your own right eye with that Sharingan, and then tell me your reaction. Kakashi's face changed when he heard this, and he quickly shouted, wait. Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Runta next to him picked up the struggling Kakashi. Sorry, Kakadong of this world. After Runta finished speaking, he directly took the Sharingan from Kakashi's right eye. He has long disliked Kakashi's right eye. You, a Hatake family member, don't play with knives and play Sharingan? Isn't this just not doing your job properly? In order to let Kakashi go back to the right path, even if the Emperor doesn't say it, he will do it when the time comes. After sending out Kakashi's right eye, Runta threw it aside casually. Kakashi looked angrily at Runta and the right eye in his hand. The pain in his eyes was far less than the pain in his heart. Kakashi felt a sense of despair when he thought that the eyes Obito had left for him could not be saved. Looking at the eyeball in his hand, Runta pulled off his right eye without hesitation, and then inserted the eyeball in his hand. Sharingan is so convenient, almost plug and play. After using chakra to warm his eyes, and after completely adapting to it, Runta could not help but feel a look of excitement on his face. Fuck! I'm going to be invincible! Runta shouted excitedly. He found that his right eye had evolved again. If the pupil power of his right eye was 10 before, it is now 1,000. Even 10,000. The most important thing is that Runta found that he seemed to have broken some kind of imprisonment. That kind of endless eye power. Is this the eternal Manjiki? Runta touched it and murmured to himself. How about it? Kyunyu's voice came again, and he was equally curious about the result. Your Majesty, my eyes have evolved, and they seem to be the legendary Manjiki? But don't they require blood brothers? Runta's expression at this moment was very complicated, including excitement, confusion, and some disbelief. Kyunyu nodded with satisfaction after receiving the exact answer. It seems that my guess is true. Your Uchiha's Manjiki can evolve into an eternal Manjiki by exchanging Manjiki with the variant in the parallel world. So this eye belongs to me in this world. Runta suddenly realized. Kakashi, who was still heartbroken and desperate, was also stunned. What did I hear? Parallel world? Obito from another world? Eternity above Manjiki, etc. My eyes are Manjiki? Because his brain received too much information, Kakashi was stunned for half a minute. Shizuka is also sincerely happy for Obito. I don't know where I am in this world, eternal Manjiki. Zhiwo thought with some longing in his heart. Runta proudly showed off, ahahaha. Did Kakadong see it? I have opened the eternal Manjiki. But you only opened one. Runta retorted angrily, you know nothing. This is the eternal Manjiki. You don't have to worry about the lack of eye power, and it is the final stage of being able to use the power of God. Kakadong, but you only opened one. The furious Runta turned his attention to Kakashi next to him, grabbed Kakashi's collar with both hands and asked, tell me. Where is the remaining eye? Kakashi looked at the somewhat crazy Runta with a blank expression and started to speak. Chapter 31, Lost Nine Tails? Apologize quickly. With dull eyes, Kakashi recalled that his life was full of misfortunes. His mother suffered a dystocia when he was born, his father died when he was young, and he lost his friend when he was young. Now he can't even save the only relic left by his friend. And he didn't take a fancy to Naruto. Not only did he live up to Hokage's hopes for him, but he also failed the mission. Kakashi sighed and said, "It's gone. Obito's other eye will be buried in that place with him forever. No more, no more." Runto looked at Kakashi angrily. Kakadong, who couldn't stand it any longer, quickly stopped Runto, who was about to go berserk. Kakadong comforted, "If it's gone, it's gone. Maybe you are still alive in other worlds? This is not the only chance." After hearing this, Runto snorted coldly, and then threw Kakashi to the ground. Zhiwo looked serious and reprimanded, "Runto, I think you should be grateful. If he hadn't kept Obito's glasses, your right eye would not have evolved into the eternal Mangeki." Runto curled his lips, but did not refute. After all, what people said about stopping the fire is indeed true. If Kakashi hadn't been holding on, even if he was dragged down by Sharingan, he still had to pretend to be Sharingan. Maybe this Sharingan wouldn't be able to stay. "Okay, your next main task is to collect tailed beasts and chakram metal to build a cross-border portal. Naruto and the others have failed. I hope you can succeed." After Kyunyu finished explaining, he cut off the communication. Kakashi sat up from the ground again after being thrown to the ground. Good news, Naruto doesn't seem to have to die. The being called the Emperor didn't seem to want to harm Naruto's life. Bad news, these people seem to be preparing to invade the world. Are you really from a parallel world? Kakashi asked curiously. Kakadong untied the rope from Kakashi's body and did not hide anything. He introduced himself coldly, "Hello. My name is Kakashi in another world." Kakashi, who was loosened, was still in disbelief. "Are you really from a parallel world?" "Yes." Kakadong nodded. Kakashi asked again, "Are you planning to invade our world?" Kakadong, who looked indifferent, admitted, "If nothing else happens, it should be." Although he already knew the answer in his heart, after Tiendeo Kakadong admitted it, Kakashi still felt unspeakable melancholy in his heart. Kakashi squinted his eyes and asked, "So your goal is the 9-tailed beasts? What? Do you want to pass on this information? Or do you have other ideas? I advise you not to waste your efforts. No matter what you want to do, you will not succeed." Kakadong also knew what Kakashi was thinking, but he didn't care. Kakashi, whose strength was originally just Jainin, now has no right eye. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of the three of them can defeat the other now. Kakashi also knew what his situation was, so he didn't reply. When Naruto and the others returned to the house, they saw Kakashi with blood and tears streaming from his right eye. Even though he was tied up, Naruto still dared to scream next to him. "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with you? You bad guys, what did you do to the teacher? This little devil!" Runto curled his lips looking at Naruto, who was so brainless. The gap between the two worlds of Naruto is really huge, especially their personalities. Kakashi covered his bleeding eye and looked at Naruto worriedly. After discovering that none of them were prepared to reveal the celebrity's identity, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. The matter in the country of waves has been resolved, and the next place they want to go is the country of wind. Konoha. Pa. The sound of the pipe falling to the ground was heard, but Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed not to hear it and looked at the information in his hand with fear on his face. After putting down the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had a dark face, ordered in a serious tone, "Quick! Go and call us here." Then secretly recall Jiraiya, something big happened. Soon 3 consultants arrived at the office. "Take a look, this is the information from the country of waves." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the information to the businessman. "Are all the Kakashi team captured by the enemy?" "Team Kakashi, wait." Danzo looked up sharply at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the office chair. "What happened to Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a grimace. "Yes, not just Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing this, the two consultants next to him were not calm either. How important is Team Kakashi? Not to mention that Sasuke is Uchiha Itachi's lifeblood, and Uchiha Itachi's only bond in Konoha. Just saying that Naruto and Nine Tails Jinchuriki are enough to provoke the outbreak of war. The disappearance of Jinchuriki is even more outrageous than the disappearance of Hokage. If Hokage is missing, just choose another one, but Nine Tails is gone, which means that Konoha will lose its deterrence. The Fire Nation, which occupies the richest land among the 5 major nations, without the threat of the tailed beasts, the restart of the war would only be the lightest. I told you before that you should give me 9 tails. I will train Jinchuriki into a qualified weapon, now it's fine. Not only did you allow Jinchuriki to move freely in the village, you even allowed him to leave the village. Now that Jinchuriki is captured, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are fully responsible. You have to apologize to the Hokages of all generations. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend who could not hide his excitement in his eyes even though his face was angry, and he was even more speechless in his heart. The anger and all that were definitely all fake, but the excitement in Danzo's eyes was definitely not fake. Sarutobi Hiruzen added leisurely, there is even worse news here. The person who captured Jinchuriki was with Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning is very simple. This matter is indeed my responsibility. Now that Nine Tails has fallen into Uchiha's hands, the first unlucky person must be Konoha, and the second unlucky person is you Danzo. He even said maybe you, Danzo, will be the first to be unlucky. Danzo's face turned livid when he heard this. Nine Tails plus Uchiha, what's terrible is that the conflict between Shisui and him has no possibility of easing. As Sarutobi Hiruzen said, now that Uchiha gets 9 tails, he or Konoha will be the first to be unlucky. Shimura Den said with a cold face, there is also news from Jiraiya that the mission failed. Shisui may have known the news in advance and left the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had received the information long ago, did not find it strange at all, but seriously emphasized, Konoha must take back 9 tails. Give it to me. Danzo once again recommended himself and took over this difficult task. Uchiha means resurrection coin. If 9 tails is really recaptured in the end, then 9 tails will be under the control of the root. By then, his hope of becoming Hokage will naturally be greater. Danzo, who has aimed at Hokage his whole life, has his own firm belief. As long as it can help him win the position of Hokage, he will do it without hesitation. Chapter 32, Two Parents vs No Father and No Mother. After seeing his good friend come forward again, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded happily. As a Hokage, why does he tolerate this guy repeatedly? Not because this knife is so handy. As for Danzo's plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention at all. The righteousness is on your side, Jinchuriki's heart is on your side, you Shimura Dans are not Uchiha, do you really think you can control 9 tails if you want? After Jinchuriki is brought back, won't he be able to get Jinchuriki back with just one sentence? Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly ordered, then I leave this matter to you, be sure to bring Jinchuriki back. After finishing speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen still pretended to be concerned, do you want me, Anbu, to assist you? Unnecessary. Danzo shook his head quickly, sneering disdainfully in his heart. Assist me? I don't care about exposing you. Are you an assistant? Is that surveillance? Are you still planning to pick peaches in the future? Danzo snorted when he thought of this and left the office without looking back. The Kingdom of Waves is a bit far away from the Kingdom of Fire. It takes more than a day to get there, so you have to prepare early. The Country of Waves. After bidding farewell to Desna, who was reluctant to leave but was eager for them to leave as soon as possible, some people set foot on the road to the Kingdom of Wind. Both Zabuza and Haku have regained their freedom because the two sides made a deal about dedicating themselves to science. Zabuza may not betray the Mist Ninja Village, but he must serve as an experimental subject in the near future to verify whether the cross-border portal is stable. Ah! Suzuki suddenly woke up from his sleep. In shock, Suzuki sat on the blanket and gasped for air. Little Sakura next to her asked with concern, "Suzuki, are you having nightmares again? Leave me alone." Looking at Harano Sakura, who was about to approach, Suzuki scolded in disgust. The dream he just had was so terrible. He actually dreamed that he married Harano Sakura, but it was Naruto who married him on the wedding day. Thinking back to that silly face in his sleep, Suzuki shuddered a little. "Gan! Please stay away from this woman from now on. Isn't this enough?" Runto looked at Suzuki in confusion. That ridiculous nightmare Suzuki just had was his. Hand comparison. In recent years, the Empire has developed many ways to assist Uchiha in opening Sharingan. These include real dream stimulation, virtual reality stimulation, visual impact stimulation, and surprise stimulation. Virtual reality is definitely impossible. After all, there is no virtual helmet device in this world. The visual impact doesn't feel very good, so the easiest way is to use real dreams. Kakashi was disgusted with Runta's education method, so he frowned and asked, "Is this really okay? Suzuki will suffer a mental breakdown if he tortures him like this every day. Can't you accept this? You've never seen those crazy magnetic field guys." Runto rolled his eyes at Kakashi. "Where did you get to now? Those niggas in Lijo next door are the real perverts." In order to learn the third Reikage variant, they actually developed the Astadine way, second male way. After hearing the new term, Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Kakashi's curiosity was aroused and he carefully probed, "Can you tell me about your world? Especially about you, I am very curious about my life in another time." This is also the question that Kakashi has been thinking about these days. He discovered that this other world peer named Kakadong had a completely different personality from his own. The completely different strengths can be described as talents, but if the personalities are different, it can only be due to different life experiences. So when he asked this question, Kakashi felt a little hopeful. "My life." Kakadong looked up at the sky. He discovered that his life was actually not very exciting. It was just a matter of growing up step by step. "My life is quite ordinary. I grew up under the care of my mother. I learned the swordsmanship inherited from the Hotaki family under the education of my father. Then I was admitted to the Imperial University with my strength. After graduating early, I joined the army and was then dispatched into this world. Growing up under the care of my mother? Going to college under the education of my father? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Are you sure you and I are the same person?" Kakashi was so heartbroken after hearing this. Comparing it with himself, his mother died in childbirth and his father committed suicide when he was young. One has both parents and the other has no father or mother. Are you sure these are the same person? Really, same person but different destiny? Kakashi admitted that he was jealous of Kakadong for a moment. Are the mother and father in the other world really not dead? Thinking of the father whose figure became increasingly blurred in his memory, and the mother he had never met before, Kakashi suddenly developed a strong curiosity about another world. He even secretly thought about replacing Kakadong and living the life of Kakadong. Thinking of this, Kakashi himself was frightened. He didn't know why he had such a crazy idea to replace himself in another world. It's horrifying to think about this kind of thing. Kakashi, who was still criticizing himself, suddenly woke up. He could think of replacing himself in other worlds. Why couldn't these invaders think of him? Although the two of them cannot be said to be exactly the same, they are at least 80% similar. If they can be imitated and dressed up, they may really be replaced. Wrong. Your own interpersonal relationships cannot be replaced by Kakadong. After all, he still has a few friends in Konoha, and the more complicated the interpersonal relationships are, the harder it is to replace them. But Kakashi secretly glanced at Naruto not far away. But celebrities are different. Naruto has had no friends since he was a child, and he can count the number of celebrities he truly knows on one hand. With 2 of them already captured, no one in the village seemed to really understand Naruto. Thinking of this, Kakashi's back was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, and he felt extremely happy in his heart. Thankfully Naruto from another world didn't come to this world. Chapter 33, White Fang is dead. Or commit suicide. Naruto, who had been eavesdropping next to him, knew he had caught the opportunity after hearing this. The celebrity said with careless contempt, "What? It turns out that Uncle Kakadong, you are just like that. You are as old as Mr. Kakashi, but you have just graduated from school. I graduated from school at the age of 11 this year. I didn't expect you to be worse than me. You are not the last in your class, right? Kakadong." Kakadong looked at the naughty kid in front of him speechlessly. Really? No one likes a naughty child except his parents. But then again, Kakadong's eyes at Naruto also softened a bit. Although the Naruto in front of me is naughty and talks like a naughty child without caring about other people's feelings, at least he is not crooked. This also means that Naruto's nature is still pure and kind, just like Naruto in the number 0 ninja world. Kakashi looked at Kakashi enviously and didn't take Naruto's ridicule to heart. Kakadong is the same age as himself, but he has never been on the battlefield, nor has he carried out dangerous missions at a young age. This does not mean that he is a poor student, it can only be said that the world he lives in is countless times better than the ninja world. Ninjas are war machines. When ninjas lose their function, it means that the world is completely peaceful and there is no need for these war machines. No ninja who has truly experienced cruel battlefields will like war, except for those who are abnormal, of course. Kakashi said sincerely, "I really envy your world without war." Kakadong said expressionlessly, "You don't have to envy me. Soon the Empire will bring peace to this world." Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly and he quickly denied it, "This is unnecessary. Isn't peace bad? Why refuse?" Naruto next to him asked confusedly. "You'll know when you grow up," Kakashi said perfunctorily. "What people say brings peace, I am the real peace." Kakadong asked curiously, "What's going on with you? I feel that your life is quite decadent, and it's nothing like me." "Me?" With dull eyes, Kakashi looked at the sky and fell into memories. Kakashi, whose heart ached because of the memories, said, "My life can probably be described in 2 words." "Which 2 words?" "Unlucky." After a moment of silence, Kakadong said, "That's really bad, but it's also expected. The system in your world is probably best at creating all kinds of misfortunes." Kakashi did not refute. Although Kakadong's words hurt his heart, what they said was indeed reality, at least in his opinion. The mother's death was due to the medical ninja system, the father's death was due to the mission system, and the deaths of Obito and Lin were due to the ninja village system. Maybe there has never been a correct system in this world? Kakashi thought so in his heart. Kakadong also expressed his doubts, but with my father's strength, he should have no problem preserving his family in this troubled world, right? He didn't understand why such a powerful father made Kakashi's life so miserable. Strong? Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "My father is dead. He died when I was a child." Kakadong. Kakadong, with a look of astonishment on his face, looked at Kakashi in horror. Even Runtu, who was teaching Sasuke not far away, stopped what he was doing. Zhiwo didn't dare to look this way confidently. Hatake White Fang is dead? Is the Hatake White Fang known as the Twin Peaks of martial ninja dead? How can this be? What is Hatake White Fang? It is no exaggeration to say that before the Emperor rose, in the era when he was active, he was synonymous with invincibility, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Who else in the entire ninja world can kill him except the Six Paths Demon resurrected? After hearing the news, the three people from the other world realized a very scary thing, that is, the world had lost a powerful man who was even more terrifying than Hataki White Fang. Shisui asked in disbelief, "How did he die?" Looking at the three people with disbelief on their faces, Kakashi didn't understand why these people reacted like this, so he replied in confusion, "Suicide? Kakadong. Run to. Zhiwo. Are you kidding me? Hataki White Fang died of suicide? Don't you know that the most important thing in martial arts is willpower? How could a man with a weak will reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Even if there is no martial arts in this world, the way of swordsmanship can still hone one's will and make people indomitable. This is the biggest joke they have heard since they came to this world. Hataki White Fang died of suicide?" Runtu, who left Suzuki and walked over, asked again, "Wait. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Please tell me again, how did Hataki White Fang die?" Kakashi, who felt that these people were humiliating him, gritted his teeth and replied, "He committed suicide because he failed in the mission." "Mission failed? Suicide?" The three of them looked at each other, and they all saw confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. Fortunately, they were still worried that there was an enemy more terrifying than the Hataki White Fang in this world. The author did not overestimate the strength of Hataki White Fang here. Runtu and the others replaced Hataki White Fang from the number 0 ninja world, the White Fang who practiced the martial arts that the protagonist realized and reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Kakadong was shocked by the news, with a hint of anger in his tone. After all, he was his father in this world. After hearing the news that Hataki White Fang died, and in this way, Kakadong was indeed very angry. "No. Why did you fail in your mission and you actually committed suicide? Did you let me fail and get caught?" Kakashi. Kakashi gritted his teeth and denied, "No." Kakadong asked again, "The failure of that mission was very costly? Did it cause heavy losses to Konoha?" Kakashi recalled the scene at that time, and said with some lack of confidence, "It seems like this. A lot of losses? Was it because of that mission that Konoha lost that war?" Kakashi shook his head, "It seems not." Kakadong. "Is it because he failed in his mission and many people died?" Kakashi shook his head again and denied, "No. Even my father died trying to save his companions." Chapter 34, Konoha Loyal Minister Kakashi. This. The alien trio went straight to Muggles after hearing the news. Even Runtu asked in a strange tone, "So what is the major loss you are talking about? It can't be an economic loss, right?" Kakashi nodded uncertainly. "Probably not, maybe it's a strategic loss." After calming down, Zhiwo continued to ask, "What was your father's strength when he committed suicide?" This time Kakashi answered very decisively. "Konoha is invincible. After all, the Sunin at that time were slightly inferior to my father." Zhiwo came over, sat down, and urged, "Tell me more about it. I'm very curious about your father." It didn't involve any secrets, so Kakashi didn't refuse, and he was even happy that he could finally talk about it. "During a mission, my father, as a captain, infiltrated into the enemy camp to perform a secret mission and was forced to make a dilemma, carry out the mission or save his companions. According to regulations, it is strictly forbidden to abandon the mission, but he gave up the mission to save the lives of his companions. His companions in the village blamed him for the losses suffered by the village. In the end, even the companions he rescued began to blame him. In the end, he became the ninja who died caught between the rules and the love for his companions." After listening to Kakashi's story, the three of them felt that it was very nonsense. "Isn't this too hasty? You actually committed suicide for such a ridiculous reason? Just because of other people's condemnation? Indeed. The White Fang in this world is somewhat like that." Listening to Zhiwo and Runtu's words, Kakadong next to him said expressionlessly, "His choice is indeed wrong. I think he should abandon his companions to complete the mission." If such a thing happens to me, I will not do anything. I will not hesitate to abandon you to complete the Emperor's mission. He also didn't expect that his father in this world would commit suicide because of such a ridiculous thing. Zhiwo was thoughtful, and he thought of the ninja system in this world. In this morbid world, ninjas should really be tools, and it is indeed easy for ninjas with feelings to go wrong. Hotaki White Fang is a bloody example. If the Hotaki White Fang is a ruthless tool, it will not be possible to abandon the mission because of its companions, nor will it commit suicide because of it. But as a human being, how can we not have feelings? It is not wrong to value love and justice. The most ridiculous thing about the whole incident is Konoha's official attitude. You emphasize the so-called bond all day long, but in the end, people choose bond, and you say that ninjas shouldn't have feelings? From Zhiwo's point of view, this is the most ridiculous point. Do you require others to be both affectionate and ruthless? Isn't it embarrassing? The smartest Kakadong also discovered that something was wrong. Kakadu said seriously, the Hotaki White Fang suicides in this world are definitely not as simple as you say. First, let me analyze it for you. Your father carried out a secret mission, and it was also a latent mission to sneak into the enemy's rear. Such a mission should be top secret, right? Then how did the entire village know about the failure of his mission? Lastly, there is the official attitude of Konoha. This kind of thing has seriously damaged the image of ninjas. Why didn't the official stand up and stop it? Even if you don't stand up to speak for your father, you should at least control public opinion, right? After all, the emperor once said that public opinion is also a weapon. Now this weapon is aimed at your father, and the top brass of Konoha are just watching helplessly? I even suspect that they may be secretly fueling the fire. Kakadong's analysis was well-founded, and after listening to it, Kakashi even had some doubts in his heart. But Kakashi soon put the bold idea out of his mind. We can't go on like this. I just had doubts about the village. Kakashi thought with fear in his heart. These guys are really scary. Kakashi glanced at Kakadong with fear, he almost had a rift with Konoha. Feeling Kakashi's gaze, Kakadong was dumbfounded, damn it. You're not suspecting that I'm deliberately smearing your Konoha executives, are you? Kakashi nodded, acting like I was not doubting, but it was fact. I know Konoha's White Fang, he is famous in the entire ninja world. I remember he was already a Hokage half-sleeve before he died. You people from other worlds probably don't know what the Hokage half-sleeve means. The Hokage half-sleeve can be regarded as half Hokage, the kind that can rise to the top as long as it is willing. Later I heard that he died, but I didn't expect that he committed suicide. It seems that you Konoha is also quite dark. Zabuza next to him taunted excitedly. I didn't expect that everyone's village would be so dark, so Zabuza felt much more comfortable. If everyone was equally bad, there wouldn't be any jealousy. Kakadong. You deserve to be like this. Kakadong curled his lips, and Kakadong, who was so stupid by himself in another world, didn't say anything. He admitted that he really wanted to take this opportunity to instigate rebellion against Kakashi, but the suspicion he just said was definitely not groundless, let alone nonsense. But a very reasonable doubt. Naruto was quite shocked after hearing this story. Looking at the silent crowd, Naruto shouted, I think companions are the most important, how can a mission or something be better than a companion? If giving up a mission for a companion is a waste, then someone who gives up a companion for a mission is worse than a waste. Looking at Naruto Kakashi in front of him, he murmured to himself, it's so similar. Runto glanced at Naruto, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, he recognized Naruto's words. Runto also asked curiously, tell me about Obito in your world. I'm also very curious about how I died in this world. Looking at the person in front of him who took away his right eye, Kakashi wanted to refuse, but he was worried that this bad luck would take it out on his student. So Kakashi could only nod his head. Isn't it just to open the scars? They have already been opened once, and I am not afraid of them adding salt to the wounds again. Chapter 35, Kakashi's Unfortunate Life, Unclean Hands. Obito. There's a bit of reminiscence in Kakashi's eyes. Obito and I, Nohara-rin, were concurrent students at the Konoha Shinobi Ninja School, and were later assigned to the class led by Namikaze Minato. His character is the same as Naruto's, kind and enthusiastic. He was late for helping the elderly many times, but his talent was mediocre, so he was despised by his classmates, and was even called the low end of the Uchiha clan. But Obito has a firm belief and has been working hard to be recognized by others and to become a Hokage. Before Kakashi could continue, Kakadong next to him interrupted, "Wait. Are you sure the person you are talking about is Obito? Mediocre? This dickhead is a 3 Magatama at first glance, but ends up with mediocre talent in your place?" Runta touched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. He felt that he might mean that his talent was mediocre. After all, he was able to get to where he is today only because of his bloodline talent. As for your talent and IQ? If it weren't for his strength, Runta even doubted that he might not be able to graduate from elementary school. People's evaluations were indeed correct. To give a simple example, everyone can learn 1 or 2 forbidden techniques during college, but it took him 3 years to learn the flesh and blood warming technique, which was the introductory technique of the martial arts class next door. Runta scolded him righteously, "Kakadong, can you please stop interrupting me? It's very rude." After Runta finished speaking, he added with some embarrassment, "And I have a high talent, and people don't know it. What if my talent in this world is not high? Just like a variant of your world." Kakashi nodded with deep sympathy. Compared with Obito, this guy named Runta's talent is indeed world-class. After a brief encounter, Kakashi knew that this guy named Runta was at least an elite Jonin. Kakadong, whose mouth twitched slightly, nodded, "Okay, you continue." During the Third Ninja War, our team was ordered to destroy the Konobe Bridge, and we had to separate from our teacher on the way. That time we were attacked and Lin was kidnapped, but Obito wanted to rescue her, but because of his father's experience, I decided to give up on Lin first because of his father's experience. Kakadong nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. After seeing this world, I am not hopelessly stupid. At least I know how to learn from the lessons of my predecessors. Ignoring Kakashi, who nodded in approval, Kakashi continued, "Obito punched me in anger and chose to save Lin alone. Before leaving, Obito said something to me. He said, although in the world of ninjas, people who violate the rules will be called trash, but people who don't cherish their companions are not even as good as trash. I think Konoha's White Fang is a real hero. I agree with what I said. I don't think my father's original choice was wrong." After Kakashi finished speaking, he glanced at Kakadong casually. "Kakadong." At this moment, Kakadong felt that he was despised by this variant. And he took back his previous words. This guy was hopelessly stupid and had just been careless. I was a little hesitant at the time but finally followed, and we met another enemy on the way. During the battle, I lost my left eye while protecting Obito. The leader also activated 2 Tomo Sharingan in anger, and relied on Sharingan to defeat the enemy. Kakadong listened, but interrupted speechlessly, "Double Megatama when you open your eyes? And then you said that his talent is poor." Kakashi listened and retorted seriously, "I'm talking about talent. In terms of talent, Obito is considered the strongest among Uchiha." Kakadong. "Okay, you continue." Kakadong did not argue anymore and motioned for the other party to continue. Then we worked together to rescue Lin from the cave, but the enemy used earth style to collapse the cave outside. When we escaped, Kakashi was unable to avoid a rock because of the blind spot in his left eye. At the critical moment, Obito pushed me away, but he was hit by the rock. Press down. Before he died, Obito asked Lin to transplant her intact left eye to me, and said, let me be your eyes to help you see the future clearly. Obito also asked me to protect Linear. When Kakashi said this, his tone was already trembling, and his hands even began to rub back and forth unconsciously, as if he were washing his hands. This is how we said goodbye. Later, Obito was deemed dead, and his name was engraved on Konoha's commemorative monument, and he became Konoha's hero. After saying that, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to look at his hands. Runto looked at Kakashi with strange eyes and confirmed, I in this world actually died to save you. Kakadong added, no. To be precise, it was to save him and the girl named Linear. Kakashi was not angry, but just stood there and said, this is my story, my unfortunate life. Then you are indeed miserable. Runto also felt a little sympathetic to the guy in front of him. Damn it! You are not the lone star of heavenly evil, are you? I feel like I have a better relationship with you, but the end doesn't seem to be very good. Runto reacted and looked at Kakashi in horror. Even Kaka himself doubted whether Kakashi had any special fate, so he asked, the girl named Lin, isn't she also dead? He's dead too. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Hiss! The alien trio gasped. This is a real deal. You are really a lone star. The little Sakura next to her side with red eyes, Kakashi-sensei is so pitiful. Naruto also looked at Kakashi with sympathy. He found that Kakashi was worse off than himself. He had never owned it, but Kakashi did lose it all after he had it. No wonder Kakashi-sensei looks like he has lost his purpose in life every day. Naruto whispered. Kakadong made a suitable invitation, what makes your life a tragedy is not your fate, but this absurd world. Do you want to join the Empire and completely reshape this terrible world? Kakashi flatly refused, there is no way I would betray Konoha. All right. Kakadong was not surprised to be rejected, but turned his attention to the three little ones next to him and Zabuza. Do you want to join the Empire in advance? Facing Kakadong's invitation, Sasuke said expressionlessly, I told you, as long as you give me strength, I can do anything. Without thinking, Naruto loudly rejected Kakadong's invitation. Humph! I want to be a Hokage man, how can I join your empire? Only little Sakura hesitated. What little Sakura is hesitating about is not whether to join the empire, but whether to follow Sasuke's path to the dark side. Chapter 36, Root Ambush. The little Sakura in this world is indeed a bit of a nymphomaniac, but without getting a response from Sasuke, the village is still slightly more important in the little Sakura. Regarding the reaction of the three little ones, Kakadong didn't say anything. Naruto and Sasuke are okay, little Sakura is purely a genin, and her value is really not that high. In Ninja World number 0, he had never even heard of little Sakura's name. Being rejected again, Kakadong felt regretful but also felt a little impatient in his heart. Runto next to him asked curiously, the Kingdom of Sand should be the sandbank in our world, right? Zhiwo nodded, according to the map, that is indeed the Empire's sandbank area. After receiving the confirmation, Runto said with longing, I heard a friend from the Shazhu area say that the most beautiful scenery in the world is the oases in the desert, as well as the desert water network, which is called the ninth wonder in human history. You can travel around the entire Shazhu by boat and experience the local customs of various parts of the Shazhu. It's quite exciting to think about it. I didn't expect that I, Runto, would also have a day to travel at public expense. This damn country of waves is so disappointing. Even if it is a remote place, the only thing that can be regarded as scenery is a bridge built on behalf of others. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. This was the first time he heard someone say that the Kingdom of Sand is better than the Kingdom of Waves. I advise you not to have any wishful thinking. The Kingdom of Sand in this world is not the sandbank in our world. Kakadong next to him poured cold water on his excited friend. Zhiwo also followed up with a last-ditch attack and said, Kakadong is right, there should be no water network in this world. After all, I haven't heard any information about Yuxi's transfer to the west. Ah! Isn't it miserable for the kingdom of sand in this world? Runtu shouted in astonishment. Everyone didn't have Runtu who knew how to play tricks on you, but they kept their heads down and hurried on their way. After more than a day's trek, everyone finally arrived at the Kingdom of Sand. As everyone guessed, the scenery of the Kingdom of Sand is extremely different. A desert area with nothing but yellow sand at first glance. This environment is too bad. Runtu frowned and complained. Kakashi commented indifferently, in the country of sand, green represents hope, but as far as the eye can see, there is no hope in this land. Zhiwo shrugged his shoulders and said, it seems that the Kingdom of Wind in this world does not manage this land well. He doesn't have a good impression of Kakashi from the Kingdom of Wind, even though he was on the side of the Kingdom of Earth during the last World War. The environment of the country of Wind is too harsh, which makes the country of Wind very aggressive. They are eager for the fertile lands of other countries. The Third Ninja War was initiated by the country of Wind based on the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Kakadong next to him suddenly reminded, be careful. Normally, such a yellow sand area is actually quite suitable for an ambush. The three little ones who heard this didn't take it seriously. Everything they could see was yellow sand, and there wasn't even a place for an ambush. How could someone ambush them here? But the experienced Kakashi and Zabuza raised their eyebrows cautiously, especially Kakashi whose chakra was sealed, and quietly pulled Naruto and little Sakura into the middle of me. Zabuza also quietly stood in front of Shiro. The sound of gravel rubbing together suddenly sounded, and a ninja wearing a Tengu mask suddenly emerged from under the yellow sand. They were well trained, and when exposed, their hands had already begun to form seals. Fire style fire dragon fire bomb. Wind style vacuum daima. A well-trained and well-coordinated root ninja is actually a set of amazing combination ninjutsu. Under the boundary fire, the fire dragon flames flickered. The power is even comparable to S-class escape. Susanoo. Runtu and Zhiwo acted at the same time, opening Susanoo one on the left and one on the right. However, it was not a complete body, but only the upper body was created to block the sudden attack. After successfully hitting fire style, Susanoo's right arm swept. Boom! 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 The sound of the body replacement technique being exploded was heard. After the attack was blocked, this group of well-trained root ninjas released the body replacement technique without hesitation. 8 trigrams forms a formation. A huge barrier enveloped everyone, and the mastermind behind the scenes also appeared on crutches. An old voice sounded, with a hint of pride in his tone, Uchiha Shisui, long time no see. Zhiwo looked at the cold and cunning old man in front of him in confusion. This old man whom he didn't recognize at all had brown hair, neat sideburns, and slender eyes, with cunning and deep eyes. The head and right eye were wrapped in bandages, but Zhiwo could feel a pure yin-type chakra hidden there, and he was very familiar with this chakra. Sharingan. This guy has a Sharingan in his right eye, and it's at least Manjiki level. Runtu asked impatiently, hey! The old guy with a fork-shaped scar on his chin, who are you? Why did you attack us? Danzo couldn't help but touch his chin when he heard the shouting. Damn Uchiha brat! Danzo cursed in his heart and said in a cold tone, now you have nowhere to escape, I will watch you slowly starve to death inside, evil Uchiha. The 8 trigrams formation is a special barrier ninjutsu. It has the characteristic that it is difficult to break through from the inside. The 8 trigrams formation composed of 8 Janin improves this characteristic to an outrageous level. Even if the person locked inside is cage level, it is impossible to break through this solid barrier and can only slowly starve to death inside. Elder Danzo? It seems that the village has discovered that something happened to us, but why is Danzo here? Kakashi's face did not show the joy of seeing support from the villagers. After all, it was Shimura Danzo who came. What kind of virtue is this guy Danzo? Does he, who has worked at the root, know? After ridiculing Runtu and the others, Danzo did not let go of Kakashi, one of his own. Kakashi, your mission failed. You are worse than your father. He only failed one mission in his life, but your life is full of failures. If I were you, I would commit suicide to apologize. Chapter 37, Kakashi's Shock. Hearing the words suicide and apology, Kakashi felt warm. After Danzo finished speaking, he looked at Kakadong thoughtfully. Hitaki White Fang is a wild species outside the village? He actually got involved with Uchiha. It seems that what I did was right. Danzo said in his heart hypnosis. The confused Naruto asked carelessly, who is this weird old man? Is he also from Konoha? Why did he imprison us here together? Kakashi. Why are you talking to this weird old man so much? Isn't it just a barrier? Leave it to me. After Runta finished speaking, he directly controlled Susanoo to raise his fist and hit the barrier hard. Boom! The barrier shook slightly, but only slightly. Seeing this scene, Runta felt that he had been slapped in the face and continued to wave Susanoo's fist without giving up. Seeing Runta playing with Susanoo like this, Danzo's heart beat wildly outside, fearing that the barrier would be broken by Runta, a reckless boy. Danzo, you asked in secret words, can you hold on? You can still hold on, Lord Danzo. After hearing the reply from his men, Danzo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo, who responded carefully again, laughed and said, just stay inside and wait to die. What is the purpose of this guy doing this? Does he simply want to confine us here? Kakadong frowned and looked at Genbu, who did not continue to act outside, his heart full of doubts. Tell our people to be prepared. If anyone comes to support, we will deal with them. It is best to deal with them in front of them, forcing them to consume chakra to attack the barrier. After Danzo finished speaking, he stood there and waited quietly. His goal from the beginning was not just people like Runtu. Danzo, who firmly believed that there were Uchiha outside the village, wanted to kill all the Uchiha outside the village. This is a roundup call for help. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but chuckle. He brought all the fighting power of his roots today, and just 2 Uchiha and 9 tails couldn't satisfy his current appetite. Runtu, stop making trouble now. These people seem to be waiting for something. Zhiwo stopped Runtu, who was still wasting chakra. After smashing it for a long time, Runtu found that it really couldn't be opened and he removed Susanoo in embarrassment. Runtu emphasized emphatically, the space of this barrier is too small. If I use the complete Susanoo, I will definitely be able to break this broken glass cover. Regarding this point, neither Kakadong nor Zhiwo doubted Runtu's words. Runtu, who has one eye for eternity, can already drive a Gundam nearly 400 meters high. The destructive power is definitely not something cage level can achieve. These guys seem to be waiting for someone. Kakadong said with a frown. When Runtu heard this, his face was filled with nervousness. Has our intelligence been exposed and the ninjas in this world are preparing to besiege us? Did they drag us here on purpose? Zhiwo's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this. If there is a possibility of intelligence being leaked, the culprit may be himself. Thinking of this, Zhiwo couldn't help but lower his head. After the mission is over, I will personally apologize to the Emperor. I was really naive before. Zhiwo thought silently in his heart. Zhiwo shook his head and comforted, this is unlikely. The most we have to face are people from Konoha and Sandman village. Although he did leak a lot of information during the few days he spent with Jiraiya, he also gained a lot of actual information. The most common one is about the situation in this world. After the 5 great ninja villages experienced 3 world wars, the hatred between them can simply be described as a blood feud. Except for the Sand Ninja village that has already formed an alliance with Konoha, it is impossible for Konoha to impress other people in the ninja village. After all, other ninja villages cannot believe the nonsense of alien invasion. Even if the 5 major ninja villages want to unite, they will probably have to hold a 5-cage meeting first, but now they have not received any news, so it is not possible. Runto asked directly, so should we continue to wait here, or should we break the broken glass cover first? Let's deal with these guys first. Otherwise we will fall into a passive position. After finishing speaking, Kakadong stood up expressionlessly. At this moment, Kakadong's temperament changed drastically. Even Danzo outside the barrier was attracted by Kakadong's aura. Danzo sighed slightly in his heart. The momentum is like a sharp knife coming out of its sheath, it is quite the style of White Fang back then. In fact, Danzo also felt a little sorry for White Fang's suicide. After all, White Fang is indeed a good sword. He really just wanted to damage White Fang's reputation at the beginning, and never thought of forcing the opponent to death. But he underestimated White Fang's stupidity, and even more underestimated the so-called Bushido in White Fang's heart. Kakashi's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and he was filled with emotion. What a powerful aura, has this guy figured out his sword skills? Kakashi thought he had overestimated himself in the other world, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him after all. There are only 2 people in the entire ninja world who have clearly understood the way of swordsmanship. One is his deceased father, and the other is the one from the Kingdom of Iron. But the one from the Kingdom of Iron is not a ninja and shows the power of shortcuts. But today he was able to see. Breath of thunder extreme slashing the sky and drawing the sword technique. Kakadong's right hand slowly fell on the hilt of the sword. Coming. The ultimate swordsmanship combined with ninja and martial arts. Runto watched this scene excitedly. Zabuza, who was also playing with a knife, watched Kakadong's every move with concentration. Now Kakadong's every move can bring him a lot of gains. Zabuza exclaimed in his heart, "Is this guy younger than me? It's incredible." Naruto, who was surprised to see this scene, asked in horror, "Why is there an arc of electricity around his body, but he didn't hurt himself? I can even feel the thunder surging in his body." As a good friend of Kakadong, Runto knew that this was the time for him to appear. Runto explained proudly, "The breath of thunder uses a special breathing method to drive the chakra and internal force in the body to react, turning it into an internal force with the attribute of thunder. In this state, Kakadong's explosive power is 10 times that of the normal state. The sword drawing technique itself is a kind of sword technique that accumulates strength. At this moment, Kakadong can even hit 100 times his normal attack. Watch carefully. Kakadong in another world, this sword will subvert your 3 views and reshape your understanding of swords. Chapter 38, The Most Powerful Sword. The gap is as vast as the abyss. Brush. Thunder splashed and the sword flashed. No one can describe that knife. Brilliant? Suffocating? Or shocking? The bad premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Danzo quickly shouted heartbreakingly, "Quick! Strengthen the chakra output." Although he didn't know how to describe that sword, Danzo knew one thing, that is, the power of this sword definitely exceeded the upper limit of the 8 trigrams formation. Under Danzo's horrified eyes, and under the astonished eyes of Kakashi and others, the knife finally fell on the barrier. Click click. There was a sound like breaking glass, and the 8 Jainin who had already exhausted chakra could no longer maintain the 8 trigrams formation. At this point, the 8 trigrams formed a formation, broken. What a shocking sword this is! I seem to have seen the end of the sword. Zabuza watched this scene feverishly, and his head climaxed with excitement. Kakashi was also very touched. He was certain that even his father could not swing such a sword. It's still far from enough. Kakadong commented coldly after putting away his sword, "I once saw His Majesty the Emperor's swordsmanship. It was the most powerful swordsmanship in which one sword struck out and 10,000 swords bowed. That is the true swordsmanship. The end of the sword." Thinking of that supreme and beautiful sword, Kakadong, who had just wielded the shocking sword, couldn't help but sigh, who is the peak at the end of the sword path? When you meet the emperor, everything will become empty. Everyone did not understand Kakadong's emotion because they had never seen the so-called emperor. But today they saw Kakadong's sword. Abarame Ryoma next to Danzo whispered in disbelief, "The 8 trigrams formation is broken, broken." He is a bug player and doesn't know anything about swordsmanship, but he knows what it means if the 8 trigrams formation is broken from the inside. Danzo looked cold and shouted in a low voice, "Execute the backup plan." After Danzo finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands, left a shadow clone on the spot and left quietly. Ever since he was severely beaten by the pair of immortal eyes in the Land of Rain many years ago, Danzo has learned the rules of survival outside the village. If you encounter an enemy you don't understand and suddenly explode, the best thing to do is to take a walk first. Because these people don't have the will of fire in their hearts, they don't care about Konoha at all, and they can't be bullied. Abarame Ryoma didn't say anything when he saw this scene, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with Danzo's actions. After all, Lord Danzo is the root of Konoha. All the ninjas present can die, but Konoha cannot be without its roots. Leave it to me next. Runtu, who had long wanted to fight, rushed directly towards the crowd. The huge Susanoo rose from the ground. The Susanoo, which was more than 200 meters high, drew out the sword on her waist. "Go to hell!" Runtu looked a little excited and waved without hesitation. The giant sword in Susanoo's hand. "Look! Not the defensive ninjutsu!" Danzo's shadow clone shouted. "It's useless!" Runtu shouted indifferently. If Susanoo can be defended by ordinary ninjutsu, it is not the power of a god. Every time Susanoo looked back, it was like an earthquake, and every sweep could splash up waves of yellow sand that covered the sky. After a big fuss, only a few tattered corpses were left on the messy battlefield. After the incident, Kakashi frowned. Danzo guy ran away again. He didn't understand what that old guy Danzo was thinking. "Didn't you understand his strength even when you came to ambush him?" Danzo said he was wronged. All his arrangements are planned according to the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Can Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo compare to today's one? And how powerful is your Kakashi swordsmanship? Even if your father White Fang was still alive, it would be impossible for him to have this strength, right? Kakadong checked the corpse on the ground, and then commented, "The ambush started in an anticlimax and ended in a tailspin. It's really baffling." After finishing complaining, Kakadong looked at Kakashi and said meaningfully, "It seems that Konoha has set its sights on us. And you Konoha doesn't seem to care about you as much as I thought." Kakadong looked at Kakashi meaningfully and said. Kakashi looked gloomy and did not reply. Konoha sent people from the roots, and this attitude can already explain everything. Naruto shouted in surprise, "What? That bad old man is actually from Konoha? Why haven't I seen him?" Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Naruto weakly. Sometimes ignorance is indeed a kind of happiness. Kakashi could only explain, "They are people from the root, a group of notorious beings hiding in the gutter. It's normal that you don't recognize them." Naruto palmed his fist and suddenly realized, does that mean that Brother Runta just drove away our Konoha people? And he came to save us? Why does it look like he came to kill us? Runta next to him asked loudly and unhappily, "You bastard, when did I become your big brother? Also, these people obviously want to kill you all together. You should thank me for saving you." Naruto said matter-of-factly, "Aren't you Sasuke's teacher? You are another Kakashi's best friend. I can still call you a bad guy, right? Runta. That makes sense." Runta didn't care about this naughty kid anymore. Runta actually likes Naruto's character, just like himself when he was a child. Zhiwo suddenly said from the side, "Did you just say that this unit is considered an elite unit in Konoha?" Kakashi nodded. The basic ninja is indeed not a human being, but his strength is obvious to all. It's not as good as Anbu, but it's definitely not that far behind. Kakashi also said doubtfully, it seems that most of the root combat forces have been deployed today. Yet. Stop the fire thoughtfully. He discovered that the world was weaker than he imagined. The Empire's army numbered 1 million, with less than 50,000 elite troops among them, but those elite troops were definitely stronger than today's group of ninjas. After all, he himself is a member of the elite force, so he can see the gap between the two. Thinking of this, Zhiwo asked in a strange tone, so the total number of Genin in Konoha doesn't exceed 100. When it comes to the core secrets of the village, Kakashi said coldly, I have no comment on this. Zabuza, who was standing next to him, taunted sarcastically, there is absolutely no way there can be more than 100 people. It is outrageous that there are 60 Genin in Konoha in total. So little. Runtu, who was fighting with Naruto next to you, was shocked. Chapter 39, Zhiwo has expanded. 60 Genin in one country? Then the total of the 5 major countries may be less than 400 Genin? What is this concept? This is the difference between 50,000 and 400. In such a world, the Empire can easily reshape it without even using its full strength. Zhiwo's heart felt hot when he thought of this. The greater the strength gap, it meant that in the next war of conquest, the world's resistance would be weak and the casualties would be particularly small. This is something he is very happy to see. Then what are you waiting for? You don't need to capture all 9-tailed beasts, just capture 1 tail and 9 tails. Runtu said, and glanced at Naruto next to him. You already have 9 tails in your hand, all you have to do next is capture 1 tail. Let me contact the Emperor and tell him the information here. The excited Runtu took the initiative to take out the nanomechanical watch. Connection succeeded. Kyunyu's projection appeared in front of everyone. Runtu shouted excitedly, Your Majesty, good news! Great news! Looking at the excited Runtu, Kyunyu asked curiously, Did the tailed beast be captured successfully? No. Runtu shook his head in embarrassment, and then explained, It's like this. We found out the specific combat power of this world and found that this world is weaker than we thought. According to our strength rating, there are less than 500 Genin in this world. We only need to directly send 1,000 elites to easily overwhelm this world. So I think we may not need to collect so many mantisas, we only need to collect the mantissa energy that can activate 1,000 elites. After Runtu finished speaking, he looked at Kyunyu expectantly. Kyunyu looked at Runtu speechlessly. Kyunyu asked with a dark face, Did you also skip military class? Ah, this. Runtu, who didn't know what went wrong, looked at Kyunyu innocently. What does skipping military class mean? He never went there at all. But this kind of thing must not be said, so Runtu could only giggle awkwardly and try to get through. At this time, Zhiwo stepped forward to rescue Runtu and said, Your Majesty, Runtu is actually right. The world is in division, and 1,000 elites are enough. No. You are thinking too simply. Kyunyu shook his head. In this ninja-breaking world, it is never the middle-level power like Genin that determines the trend of the battle, but the real high-end power. If 6 paths level combat power cannot be sent over and 1,000 troops are released into this world, it will definitely be a waste of time. For 6 paths level experts, there is no such thing as too many ants to kill an elephant. The number of people may be enough to kill cage level experts, but it is definitely not a 6 paths level expert. It's a bit unreliable to even be able to teleport a 6 paths level powerhouse. Satsuki Kagayahime, the sage of 6 paths brothers, plus Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, in order to form a crushing situation, the Empire must be able to send at least 6 paths level experts. Although the chance of these 4 people joining together is low, it is not impossible. Kyunyu likes to play a crushing game, not a close match. Kakadong is only at the peak of cage level, and can only be regarded as half a 6 paths level at best. Not to mention Runtu and Zhiwo. Runtu's strength depends entirely on the Gundam. Zhiwo is stronger than Runtu, but it is definitely not the kind of strength that can be crushed. With such a lineup, Kyunyu was a little worried that they would be in vain if they faced the Akatsuki organization. After all, the Akatsuki organization that fights in groups is quite capable. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, I will use the cross-border sky delivery technique to send you some things. You can continue to act according to the original plan. Remember, before the cross-border portal is successfully built, you should try to be as low-key as possible. Naruto and the others have failed, and now you are the only successful exception. Kyunyu, who was worried, cut off communication after another warning. After the projection disappeared, the void in front of him suddenly distorted, and then several metal blocks fell from it. The metal melted as soon as it hit the ground, then began to spread and reform. Soon, 2 strange instruments appeared in front of everyone. That thing like a test tube is called a soul capture device, and the other chip is information about some people in this world. Those who have been marked as special talents should be captured alive if they can be encountered again. If not, kill them and then capture their souls. It is absolutely impossible to return their souls to the Pure Land. Kyunyu's cold voice came from the machine. Zabuza and Kakashi turned pale after hearing this. You don't let people go after they die, but you also want to capture their souls? Is your empire too inhumane in what it does? Zabuza felt his mouth go dry, and Kakashi even thought about whether to commit suicide right now. Once these 2 things come out, there is no point in committing suicide. Kakadong curiously picked up the chip on the ground, and after integrating it with his mechanical watch, the watch also had an additional data viewing function. Multiple mission targets have been detected. Do you want to check their information? The system prompt sounded, and Kakatone clicked on the panel curiously. Mission target, Hitaki Kakashi, the East variant of Hitaki Kakashi, first capture the prisoners, then capture the soul. Mission target, Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze Naruto is all over the body, priority is to capture, cannot be killed. Mission target Uchiha Sasuke, variant of Uchiha Sasuke, priority to capture, cannot be killed. Mission target, Harano Sakura, Harano Ying's transformation, capture first, then capture the soul. If she loses her purity, she will be destroyed humanely. Personal request of Harano Ying, the first level Emperor's maid. The mission objectives are Zabuza and Haku. Looking at the list on the watch, Naruto smirked proudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Seeing that there is no Sasuke, they don't dare to kill me. They must know my future strength, so they don't dare to do this to me." Although Sasuke's face was expressionless, he was quietly relieved in his heart. It wasn't that Sasuke was relieved for himself, but that he was relieved for Naruto, the fool. He was really afraid that Kakadong and the others would become impatient one day and kill Naruto. Although he has always been at odds with Naruto on the surface and in words, the only thing he cares about in Konoha now is Naruto in front of him. Chapter 40, The Emperor and Number 039, S Maid. At this time, little Sakura raised her right hand and asked curiously, "Wait a minute. What does purity mean? Is it a literal meaning? It feels like this word has a wide range of descriptions. Also, why can't Naruto and Sasuke be killed? Why am I different?" After hearing this, Kakadong looked at the little girl strangely. This little girl with no sense of existence is actually the transformation of an emperor's maid. The so-called emperor's maids are not slaves, but the apprentices of the imperial concubine. Such existences also have a title, called the Imperial Concubine's Reserve. Although he relied on his crafts to make a living, Kakashi, who liked to read pornographic books, reacted instantly and said quickly, "Sakura doesn't have a boyfriend. He has nothing to do with Sasuke." Naruto also nodded quickly, "Sakura-chan has nothing to do with this guy Sasuke." "Me neither." "You." Little Sakura looked at the two of them angrily. Kakadong nodded indifferently and said, "It's best to do this. Although I don't know how similar you two are, we are built by Harano Ying. Since you are the emperor's maid, you must be with other men. A certain distance." Kakadong did not embarrass the other party, but continued to read the information above. The above shows that there are not many people about the Kingdom of Wind, and there are only a few who are really technically talented. Kakadong said to Zhiwo and Runtu, "You two come here and get familiar with each other, so as not to accidentally hurt the mission target." When it came to business, Runtu did not play tricks, but carefully wrote down the mission objectives on the projection screen. After keeping all the goals in mind, Kakadong ordered, "The movement here is a bit loud, let's leave here first." Danzo, who was suffering the backlash from Shadow Clone, gritted his teeth with a gloomy face and cursed, "Damn! Why are you so strong? That Susanoo, that outrageous knife!" Abarame Ryoma next to him asked worriedly, "Sir, should we go back to the village now?" Although he wanted to tear Kakadong and the others into pieces, Danzo still said with a new heart, "Go back first, I underestimated the strength of those guys." "How are the casualties on our side?" Danzo asked again. Abarame Ryoma said in a low tone, 8 Jainin and dozens of Jnin were lost. Pfft! After hearing this, Danzo could no longer hold back and spit out a mouthful of black blood. The 8 Masters Shinobu. What is this concept? This operation almost ruined all the high-end combat effectiveness of the route. Go back to the village. Danzo ordered through gritted teeth. Although Danzo was heartbroken about this loss, he was more grateful that he believed in his ethereal sixth sense and ran away when he realized something was wrong. Otherwise, one of the corpses lying in the desert must be one of myself. Abarame Ryoma consoled him, that cool Kakashi ninja is too powerful in single combat, and the two Uchiha both opened Mangeki. The failure of this mission was due to a mistake in the intelligence. Danzo nodded with genuine sympathy, and then said without hesitation, "It's all the fault of that Jiraiya guy, an elite Jainin? Those people are at least cage-level experts." Until now, Danzo still couldn't understand it. Why is the gap between Sharingan and Sharingan so big? Compared with Susanoo, who is like a giant in the sky, and Shisui's Susanoo, who is less than 30 meters tall, the gap between the two is simply visible to the naked eye. Danzo, who had sobered up after being severely beaten, couldn't help but think about it. With such strength, how could Uchiha not stage a coup? Are those guys really from other worlds? Ninja World number 0. Looking at the two metal blocks disappearing in front of his eyes, Kyunyu nodded with satisfaction and praised, "It seems that there is no problem with the cross-border gift technique." The big snake medicine next to him said modestly, "It's just that it's not difficult to transport inanimate objects. The focus still needs to be on the cross-border portal. Orochimaru doesn't dare to guarantee this. Although chakra is a universal energy, it can only target chakra." Orochimaru hurriedly explained, "It should be no problem if it is just to teleport ninjas. We have already started construction, but it will take some time to study to teleport 6 paths level experts." Although he knew that Orochimaru and the others were already doing their best, Kyunyu still urged, "Then continue research. If you can't teleport 6 paths level experts, then conquering other worlds is just a joke." After Kyunyu finished speaking, he left the underground laboratory and came to the huge square in front of the palace. At this moment, a huge teleportation gate with a height of more than 300 meters and a width of more than 400 meters stands proudly in the huge square. Although it has not been completed yet, it can definitely be called a giant gate that reaches the sky. This is the cross-border portal. Unfortunately, it is only a one-way portal. If you want to use it officially, you have to wait for Kakadong to open the portal and then connect the two portals to each other. Kyunyu, who was standing on the city wall looking at the portal, murmured to himself, "Kakadong, we need to speed up, we don't have much time left." Kyunyu is not worried about ordinary Tsutsuki. Although their strength is strong, they are still within the 6 paths level. What Kyunyu is really worried about is the god of Psutsuki. He doesn't know if he can deal with the so-called god of Psutsuki with his current strength. Ninja World Number 1. Runtu, who had been particularly interested in the desert before, also realized how stupid his previous ideas were. Runtu shouted desperately, "I feel like I'm going to die from the heat. How far is the Sand Ninja village on the map from here?" Kakadong, who was holding the map, replied expressionlessly, "There are less than 200 kilometers left. Just hold on." At the back of the team, Naruto with dry skin was dumbfounded when he heard that there were still 200 kilometers to go. Don't think that 200 kilometers is very long. Even as a ninja, it would take nearly an hour to cover 200 kilometers in the desert. What's more, their speed now is less than 100 kilometers when they were young. Zabuza asked inappropriately at this time, "Wait. Are we going to Sand Shinobi Village just like that? What's the difference between this and dying? You don't want to challenge the entire Sand Shinobi Village with us, do you?" Kakadong looked at Zabuza with confusion and said, "What? Is there a problem with this?" Dealing with all the Jainin and senior officials by himself, Runto clearing out the minions, Zhiwo to control their leader, this is Kakadong's whole plan. As for sneaking in secretly, such a trick may be effective on other shinobi villages, but it has absolutely no effect on Sand Shinobi Village. It is precisely because of knowing this that Kakadong had the idea of breaking through head-on from the beginning, and then overwhelming Sand Shinobi Village with absolute strength. At that time, we will start the 4th Ninja War through Sand Shinobi Village, and then take the opportunity to seize the tail of other village leaders in the chaos. However, Kakadong did not communicate with Zhiwo about this plan. Chapter 41, What? One tale ran to Konoha. The reason why Kakadong didn't tell Zhiwo about this was because Zhiwo was too holy. In fact, Kakadong has never understood why people from Uchiha are so holy. You can call him a holy mother, it is indeed a holy mother. It's been so long since I graduated, and the total number of lives on my hands probably won't exceed 10. Kakadong even suspected that this guy didn't kill anyone at all. But let's just say he's not ruthless. No matter how you look at it, this guy's pupil technique looks a bit anti-human. In Kakadong's view, it is impossible for a person who is not evil in his heart to give birth to that kind of evil pupil technique. Therefore, Kakadong has always felt that Zhiwo is particularly unstable and very contradictory. Just when Kakadong was still thinking about how to arrange Zhihuo, the Holy Mother, Zhihuo, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Zhihuo looked into the distance and reminded, "Someone is coming." Runto was also very surprised, there are still people in this place where birds don't poop. Kakadong put away the map and explained casually, "After all, this is also the surrounding area of Sand Shinobi Village. It is normal for ninjas to patrol." After explaining, Kakadong complained again, "You really can't see any green in this damn place." Seeing the people here, Sand Shinobi rushed over and blocked the way of Kakadong and others. He frowned and asked, "Hey! Who are you? What are you doing here? This peaceful place is rarely visited by anyone except certain caravans." Kakadong and the others did not conceal their whereabouts, making the patrolling Sand Shinobi somewhat confused about Kakadong and the others' purpose. It would be fine if he was sneaking around, but he must be a spy from another village, so he could just be arrested and interrogated. But Kakadong and the others are too above board and don't look like spies to me at all. At this time, Sand Shinobi also noticed the forehead protector on Naruto's head. The leader, Sand Shinobi, frowned and asked the sword, "Konoha's ninja forehead protector? Are you from Konoha?" It was now a period of peace, and Sand Shinobi Village had signed an alliance contract with Mui, so they did not doubt the identity of Naruto and others. "We are, look at me." Zhiwo suddenly raised his head, and the blood-red Sharingan spun wildly. Sand Shinobi, who looked at Shisui, was instantly controlled by genjutsu. Kakashi's heart was beating wildly when he saw this scene. Controlling so many people with illusions in an instant, this guy's illusion skills are absolutely outrageous. Kakashi discovered that these people from other world have somewhat outrageous attributes. For example, Kakadong's sword, Runta's Susanoo, and the illusion of stopping fire. Taking control of everyone, Shishuo ordered in an even tone, "Take us to Sand Shinobi village." Seeing this scene, Kakadong warned coldly, "If the mission fails because you are soft in the battle, I will report the truth to the Empire." He also knew the reason why Shishuo took action. "It's just that I can save the lives of these Sand Shinobi by taking action myself. If it were him and Obito, this group of people would have been buried in the sand by now." Shishuo nodded kindly and explained gently, "It's not that I'm soft-hearted, but I don't want to commit more crimes, and it's more valuable to control them." Snort. Kakadong snorted coldly, not believing the reasons Shishuo gave. Kakashi looked at Kakadong and Shishuo thoughtfully, and then silently remembered this matter in his heart. It seems that the internal conflicts in this three-person team are quite serious. Is it because of personality differences? This is very important information for ninjas. Led by Sand Shinobi, the group soon arrived at the entrance of Sand Shinobi village. Although the environment of Sand Shinobi village is harsh, its terrain is unique. Because it is located in a valley, Sand Shinobi village is surrounded by high cliffs except for the entrance. This cliff not only blocks the wind and sand, but also blocks any enemies who covet Sand Shinobi. It is no exaggeration to say that unless someone can fly, it is absolutely impossible to invade Sand Shinobi village. Even a ninja can only look at those cliffs and sigh with excitement. Although the environment is very poor, this location is really unique. Standing at the entrance of Sand Shinobi village, Kakadong sincerely admired the topography of this place. Unlike Shishuo and Runto, Kakadong, who has always been among the best in military classes, is very aware of the advantages of this geographical location. Shishuo reminded Kakashi, "You guys should hide behind. I might not be able to take care of you when the battle begins." Kakashi listened and nodded gratefully. Now that their chakra is sealed, if they are unlucky during the battle, it may be affected. Then Shishuo was ready to fight and asked, "Where is the tailed beast in your village?" The leading ninja is a Jainin, who also knows the village's intelligence relatively well, and has been completely controlled. Sand Shinobi seconds Kide, being taken away, he should be on the way to Konoha now. Runto, who was ready to drive Susanoo next to him, was stunned in place as if the pause button had been pressed, not knowing what to do for a moment. Even Kakadong, who had drawn the short sword halfway, was silenced after hearing this. Shishuo also looked at Sand Shinobi in front of him with a confused expression. This kind of thing is like going to Fenglu to find a lady. When you get to the room, you have already taken off your pants, and then the lady's aunt comes and you are speechless. There was another person who was more excited than them. Kakashi asked nervously, "Wait. Why are you taking Jinchuriki to Konoha?" The controlled Sand Shinobi replied, "Execute the Konoha collapse plan." Kakashi asked excitedly, "What? Are you, Sand Shinobi, planning to take back the agreement? Who in the right mind would bring a tailed beast to another village during peacetime? You can think with your toes that Sand Shinobi definitely has other purposes for doing this." Kakadong sneered, "It seems that the time for us to come is quite coincidental, just in time for the fourth war in your world." Shishuo looked a little sad when he heard the word 4 wars. This pervert world really needs the reshaping of the empire. Shishuo always thought that they were the cause of the war, but he never imagined that even without them, the world would still be in endless war. The world needs a holy war. A holy war that can end all wars. Runto, who didn't think too much, heard that the mission target was not here, so he directly asked, "What should I do? Should we continue to act, or?" Kakadong also squinted his eyes and began to think. Kakadong narrowed his eyes and asked, "Except for Jinchuriki, where are the shadows in your village? We're going to Konoha too. After receiving the answer, Kakadong looked at Zabuza, who had been silent, and asked, Chakram metal is a strategic material. Every village should have it in storage, right? Zabuza nodded and explained, the amount of chakram metal reserves in each village will not be low. After all, that thing is a war reserve material. Kakatoon also made an instant decision, and ordered with a decisive tone, follow the original plan. But change the target, to the mission target of this village and chakram metal. Do you all remember the goals of the Kingdom of Wind? If you can capture them alive, try to capture them alive, if not, capture their souls. Chapter 42, Konoha takes the blame. I'll be responsible for capturing the mission target. Zhiwo sighed. Runta said, leave it to me as an ordinary ninja, and you go and snatch the chakram metal. The reason why Zhiwo chose to capture the target of the mission was simply because he did not want to cause more crimes, and because his illusion skills were stronger, he was more suitable for this kind of capture mission. Not to mention Runta's Susanoo, he cleared out the small soldiers and swept away a large area. Kakadong nodded, that's okay. If you have any questions, please contact me. Although One Tail, which is the main target, is not here, it would not be a bad thing if they could take the opportunity to control the entire Sand Shinobi village. The geographical advantages of Sand Shinobi village are really good and ridiculous. The most important thing is that the high-end combat power of Sand Shinobi village does not seem to be in Sand Shinobi village now. Let's make a scene. The excited Runta was on full fire. Susanoo slowly takes shape. 10 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Finally, a giant more than 400 meters high blocked the only exit of Sand Shinobi village. Not far away, Zhihui, who had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak into Sand Shinobi village, frowned when he saw this scene. Although Runta's move can attract the firepower of the entire Sand Shinobi village, it will also arouse Sand Shinobi village's desperate resistance. The reason is simple, because this guy has blocked his only way of survival. Oh my god! What the hell is that? Enemy attack! There is an enemy invasion at the entrance of the village. Hurry and report to the advisor that there is an intruder. Frightened voices kept ringing out, and Sand Shinobi village, which was originally peaceful, suddenly became chaotic. Some ninjas kept jumping on the rooftops and rushed towards the entrance of the village. At the same time, some clerks quickly arranged for the withdrawal of non-combatants. Although Sand Shinobi village suddenly became chaotic, the retreat was tense and orderly. Obviously, Sand Shinobi village is a military fortress. Even ordinary civilians have received some military training, otherwise they would not have been able to retreat in such an orderly manner. Cho was studying poison at home when she suddenly heard a movement outside the door. Before she could put down the test tube in her hand, a ninja rushed in and shouted in panic, "Cho-sama, someone, there is an enemy invasion." The enemy invaded? Could it be that the plan failed and Konoha came to cause trouble? But the timeline is not right either. Judging by the time, that guy Raza probably hasn't arrived in Konoha yet. Cho was very confused and asked quickly, what on earth is going on? Giant. There is a chakra giant wearing warrior armor at the window, which is a full 400 meters tall. Chiyo's first reaction when he heard this was disbelief. Throwing down the test tube in his hand, Cho walked out of the hut. As soon as he left the hut, Cho saw the 400-meter tall chakra giant in the distance. This. Susanoo. The frightened Cho muttered to himself with his eyes blank. Cho has not seen Susanoo in person, but is aware of the existence from village records. That is the divine power of the Uchiha clan, and it is also the fundamental reason why Uchiha can stand proudly at the top of the ninja world. Wrong. Cho suddenly woke up. The Uchiha were exterminated a few years ago. How could an Uchiha come to Sand Shinobi village? Thinking of this, Cho did not dare to stay where she was. She turned around and went home, took the puppet with her, and headed towards the window. At the same time, Ebis, who was fishing, heard the noise and turned around to see the 400-meter-long chakra giant at the entrance of the village. "Is this Susanoo?" Ebis muttered in horror. Not daring to hesitate, Ebis dropped his fishing rod and also headed towards the village entrance. The siblings will soon meet up in the center of the village. Ebis looked at Cho next to him and asked, "Sister, do you know what is going on?" Cho said with an ugly face, "It's not a good thing anyway. Neither the Kazekage nor the tailed beasts are in the village. No matter who the enemy is, their timing was too good." Ebis nodded sympathetically. In the entire Sand Shinobi village, even if we include these two hometown fires, there are only 4 people with cage-level combat capabilities. In fact, the other one is Jinkraki. Now that the cage-level combat power has left too, this time can be said to be the time when Sand Shinobi village's defense is at its weakest. After all, these 2 old guys, who are old and lustful, can only be regarded as the bottom of the cage level. Ahahaha! Stupid natives! Bow under the power of my god! Runto laughed wildly, as if he was going crazy. Far away, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. "Well, this guffaw is very Uchiha." Suzuki looked at the tall figure with longing. "If I had such power, I would definitely be able to kill that guy." Feeling the enthusiasm in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi reminded worriedly, "The second Hokage once said that Sharingan is not only a power, it is also a curse." "Suzuki, don't pursue the power of Sharingan too much." Suzuki retorted angrily, "You don't need to worry about it. I just want power, and I don't care if that power is cursed or not." Sand Shinobi Jainin, who finally dodged the slash of the 200-meter sword, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn bastard! Ordinary ninjutsu is useless at all, what should I do?" The puppet master next to him also had a face full of despair, and his own puppet could only scratch this damn chakra giant. A ninja shouted desperately, "What should I do? If Lord Kazekage is here, he will definitely cause harm to this thing." Another ninja began to boost morale, "Wait until the advisor comes to support, let's hold this guy back first." "Damn Uchiha!" One ninja cursed fiercely. He was so focused on dealing with the Susanoo Sand Shinobi that he didn't notice the 2 strange figures sneaking in. Where should I find the mission target? After lurking into Sand Shinobi village, Zhihui looked at the completely unfamiliar environment and frowned in thought. Compared with Zhihuo, who has no idea of his target, Kakadong's target is much clearer. His goal is the Kazekage building. However, coincidentally, when Kakadong was about to lurk into the Kazekage building, he bumped into the Cho siblings halfway. There is no way, Kakadong's hair is really too eye-catching, especially in Chiyo's eyes. White hair. That is the sign of a lifelong enemy. Looking at Kakadong who passed by him, Cho shouted angrily, "Stop that white-haired brat! White hair! And a short sword on your back!" Ebis also noticed Kakadong. Ebis yelled, "You are Hitaki Kakashi, the son of Hitaki White Fang." Ebis is the consultant in charge of the Sand Shinobi Village Intelligence Agency. Although he is now retired, he still knows a lot about some of Konoha's geniuses. Take Kakashi, for example, the son of an enemy and a genius who graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5. Damn it! That bastard Kakashi looks like he's half dead and decadent every day. Why does he have such a high reputation in this world? Kaka didn't expect that he would be exposed so carelessly, and he had to stop and face these 2 old men who seemed to have some strength, and explained expressionlessly, "I am not Hitaki Kakashi." Cho did not believe Kakato's lies, but said in a positive tone, "Ha! It seems that the Uchiha outside is also from your Konoha. Are you Konoha preparing to tear up the agreement and start a unilateral war?" Holding the short sword, Kakadong, who was ready for battle, said expressionlessly, "Whether you believe it or not, I'm really not Kakashi." With that said, Kakadong said to the watch on his wrist, "Zhihuo, come to me." I have met your mission target, and the two of them are together. After hearing Kakadong's words, Chiyo's expression changed. Shisui? Uchiha the missing genius. Cho suddenly thought of a series of conspiracy theories and looked at Kakadong in realization. I understand. Orochimaru defected, and then contacted the Kazekage and told them about a plan to collapse Konoha, and what about the Uchiha annihilation, and Konoha's strength was greatly reduced. It turns out that all this is your Konoha conspiracy. You Konoha really played a big game. The anger on Chiyo's face was replaced by horror. If his guess was true, then Konoha would be really terrible. P.S. I beg you all for your support. Don't be stingy with flower evaluation votes or anything like that. 7 chapters have been updated today. Isn't the author full of sincerity? Chapter 43, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Am I Really a Genius? Right, all right. The cunning, despicable, and shameless Konoha started playing this big game many years ago. First, it was announced that Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, had defected, causing other ninja villages to give up their vigilance, and at the same time, it could be used as a secret move. Then Konoha suddenly announced that Uchiha was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi a few years ago, causing everyone to ignore the terrifying power of Uchiha. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Which village would kill the strongest family in the village? You know, Uchiha is one of the 2 major families that founded Konoha. These 2 things that were originally unrelated can now be connected. Orochimaru suddenly invited the Kazekage to leave Sand Shinobi village with Jinchuriki, and then these despicable people in Konoha took the opportunity to attack Sand Shinobi. After the Sand Shinobi village here is destroyed, news will spread to Konoha that the Kazekage failed to assassinate Hokage and officially declared war on the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this plan, am I really a genius? Thinking of this, Chiyo's face became extremely desperate. Damn you scoundrel! I must keep you here today. After Cho cursed viciously, he formed a seal with his hands and summoned the 10 Chikamatsu people. Cho appears to be able to control 10 puppets with both hands. Unlike other ordinary puppet masters, Cho can control 10 puppets at the same time. The combat power of each puppet is at least equivalent to Elite Genin, and it is precisely with this puppet control that Cho can barely squeeze into cage level. Ebiz next to him is also not to be outdone. Although his puppet control cannot control 10 puppets at the same time like his sister, he can also control 5 different puppets at the same time. Puppetry. Kakadong watched this scene warily. The Empire also has an army of puppet masters. It is said that they are a group of guys whose strength is completely immeasurable. If you only look at Chakra, you will think that they are weak. But if paired with those strange puppets, the strength of this group of puppets will become like a mystery. Leave this to me. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhiwo, who arrived in time, took over the battlefield. Zhiwo said in a calm tone, 2 old seniors, your opponent is me. Okay. Be careful, kid. The combat effectiveness of the puppet masters is difficult to describe by their chakra capacity. Kakadong warned with some worry. Looking at the black-haired and dark-eyed Shisui, Ebiz asked in confusion, Shisui. Shizuka humbly replied, no. It's Uchiha Shizuka, and my body flicker technique is not strong. Ebiz asked angrily, I don't care if you are Shisui or Shizuo, why did you invade our Sand Shinobi village? Unlike Cho, Ebiz, who is in charge of intelligence, knows more secrets. It is precisely because he knows many things that Ebiz cannot figure out what Konoha wants to do. The reason why they started a war before was simply because they coveted the Fire Country's fertile land and entrusted mission quotas. But Konoha took the initiative to start a war, which is a bit confusing. The Kingdom of Wind is a desert. It is difficult for outsiders to survive here, let alone live in this ghost place. As for mineral resources, the mineral resources of the Kingdom of Earth are much richer than those of the Kingdom of Wind. As for the mission quota, in addition to the local nobles of the Kingdom of Wind, nobles from other countries would only come to this ghost place to issue tasks if their brains were kicked by a donkey. The reason why the Kingdom of Wind dares to start a war is purely because it is completely worthless. If the bet wins, it will not be worse than now. Then the question now is, why do you Konoha? It's normal for a beggar to go bankrupt to play for the richest man's wealth, but it's a bit outrageous for you, a richest man, to go bankrupt to play for a beggar's assets. Zhiwo shook his head again and denied, I told you I'm not from Konoha. Okay, the conversation is over. The Sharingan in Zhiwo's eyes appeared, the Megatama in his eyes turned crazily, Mangeki Sharingan opened. Almost instantly, Ebis fell into the genjutsu. Chiyo's pupils shrank when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that her brother would be controlled by genjutsu in an instant. What a terrible illusion! Cho quickly controlled a puppet, inserted a silver needle into Ebis's cervical spine, and injected chakra through the silver needle. After successfully disrupting the chakra in Ebis's brain, Ebis woke up from the illusion in horror. Ebis, with cold sweat on his forehead, looked at Zhihui in disbelief. Where did this monster come from? If it weren't for my sister beside me, I might have died just now. Even if he is old and frail and his strength has dropped to the level of elite Genin, he is still controlled by the opponent's illusion in an instant. This is already terrifying. Ebis, who was still frightened, reminded, what a terrible illusion. My sister must not look at him. Cho nodded and urged expressionlessly, yes. Go and deal with this guy quickly. The Uchiha at the entrance of the village is the biggest enemy. Puppet technique, attack blade. The 10 Chikamatsu people all rushed towards Zhiwo under the control of Cho. One of the puppets suddenly stopped halfway, and then rained kunao towards Zhihui. Seeing this scene, Zhiwo immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the place, escaping from the kunao attack range and at the same time escaping from the encirclement of Chikamatsu's 10 people. Seeing such a sharp body flicker technique, Cho gritted her teeth. You also said you admitted to being Shisui? Who else can do such a sharp body flicker technique except Shisui? As soon as Zhiwo escaped from the siege, Ebis controlled his 3 puppets and appeared to Zhiwo. Puppet technique hot oil flame dragon. The 3 puppets sprayed out scalding hot oil and flames respectively. When the 2 were combined, they instantly turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards the fire. This is a very vicious ninjutsu. Once it is stained, it is difficult to get rid of it, and then you can only be burned alive. This move is equivalent to a weakened version of Amaterasu and Jiraiya's Toad Oil Flame Bomb combined. Chapter 44, The Terrifying Illusion Inherited from the Emperor. Originally, Zhiwo was going to use water style to block it, but considering the addition of fire oil, Zhiwo chose to use body flicker technique to avoid it. Pfft! A puppet suddenly appeared behind Zhiwo, and the long prophet penetrated Zhiwo's chest. Zhiwo looked at the puppet behind him in disbelief. After Cho succeeded, he taunted excitedly, ha ha ha! Young man, you are still too young. After hearing this, Zhiwo, who was lying in a pool of blood, showed a teasing smile on his pale face. The old man has really rich combat experience. He almost capsized in the gutter. A voice suddenly sounded from the street light next to him. Zhiwo looked down at the 2 of them and praised them. Cho looked at Zhiwo on the street lamp in confusion, and then at Zhiwo lying in a pool of blood. Illusion? When? Cho asked through gritted teeth. Zhiwo tilted his head and asked, what gave you the illusion that I didn't use illusions? Cho frowned, and controlled the puppet again to attack Zhiwo, but the strange thing was that the puppet actually passed through Zhiwo's body easily. Chiyo's expression became even more gloomy. Another illusion. Ebis also stood next to Cho nervously. Ebis exclaimed, what kind of illusion is this? Zhiwo appeared in front of the 2 of them again, but this time neither of them took action. Because he was not sure whether the Zhiwo in front of him was an illusion. The emperor once said that using chakra to disrupt the brain is the lowest form of illusion. The real illusion is to control all human senses, such as the eyes. Zhiwo asked softly in a gentle tone, "Do you believe everything you see with your eyes now?" After hearing this, Cho closed her eyes silently, and then listened to everything going on around her. Over there, a puppet rushed toward the place where the sound came from, but the puppet still missed. What's even more strange is that the place where the puppet stood was still making sounds. Ears are also a type of sense organ, so you can't tell the difference between reality and illusion by looking at your ears. Zhihuo's voice came again. But you can try it with your nose, but smell is actually a sense. Dominating the five senses is the advanced state of genjutsu, and I am at this stage now. I don't know how far genjutsu in this ninja world has developed. But judging from your reactions, it seems like you have never experienced this kind of illusion? Control the five senses? The Kurama clan? Ebis asked with a gloomy expression. After hearing this, Zhiwo nodded thoughtfully and thought to himself, has the illusion of this world developed to this extent? But is there actually a Kurama clan in this world? I don't know that the Kurama clan has awakened. How many people are within the limits of blood inheritance? Ebis probed. I heard that each pair of Manjiki has its own unique pupil technique. This terrifying illusion technique should be your pupil technique, right? Zhiwo shook his head. Unfortunately, not really. His pupil technique is very dangerous and is not suitable for combat. Unless necessary, he will not actively use pupil technique. This is an illusion that the Emperor rewarded me after I activated Manjiki. The name seems to be Kaika Suijutsu. Sister, what should I do? Now I can't believe my eyes and ears. I can't even believe the smell I smell is real. Ebis asked worriedly. This illusion called Kaika Suijutsu is so terrifying. The feeling of being deceived of the five senses is like being against the world. Cho comforted him with a firm tone. You can actually deceive the five senses, so use your sixth sense to fight. Sixth sense? Ebis looked at his sister in surprise. Zhiwo also looked at Cho in surprise. Did you come up with a way to break the situation so quickly? Just an old-timer. Zhiwo, who was sighing secretly in his heart, did not take action directly. He found that these ninjas who had lived for a long time were really experienced in fighting. This is something they don't have. Ninjas do have a sixth sense, especially those veteran ninjas who have experienced countless battles. But the sixth sense can only predict hidden dangers and cannot be used to actively fight. Then let me try the old-timer's sixth sense. After Zhiwo finished speaking, he launched an attack brazenly. Dang! The crisp metal hit the sound device, and Zhihuo's kunao was blocked by Chiyo's puppet. You can actually do it. Seeing this scene, Zhiwo became very excited. A truly high-end illusion is to turn reality into reality, and reality into reality. If you can deceive others' five senses, then try to deceive others' sixth sense. When you can do this, you can try to deceive other people's souls. Souls can affect thinking. When you can do this, you are the god of this world. This was what the Emperor taught him when he first asked him about illusions. Deceiving others' six senses has always been Zhiwo's next goal. Unfortunately, he has never met someone with relatively developed six senses. How to deceive? Zhiwo thought hard. Although he blocked Zhiwo's attack, Chiyo's heart fell to the bottom. Just one Shisui dragged the two of them here, and the longer they stayed here, the greater the damage to Sand Shinobi would be. In other words, they can't afford it. Ebis also realized this. The anxious Ebis even tried to escape from the battle and went to the entrance of the village to support. Bang! Ebis hit an invisible wall. Looking at the road in front of him, but he hit his head and broke his blood, a trace of fear finally arose in his heart. No. This should also be an illusion, controlling the human body's touch. Yes. That must be the case. Although he comforted himself in his heart, Ebis did not dare to take another step. This kind of illusion is too scary, but it's good to feel the pain. What is really scary is not being able to feel pain, and then bleeding to death after being injured without even realizing it. Ebis even began to doubt his own body. Am I hurt now? And it's still bleeding? Just because of the illusion, I don't know. And is what I saw really real? Is that Uchiha Shisui really Uchiha Shisui? Is my sister really my sister now? Once such a chain of suspicion is formed, it is difficult to break and will lead to endless self-doubt. Chapter 45, Zhiwo's Weird Eye Technique. After Zhiwo looked at Ebis, who was milling around in place, he nodded with satisfaction. As for Cho, her so-called sixth sense is actually not that strong. It is not so much a sixth sense as it is an intuition that has been honed after many battles. Looking at Cho running around in place, Zhiwo sneered and then began to form seals with his hands. Sealing technique: chakra seal. Like headless flies, the two suddenly woke up after feeling that the chakra in their bodies was becoming increasingly difficult to flow. But it was too late. After chakra was completely banned, the two were finally freed from the illusion. It turns out to be a chakra shroud. Cho, who was awake, sighed regretfully. It wasn't until chakra was completely sealed that Cho figured out what Shishuo's so-called Kaika Suijutsu was all about. Normal genjutsu uses chakra to interfere with the brain, but the so-called Kaika Suijutsu says that chakra is attached. It is actually not difficult to crack Kaika Suijutsu if you know the information. In that case, you just need to use chakra to forcefully break through all the surrounding chakra. Unfortunately, it was discovered too late. Zhiwo comforted him gently. Now, two seniors, you have been captured. Chiyo's face was extremely ugly. She was a little embarrassed but didn't want to admit this fact. Cho asked, "What do you want to do?" The other party clearly had a chance to kill them just now, but the other party did not, which means that the other party's purpose may not be to kill them. Zhiwo persuaded with a serious expression, "I want you to convince Sand Shinobi to surrender. You should have seen the strength of my companions. Sand Shinobi village cannot be our opponent at all. I hate war, and I hate having life passing before my eyes, so, please surrender." Ha! Your method of persuading people to surrender is quite novel. Cho sneered and said sarcastically. Cho said categorically, "It is absolutely impossible for Sand Shinobi village to surrender. It is even more impossible for me to surrender to you, Konoha. Even if you kill me, I will never surrender. I think the same is true for other Sand Shinobi." Really? Zhiwo looked at Cho with some disappointment. "In that case, then you should suffer the same pain as me." The Sharingan in Zhiwo's right eye spins wildly. Sharingan activates. Sharingan empathy activates. Due to different reasons in the world, Zhiwo's right eye is not the distinguished heavenly gods like in the original plot, but the pupil technique and empathy. This technique is similar to distinguished heavenly gods. Its effect is that the person who has been affected by the pupil technique will maintain the same mentality and thoughts as the person who released the pupil tree. Just like his name, empathize. The two people whose chakra was sealed did not make any resistance, and the two people who felt the same pain looked at Zhiwo in confusion. Zhiwo sincerely requested again, "Grandma Cho, please surrender. Are you really willing to watch the ninjas of Sand Shinobi village die so meaninglessly? The outcome of this war has been determined. Your resistance will only increase casualties." Cho, who was originally resolute, had struggles in his eyes. Listening to the screams in the distance, Cho clenched his fist in his right hand, his eyes full of despair. "Why? Why do you guys want to bring the war to our Sand Shinobi village? Isn't it good for everyone to coexist peacefully?" Cho asked angrily. "I'm sorry." Zhiwo apologized in a low tone. Ebis also looked with compassion at Susanoo, who was massacring Sand Shinobi in the distance. Ebis shouted in sadness and despair, "Stop fighting! I surrender, I surrender! Don't kill any more!" After Cho heard his brother's words, he nodded in the same manner. Zhiwo, whose right eye was spinning crazily, grunted, then awkwardly took out a pill from the watch on his wrist and swallowed it. The pupil technique of empathy is not a one-time effect, but a continuous one. As this complaint continues to take effect, pupil power will also continue to be consumed. The stronger the target, the faster the pupil power will be consumed. The Cho siblings are both cage-level experts. If they want to maintain it forever, the consumption of pupil power can be described as terrifying. If it were not for the special medicine developed by the Empire, Zhiwo feels that he can only last about an hour at most before losing pupil power. Exhausted, Zhiwo quickly unlocked the chuck seal on the two of them and said sincerely, "Then let's stop this massacre quickly." The two siblings, who were already in sync with Zhiwo in terms of personality and mentality, did not refuse, let alone go back on their word. Because they know that even if they try again, they will definitely lose, and the longer the delay, the greater the loss of Sand Shinobi Village will be. The more Sand Shinobi die, the more. Ninja World Number 0. In front of the huge portal to the sky, Namikaze asked curiously, "Your Majesty, Zhiwo's mentality is not suitable for this kind of invasion war. Why do you still insist on sending him?" Kyunyu explained meaningfully, "Because of his pupil technique, Zhiwo may indeed have soft bones and be a bit compassionate, but if combined with his pupil technique, this shortcoming will turn into an advantage. Even in another world, the power of Shisui's Mangeki was born to control will. If distinguished heavenly gods can quietly change a person's will, then empathy can infect a person's will like spring breeze and drizzle. What is the mentality of this unlucky boy Zhihuo? This unlucky child is a pure life supremacist. He will feel that life is precious, valuable and precious. Thinking that life is above all else, everything must make way for life, whether it is honor, the bottom line, or even the country. If the empire encounters an enemy that is absolutely impossible to defeat, the unlucky child will definitely surrender in order to save life in the empire. Of course, you can't say that. After all, if they are evenly matched, this unlucky kid's knees are still pretty hard. As the saying goes, garbage has its uses. Although Zhiwo's mentality is not good, it will be different if he cooperates with Sharingan. If this unfortunate child uses it well, it can still have miraculous effects. After all, the Empire is absolutely crushing and absolutely invincible to ninja villages in other worlds. At this time, Shizuka Ippo felt that even if Uchiha Madara was alive, he might surrender in order to save the lives of the people of Konoha village. To be honest, this pupil technique is only suitable for stopping fire. If it is applied to people like Uchiha Itachi, this pupil technique will be a drag. Namikaze nodded thoughtfully, "It seems that I have underestimated that Uchiha." Chapter 46, The right eye feels the same, the left eye unites as one, world peace. Looking at the entire empire, there is almost no one who does not envy Uchiha. Uchiha's Mangeki is simply the ladder to your dreams. What is the dream of the master of Mangeki? Then the pupil technique born from Mangeki can definitely realize that dream, or help realize that dream. Who wouldn't long for such heaven-defying eyes? Fortunately, the Empire has not cracked the secret of Sharingan, otherwise everyone in the entire Empire would have a pair of them. Don't you see that someone like Runto can squeeze into the Empire's army with a pair of Mangeki? After arriving at the battlefield at the entrance of the village, Cho shouted, "Everyone stops attacking and retreats to the village." Zhiwo also stood in front of Runto and stopped him loudly, "Runto, please stop. Sand Shinobi village has decided to join the Empire." "Ah! You stopped resisting so quickly." Runto controlled Susanoo, who felt very disappointed and stopped. Runto, who was a little unwilling, shouted, "Are you sure?" "Zhiwo, you must not be deceived." "I promise." Zhiwo nodded seriously. After hearing this, Runto reluctantly removed Susanoo. "Have you captured Sand Shinobi village so quickly? It's really scary. These three guys." Kakashi was also frightened when he saw this scene. Although Konoha's overall strength is stronger than Sand Shinobi village, in terms of invasion difficulty, Sand Shinobi Village is much more difficult than Konoha. Shizuo and the others commented that 3 people could capture Sand Shinobi Village so quickly, which is a bit outrageous no matter how you look at it. The most outrageous thing is that Sand Shinobi Village actually surrendered? Is this resistance too weak? If it were Konoha, even if the entire Konoha was abandoned, it would probably be impossible to surrender. It's so weird. What happened to Sand Shinobi Village? Zabuza also felt that Sand Shinobi Village's attitude was particularly weird. After the 2 sides stopped fighting, a master asked angrily, "Advisor, why did you stop? That damn Uchiha killed Luochi." Cho sighed after hearing this, and comforted softly, "Robbie, don't let hatred consume your mind. If you don't stop, you will all die. Such a sacrifice is meaningless. I'm not afraid of death." "Yes. We are not afraid of death. Let's fight Uchiha's bastards." Shizuo, who had just stopped Runta from stopping for a moment, rushed over. Looking at the reaction of this group of people, he sighed in his heart, "Oh! Hatred! Advisor, we have stopped now, how can we explain to Kazekage-sama? Our noble Sand Shinobi village was defeated by 2 people? Isn't this too shameful?" "That's right. How about we fight? Even though Kazekage and the others are not in the village, we can still repel the enemy." Seeing the resistance of this group of people getting stronger, Shizuo felt even more anxious. "At this moment, Shizuo feels like I am trying my best to prevent you from sending it, but you insist on sending it. Damn it, we must not let these militants commit more crimes." Thinking of this, Shizuo's eyes turned cold, and the blood wheel in his left eye also spun crazily. Manjiki united as one. The ability of Shizuo's left eye is called One Heart, and its effect is to connect everyone's hearts, and then using the first double pupil technique as a template, everyone will become the same as the first person's mentality. The first target of Shizuo is the controlled Cho. The left eye is united and the right eye feels the same. The combination of the 2 can create a harmonious and beautiful world. This is the wish to stop the fire, to create a peaceful world where no one will die because of war, hatred, and desire. Runtu, who had just arrived, suddenly realized after seeing this, no wonder this guy made Sand Shinobi surrender so quickly. It turned out that he used Sharingan's pupil technique. But this guy is really messy. He can control so many people at once, and he's not afraid of killing himself with drugs. Runta curled his lips. It's not like they can't defeat Sand Shinobi. As for resistance, if they kill all those who resist, wouldn't there be no resistance? I just want to do such a thankless thing. The enemy's life is also life? Simply ridiculous. Although Runtu is not a standard Uchiha, he is definitely not as holy as Shizuo. On the other side, everyone is still looking for the Chakram metal storage place. Kakadong suddenly received a communication from Runtu, saying that Shizuo persuaded Sand Shinobi village to surrender and went to the Kazekage building to gather. When he received this information, Kakadong was completely stunned. "I didn't get anything I wanted to grab, but you ended up taking down the entire Sand Shinobi village? Is it that outrageous? Do you want it to be so fast?" Kakadong, who was filled with doubts, quickly rushed to the Wind Shadow building. As soon as he entered Feng Ying's office, Kakadong saw Shizuo, who was constantly stuffing pills into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Kakadong's mouth twitched slightly. He finally knew how this guy did it. While his eyes were bleeding and crying, he was taking drugs crazily to maintain his eyesight. "Shizuo, you are such a genius. For a group of unrelated enemies to be able to do this, I would like to call you the strongest virgin in the empire." Kakadong, who secretly cursed Chi Pa in his heart, sat in Feng Ying's seat with a dark face. "No wonder His Majesty the Emperor told me to keep an eye on him and not let him do stupid things. It turns out this guy's mind is really abnormal." Kakadong silently complained about this guy's weird character. Runtu, who had begun to covet Zhiwo's inheritance, thoughtfully gave his Sharingan recovery pills to Zhiwo, who was addicted to drugs. "Here, take your time, but you'd better write a Sharingan inheritance letter. I remember that you seem to be the only one in your family. If you die from taking drugs, donate the Sharingan to me. Don't worry, if I inherit your eyes, I will definitely inherit your last wish." Zhiwo. Kakadong. Cho also looked at Zhiwo with some concern. Cho has no good feelings for Kakadong and Runtu, and even has some hatred, but he is only grateful for Zhiwo. Because if the fire had not been stopped, Sand Shinobi Village would have suffered heavy losses today or even be destroyed. Chapter 47, Small, Cross-Border Portal Opens. After knowing the general situation, Kakadong crossed his hands and supported his chin and asked, "Where is the Chakram medal in Sand Shinobi Village?" Cho did not answer directly, but asked, "Are you not from Konoha?" Not getting the answer he wanted to know, Kakadong said with a somewhat cold tone, "You don't care who we are, answer my question." Although the method of stopping the fire allowed them to conquer Sand Shinobi Village very quickly, the hidden dangers were also great. Once the unlucky child removed his pupil technique, the entire Sand Shinobi Village would be in chaos again. Zhiwo seemed to have prevented a lot of killings, but it was actually a thankless effort. He just postponed the killings. After feeling the coldness in Kakadong's tone, Anbu at the door of the Cho Alliance team ordered, "Come here, take him to the number 0 combat readiness warehouse." When Kakadong left, he reminded him in a cold tone, "I'll wait until I get the Chakram medal." Zhiwo nodded with difficulty after hearing this, and then wiped the blood and tears from the corners of his eyes. Runtu looked at Zhiwo worriedly and teased him. He was really afraid that the unlucky child would die here. Looking at Zhihui, whose face turned pale, Kakashi, who had been observing in the corner, asked softly, "You used Mangeky's pupil technique? Is it a pupil technique that changes the will of others? Otherwise, the top management of Sand Shinobi Village would not have surrendered so quickly." Zhiwo glanced at Kakashi and warned in a calm voice, "You are prisoners now. The more you know, the smaller your chances of being alive will be. Wouldn't he be blind if he's like this?" Suzuki next to Runtu asked worriedly. After hearing his disciple's question, Runtu said, "Have you seen the medicine he took?" Suzuki nodded. "That thing is called Pupil Power Supplement Pill. It can restore pupil power and treat eye strain injuries." Suzuki nodded in realization. Although Suzuki still doesn't know what the concept of eye power means, he also knows that the pills from Zhiwo can prevent him from blindness. After being warned, Kakashi didn't ask any more questions. Kakashi actually didn't care about his own life or death, so he sent Naruto and Sakura away in advance when asking for information. The more you know, the faster you will die. He still understands such a simple truth. After a while, Kakadong turned back again. But this time he had an extra scroll in his hand. After returning, the harvest was good. Kakadong said excitedly, "The Chakram metal in Sand Shinobi Village is quite rich. It should be possible to build a small cross-border portal. We can open the channel now." After hearing this, Kakashi felt nervous again. Runtu asked, "How to solve chakra?" Kakadong glanced at Zhiwo and ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Use the chakra of the Sand Shinobi Village ninjas. They are only temporarily dominated anyway. There are not many ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village. At most, there are only about 5 cage level experts who can teleport back and forth." Zhihui said with a frown. Kakadong, who didn't want to talk to Zhiwo, said directly, "Contact His Majesty and let him make the decision." After finishing speaking, Kakadong took off his watch directly. Zhiwo could only helplessly follow the orientation watch. The 3 watches merged into one, and the cross-border communication channel was opened again. "Is there any good news? You guys have been in touch a lot lately." Kyunyu's deep voice sounded from over there. "That's it, Your Majesty, we are now Kakadong briefly talked about the situation here and Zhiwo's small actions during the war. Is it so amazing? You have actually controlled Sand Shinobi Village? Although it is only temporary. Kyunyu praised with a smile. Kyunyu didn't blame Zhiwo, he was a pragmatist. Although Zhihuo did this out of selfish motives, it did make things go a lot smoother. Kyunyu said, follow your plan. First use Sand Shinobi's chakra to experiment with a small cross-border portal. Orikami should be in need of this data. Kyunyu ordered again, by the way, Cho and his brother should also be sent over as experimental subjects. Cho is a technical talent. He has a technique that is being developed or has been developed that I really need. After the communication was cut off, Zhiwo quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and was extremely glad that Kyunyu didn't blame himself. Just go here. Kakadong opened the scroll after saying that, and a small mountain-sized piece of chakram metal appeared on the conference table. After Kakadong's operation, the three people's watches turned into nano-worms. These nano-layers were all top engineers. With the efforts of this group of nano-bugs, a gate about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide began to slowly form. Looking at the cross-border portal that was about to be completed, Kakadong reminded, ask Sand Shinobi to come and transport chakra. The first one to be called over was Jainin. After learning that chakra was only needed to activate the door, these Jainin did not resist. After all, they are now under Stop Fire's control, as harmless as Stop Fire. The total number of Jainin in Sand Shinobi Village did not exceed 40, and the 31 Jainin were quickly drained. The empty-faced Jainin left the Kazakage's office exhausted. Next up is Special Jainin, and then Chinin. Kakadong didn't exploit those little ninjas, it wasn't because of his conscience, he just found that it was a waste of time. Without knowing whether Cho deliberately concealed his strength, Kakadong roughly estimated the combat power of Sand Shinobi Village. 31 Jainin, 600 Chinin. Kakadong also knows that this number is definitely inaccurate. After all, Sand Shinobi Village is one of the 5 major shinobi villages in the world, and its strength cannot be limited to this. Kakadong said, these should be the ninjas who came to participate in the battle today. Those family ninjas should not have come. After hearing this, Runtu asked directly and aggressively, do you want me to go clean out those people? Kakadong comforted him, don't worry, the chakra to activate the portal is enough. Let's wait for the Emperor's next order. Chapter 48, the passage opens and a new century arrives. Ninja World Number 0. Orochimaru, who was holding an instrument in his hand, ran in excitedly and reported loudly, the connection is successful. We have successfully opened a passage to another world, and the portals on both sides have activated each other and connected. His Majesty. We have started a new century. From now on the Empire will enter a new era. Kyunyu nodded calmly after hearing this, and then asked Nunyi next to him, are they here? Numbei nodded and said, we're already here. You can summon him at any time. Let them come. Soon, 2 criminals wearing prison uniforms were pressed over. Numbly, the information confirmed expressionlessly, Uchiha Setsuna. The sinner of the Uchiha clan, the diehard of the old era. Am I right? It's me. The old Uchiha nodded instantly. Setsuna Uchiha, the former second elder of Uchiha, in the 4th year of the imperial calendar, the criminal Uchiha Setsuna wanted to encourage Uchiha to betray the empire, but was stopped by Uchiha Toyama, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Later, Princess Uchiha Mikoto interceded for you old guy, so you were sentenced to life imprisonment, right? Uchiha nodded, yes. Numa responded, now the empire is ready to give you a chance to atone for your sins. Before Mamoru could finish speaking, Uchiha couldn't wait to request, I am willing. No matter what you want to do, I am willing to cooperate. Numbei nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Uchiha had indeed become honest and repented. The transformation was relatively successful, and then Nunyi looked at the other criminal next to him. Criminal Chiaki, Cho variant, former consultant of Sand Shinobi Village in the Land of Wind, am I right? The old woman in prison uniform shook her head. After Kyunkaiu confirmed, Mamoru announced indifferently, because Princess Yeking intercedes for you, your mission is the same as Uchiha Setsuna, of course, the premise is that you can survive. Ah! Kyunkaiu chuckled and chose silence. After the fall of the Kingdom of Wind, no matter how much unwillingness and hatred she had in her heart, those hatred and unwillingness had been completely eliminated after being locked up in a cage for nearly 20 years. After receiving the confirmation, Nii waved his hand, suppress it. They will be the first experimental subjects of the cross-border portal. Kyunyu never looked at these two old people from beginning to end. They were just remnants of the old era. If it weren't for the fact that these two people happened to be cage-level experts and happened to meet the requirements of the experiment, based on the things these two people committed, they would have stayed in prison for the rest of their lives. After Chiaki and Uchiha were suppressed for a moment, a middle-aged man was brought in. Luoshuo greeted respectfully, Luoshuo, Luosha variant, see your majesty. Kyunyu asked in a gentle tone, do you know about the parallel world? Luoshuo said, I heard a little bit about it. Kyunyu explained, the parallel ninja world is still divided, with the 5 major countries each ruling their own politics, and your identity in the other world is the Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village. I want you to go over to replace yourself in another world, and then take control of Sand Shinobi Village and build Sand Shinobi Village into an outpost of the Empire. As you command. Luoshuo nodded excitedly. The ninja world has been peaceful for too long now. If top experts like them want to make contributions, in addition to developing ninjutsu, they can only recruit. Now that the opportunity to make meritorious deeds is just around the corner, how can Luoshuo not be excited? Kyunyu nodded, smiled, and encouraged, yes. Go get the nanomechanical watch, it contains everything you want to know. Excited Luoshuo left the palace with brisk steps. Nunyi looked at Luoshuo's back and chuckled, Luoshuo's loyalty is unquestionable, but his acting skills need to be discussed. Are you sure he can handle it well? Kyunyu chuckled and said, it doesn't matter. With Luoshuo's strength, even if someone discovers that he is a fake, he can easily suppress those opposing voices. Luoshuo, the upgraded body of Luoshat, is not simple. The opponent itself has magnet style. After some guidance from him, Luoshuo's strength is close to 6 paths level. No. To be precise, it should be super shadow. Such a strong person can kill indiscriminately in the entire ninja world, let alone only in Sand Shinobi Village. Let's go. Let's go witness this historic moment. Kyunyu walked towards the square full of anticipation. Ninja World number 1. It should be successful, right? Kakadong looked at the teleportation that had been activated. Kakadong was not polite and asked cold-bloodedly, which one of you two will go in first? Bai Yi stood up without hesitation and said, I'll go first. Zabuza next to him looked at Shiro worriedly, and asked with a trembling tone, what is the success rate? Level 5. Kakadong's face was calm and there was no emotion at all. Zabuza didn't see anything on Kakadong's face. Yes, that's a 50% chance. Today Uranus Laozi is here and it's 50%. Why? Because he doesn't know what the success rate is, but one thing is certain, that is, this thing is definitely risky. Since there are risks, let's do it 50 to 50. Zabuza blocked Haku and said, I'll go first. This time, I'll take you to the new world. Zabuza said as if to comfort himself, if that world is really as described by these guys, it may not be paradise. Shiro nodded after hearing this, but this time he did not choose to walk in front of Zabuza. If the new world is real, Zabuza should be the first to set foot there. See you in the new world. After Zabuza finished speaking, he walked directly into the portal. As soon as Zabuza's figure disappeared, Haku followed from behind. Just like that, both of them disappeared into the portal. Naruto, who didn't know the risks involved, said carelessly, "Did they really go to another ninja world? By the way, I'm actually quite curious about that other world. Can I also take a look?" "That's right." Kakashi crossed his arms and said, "They are indeed no longer suitable for this world." Chapter 49, the quota for the first exchange students is confirmed. Just taking 2 steps forward, the scenery in front of me changed drastically. The back legs were still in the office, and the front legs came to an extremely solemn square. The scenery that changed in the blink of an eye proved that he had entered another world. Is this another ninja world? Zabuza carefully examined the surrounding environment. There are some soldiers standing there on the empty square. Looking back, there is a statue more than 60 meters high standing proudly in the center of the square. Although it is just a statue, when you look directly at it, it gives people a sense of oppression. The most terrifying thing was the group of soldiers around them. They did not wear the ninja forehead protectors exclusive to the ninja village. Instead, they wore tight-fitting leather armor. And each of these soldiers gave him a very deadly feeling. "Can't you defeat this group of soldiers?" A ridiculous idea suddenly came to Zabuza's mind, an idea that even he couldn't believe. Just when Zabuza was stunned, Haku came in from behind and bumped his back gently. Byakuya carefully observed the surroundings, and then exclaimed, "Zabuza-sama, is this another ninja world? It looks really different. Hey! Come here and register. Someone will arrange for you two later." A cold voice sounded from the side. Zabuza's pupils shrank when he saw the pale face and long, straight black hair. Orochimaru. After hearing this, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. With Orochimaru's IQ, he instantly guessed what Zabuza was thinking. Orochimaru corrected him, "Orochimaru? You should be talking about me in your world. In this world, my name is Orochimaru. Don't call me by the wrong name." Zabuza nodded quickly and complained in his mind, "Sure enough. Orochimaru in both worlds are not normal, but this is normal, after all, that is Orochimaru." Zabuza and Haku were called over there to register, and then 2 old men in prison uniforms were brought to the portal. "Go in," Orochimaru urged with an expressionless expression. Uchiha listened for a moment and turned around to look at the world with nostalgia. The reason why he rebelled in the first place was because Kyunyu actually wanted to crack the secret of Sharingan and let the power of Uchiha blood flow out. As an old antique who lived from the end of Sengoku to the founding of the new empire, Uchiha Setsuna certainly couldn't accept it, so he wanted to encourage Uchiha to resist. In the end, he was suppressed by Uchiha Toyama before he even started, and ended up in jail. Uchiha, who has experienced 3 different eras, knows very well how beautiful this world is, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be able to adapt to this era. Kyunkaiu next to him looked at the palace behind him with the same complicated eyes. The prison where she was imprisoned was in the Kingdom of Wind. Since her previous relationships and contacts were still there, her treatment in the prison was pretty good. Her grandson even came to visit her every week. Although he was in prison, he could still witness with his own eyes the changes in the Kingdom of Wind, bit by bit, and its prosperity bit by bit. No, it should be called Wind Island now. Zabuza, who had just finished registration and was still waiting for Shiro to register, also noticed the 2 old men wearing prison uniforms. "Cho!" Zabuza murmured in surprise. "The Cho of this world looks younger, not even that short, and has a rosier complexion." Zabuza was a little confused when he saw this. In terms of pure appearance, you, a Cho wearing prison uniform, are better than Cho who is enjoying his retirement life. Is this world so nurturing? Thinking of this, Zabuza looked forward to this world even more. The number 1 ninja world. After seeing Zabuza and the others passing through the portal, Kakad urged, "Your Majesty means that Cho and Ebis must also be sent there together. Judging from the situation now, there should be no surprises." Zhiwo looked worried and said, but the anchor point of unity is on Granny Kyande. If it is suddenly disconnected, Kakadong said with an indifferent expression, Your Majesty has arrangements for this matter, so you don't have to worry. If Sand Shinobi Village had been conquered directly, where would there be so much nonsense? It's not like the three of them can't overpower Sand Shinobi Village. Helpless Zhiwo could only nod his head. After all, the Emperor's order was absolute, and at this time he could only bite the bullet and complete it. Zhiwo called over the Cho siblings. After hearing Kakadong's purpose, the Cho siblings were of course not willing to obey orders. God knows what these intruders will do to the people in the village after they leave Sand Shinobi Village. Please come in. Kakafuyuki pulled out the short sword with a wooden face and threatened. In no mood? Non-existent. They have already been imprisoned, so there are still so many demands. Ebis really wanted to forcefully say that even if you force me with a knife, I won't go. But faced with the shining white knife, Ebis gave in. Ebis consoled her, Sister, the Green Hills are here, so you don't have to worry about running out of firewood. I remember that Kyunyo's fists were clenched and she was trembling slightly. If Runta next to her hadn't looked at her with such malicious eyes, she would have had to resist now to let this damn white-haired brat know that she was not easy to mess with. But unfortunately, he doesn't dare to do it now. I'll go. Remember your promise. Cho said through gritted teeth. Just when Kakadong forced Cho to enter the portal, new changes occurred in the portal. The bright mirror-like surface began to distort slightly, which was a sign that something would come out in a few days. Soon, an old man with black hair and black eyes, tall and tall, walked out of it. After seeing the man's appearance, Zhiwo shouted in surprise, Elder Setsuna! Stop the fire! Uchiha heard the shout and was slightly surprised when he saw Shisui. Uchiha sighed in surprise, You are actually the first group of people to come here? It's really... Uchiha knew all about Zhiwo's strangeness. Uchiha never imagined that when he met this young man again, he would actually be the vanguard of the expansion team. Chapter 50, The Meeting of Two Chios. Hey! Evil old ghost of the Uchiha family, stay out of the way. A cold voice sounded from behind Uchiha Setsuna. Upon hearing this, Uchiha's face darkened for a moment, and then he stepped aside. There is a huge gap between the legendary gates in the two worlds. One is 500 meters high and 300 meters wide, and the other is 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Who are you? Before Uchiha spoke for a moment, Cho couldn't help but question. There was nothing I could do about it. The old woman in front of me looked so much like myself. I couldn't say that they were exactly the same, but at least there were 9 points of resemblance. The only difference may be that the other person's face is rosy and his body is taller and straighter. Listening to the other party's question, Kyunkaihu also asked with great interest, Are you the me in this world? Chiyo's face darkened after hearing this, and he emphasized in a stiff tone, You are me in another world, not me, you are in this world. Kyunkaihu said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter, I will replace you soon anyway. Sure enough. This old guy can't even act anymore. Cho thought with an ugly expression. Chiaki glanced back and forth at Cho with inquiring eyes and then complained, But, in this world, your complexion seems to be very bad. Is it because your life is unsatisfactory? Cho also quickly accepted the concept of parallel universe, and even accepted another concept of himself. Cho also responded, In the other world, it seems that you are living a very comfortable life and have gained weight, but what's wrong with your clothes? Did you just come out of the cell? Are you having an uncomfortable time? Although she has been locked up in a cell, there is really no difference between that place and a private nursing home, and her good grandson comes to visit her every week. Apart from being unfree, those days are as comfortable as she wants. Looking back at Cho in this world, this old woman is really worried about Sand Shinobi Village. Simply speaking, the frequency of going to the battlefield is not comparable to that of Chiaki. The profession of ninja is actually a consumable. A person's lifespan is actually linked to the number of times he fights. The more excessive the cells are squeezed to extract chakra, the shorter the lifespan will be. In a world without cell culture, being a ninja landowner was a short-lived profession. It is precisely because of this that Cho in this world looks so old. While the two were talking, a deep middle-aged male voice sounded. Luo Shuo said from behind, "Grandma Qiankaiu, please give way." Qiankaiu also moved to the side after hearing this. When Cho saw the appearance of the middle-aged man clearly, his pupils shrank instantly, and there was even a bit of fear deep in his eyes. Cho exclaimed, "Raza!" Ebis looked at the middle-aged man in front of him in disbelief. Picture. It's so similar. After reacting, Cho asked sharply, "Do you want to replace us in controlling Sand Shinobi Village?" Before Qiankaiu could nod, Luo Shuo admitted, "Yes. Granny Qiankaiu of this world. I also longed to become the Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village, but I didn't expect that my dream would come true in this way today, so I hope you two will try not to cause me any trouble. Including me in this world, if he doesn't know what's interesting. I'll send him to meet the Six Paths Demon." After Luo Shuo finished speaking, his aura was overwhelming. Pressing towards Cho. At this time, Zhiwo suddenly stood up, then stood in front of the two of them and said, "Okay, Lord Luo Shuo, these two are the talents that His Majesty the Emperor requested." Luo Shuo listened and withdrew the oppressive feeling that seemed to be condensed into substance. Luo Shuo asked impatiently, "Then why are the two of them still here? Why don't you send them to His Majesty?" Zhiwo quickly reminded, "Grandma Qiande, you should be on your way." Knowing what the two old men were worried about, Zhiwo comforted them, "Don't worry, I will watch over them. I believe you, good boy." Chiyo's eyes were slightly red, knowing that the situation was hopeless. Revolving Heavens, Cho pleaded with a hoarse voice, "My companions, my family, my village, and my country are all in your hands." Zhiwo nodded solemnly. Luo Shuo curled his lips disdainfully when he saw this scene. As long as the Sand Shinobi of this world can understand, he will definitely treat everyone fairly. After all, although it is not the same world, it is still the same country and the same village, and even the culture may be the same. Although he has surrendered to the Empire, Tatara Shuo will not madly persecute this world after arriving in Sand Shinobi Village. Under Zhihui's urging, Cho and Ebis finally walked into the portal. Looking at Cho and Ebis disappearing, Kakashi, who had been witnessing all this, sighed silently. Sand Shinobi Village is hopeless. After losing two cage-level experts at once, even if the Kazekage comes back, they will be unable to Revolving Heaven, not to mention that there is already a more terrifying Kazekage here. Thinking of this, Kakashi looked at Luo Shuo with fear. This middle-aged man felt very dangerous to him, even more dangerous than himself in another world. Ebis's back completely disappeared, and the cross-border portal slowly dimmed. Almost half of Sand Shinobi Village's chakra was completely consumed. Luo Shuo looked at Kakadong and said, "Everyone will be colleagues from now on. I worked with your father. He was a great man. I hope you will inherit your father's advantages." As for Zhiwo and Runta next to them, Luo Shuo simply chose to ignore them. As a professor at Imperial University, he knew these two guys, but he just looked down on them a little. One has stupid qualifications, the other is weak and naive. In Luo Shuo's view, the reason why these two Uchiha were able to enter the Imperial University was entirely due to their bloodline advantage, which was far worse than by Kakatobi. After taking out the chair and sitting down, Luo Shuo asked seriously, "So let's talk about the current situation. The thing is like this." As the team leader, Kakadong opened Shikai to explain their promotion at the moment. Chapter 51, Chiyo's Envy. Although she lost her village, she still has her family. Ninja World number 0. Is this the parallel ninja world? Cho walked out of the portal and squinted his eyes to observe everything around him. Except for the teleportation gate behind him that shot straight into the sky, the only building in the entire square was the statue. Cho was not interested in these. What he was really curious about was the group of soldiers around him. Through the chakra perception technique, Cho can clearly feel how huge the chakra brought by these soldiers is. Yakushi Bayo held the registration form and reminded, "Hey! Old lady, come here and register." Since they are both in other countries, they can only appoint. After registering according to Yakushi Bag's requirements, Cho asked curiously, "I remember there were 2 people who came to our world before, right? Where are they?" Yakushi Bayo, who was sorting out the registration form, replied casually, "According to their needs, we have sent them to the water state." Water state? It should be the state of water, right? Cho understood clearly. Yakushi asked again, "By the way, where are you going to live next?" Hearing this, Cho asked in disbelief, "Wait. You won't imprison us?" After hearing this, Yakushi couldn't help but stop what he was doing, then looked at the 2 of them seriously, then took out 2 books from the table and handed them to them. "Here, this is the Book of Laws of the Empire. As long as you do not violate the above regulations, you are free. If you break the law, you will be punished. By the way, where are you going to live?" Without thinking, Cho replied, "The Kingdom of Wind. I want to see the part of this world where I live." "Okay, no problem, but let me remind you, there is no longer the country of wind, there is only the state of wind." Yakushi Bayo solemnly reminded. "Someone will take you there." After Yakushi finished speaking, he waved to the guard not far away. "Take them down and let who, Red Sand Scorpion variant, come and receive them." After Yakushi Bayo finished speaking, he ignored the 2 of them. Cho and Ebis, who looked confused, were taken away from the Imperial City Square by the guards. Cho and Ebis, each holding a book in their hands, never expected that when they came to this world, they would not be greeted by prison life. Instead, how should I put it? Cho suddenly had the illusion that he was a top powerhouse after all, but in the end he was not taken seriously. Just as the Cho siblings were standing at the entrance of the square thinking wildly, a roar came from a distance and got closer and closer. A red-haired boy riding a chakra motorcycle stopped in front of the 2 people after a flexible drift. Who was very fashionable and even a little unconventional, smiled energetically and said, "Grandma and uncle from another world, I am Who. Although you don't know what my name is in the other world, when you see my appearance, you should probably know who I am, right? Are you, Scorpion?" Cho couldn't believe that the handsome, cheerful motorcycle boy in front of him was actually the transformation of his grandson in this world. You must know that the real Scorpio is taciturn, introverted, and even a little gloomy. Am I called Scorpion in the other world? This name really doesn't sound very nice. Who complained with some disgust. Amber complained as he used the scroll next to him to put away the motorcycle. Who explained, "Let's go, let's take a plane to Rain State first, and then follow the River of Life into Wind State. In this way, we can not only take the opportunity to take the 2 elders to relax, but also let you see the scenery of this world." Cho and Ebis, who were confused, could only nod in confusion. They had never heard of such words as airplanes and health points. However, both of them chose to believe in Who, a young man who looked very much like their grandson. The Empire's transportation is very developed, and thanks to the convenient energy source of chakra, the Empire has even achieved energy freedom. Almost most vehicles are driven by chakra. Who took out a scroll as if no one was watching, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. After opening the scroll, a stylish old car appeared in front of the 3 of them. Who Po said proudly, "Fortunately, I was prepared and brought Dad's car over." Amber opened the back door of the classic car and invited with a smile, "Come on, Grandma Cho and Uncle Ebis." Cho and Ebis both looked at the classic car in front of them curiously. Cho asked curiously, is this a transport puppet? To be precise, this should be considered a means of transportation, but it's okay to say it's a transport puppet. Who nodded? Most of the existing means of transportation were indeed developed here on Sand Island. To be precise, they evolved on the basis of puppets. Compared to Cho, who focused on classic cars, Ebis reminded with a trembling tone, "Sister, just now Scorpion, no, Akira said that this puppet belongs to his father? And, his father is still alive." Hearing this, Chiyo's body trembled. Cho grabbed Amber's right hand tightly with both hands and asked, "Xiao, are your parents still alive?" Hearing the name Xiat, who frowned slightly, but looked at the excited old man with hazy eyes. Who still replied softly, "Yes. My father is the director of the Imperial Arsenal and the richest man in Sand Continent." When talking about the richest man in Sand Continent, whose tone revealed a bit of pride. Who drove a classic car to show off? Did you see the classic car in front of you? This is also a product of our group. Just stay alive, just stay alive. Cho, who was in a daze, kept mumbling to himself, and did not listen to what Amber said. After being in a trance, the sober Cho suddenly felt a little envious, no, it should be a little jealous of herself in this world. With his grandson by his side, he looks quite cheerful and very handsome. Even his son and daughter-in-law are still alive and have even achieved very high achievements. Although Sand Shinobi Village is gone and the old guy is still in jail, Chiaki still has the family she dreamed of. Ebis also looked at this scene with relief, feeling even more deeply that the world seemed not as bad as he imagined. Chapter 52, The Old Lady Comes to Town, Cho version. Number 0 Soft Ninja World. Sitting in the back seat of the classic car, Cho looked curiously at the traffic outside the window. Due to the good qualities of the ninja and the puppet master's accuracy requirements, Cho easily estimated the stealth speed of this puppet. Its speed is equivalent to a genin running at full speed, and it doesn't need to rest. If this thing is used in war, it will definitely be a sharp weapon among sharp weapons. The seating position is large, and the speed is very fast. It has no endurance, but this kind of transportation is not without its flaws. It seems to be too dependent on the road. Having spent his whole life in the war, Cho rode in a classic car for the first time. In addition to sighing at the comfort, he also thought about the terrifying effect of this thing in the war. Looking at Cho, who didn't speak after getting in the car, Amber asked with concern, "Grandma Cho, what's wrong with you? Is it motion sickness?" After hearing this, Cho quickly shook his head and explained, "I'm fine, I just feel a little emotional in my heart. This kind of puppet is so amazing." Who smiled nonchalantly and said, "Is this considered magical? Then you will be amazed after that. This was just a car." If Cho saw the plane, her jaw would hit the ground in shock. Cho suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, kid, are you still a ninja now?" Who said, "I am a ninja, and I am also the director of the Empire's Puppet Research Department and the Commander-in-Chief of the Puppet Masters." Even though Amber looks very young, he is actually the same age as Kakashi. Cho guessed wrongly the functions and authority of this department just by hearing the name. The head of an organization that specializes in studying puppets? But what is the position of the Commander-in-Chief? Cho, who was thinking this way, asked curiously, "What is the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Puppet Masters?" I don't know much about the division of military ranks in your world. The Commander-in-Chief is equivalent to all the puppet masters in the Empire. I am under my control." Who explained. "What?" Cho and Ebis looked at Amber in surprise. Cho never expected that Scorpion in this world could be so promising. This power was simply more outrageous than Kazekage. You must know that there is only one country in this world, an empire that controls all the territories and creatures in the world. Are all puppet masters under the control of who? Ebis, who was relatively calm, asked curiously, "How many puppet masters are there in the empire?" This should be considered an empire secret, but you are not considered ordinary people. I can tell you that the total number of puppet masters in the country is about 4 million. Fuck. Ebis cursed in surprise and looked at Amber sitting in the driver's seat, holding his heart in disbelief. Ebis, my grandson in this world is so outrageous. Cho, is the grandson of this world so promising? 4 million puppet masters. What the hell kind of concept is this? The total number of ninjas in the entire Sand Shinobi village does not exceed 50,000. It is no exaggeration to say that the troops that AMU now has can almost sweep the entire ninja world. Seeing the frightened elders, who explained modestly, of course it's not that exaggerated. There are only about 400,000 puppet masters with real combat effectiveness. After hearing this, Cho did not feel relieved, but sighed. 400,000 is an exaggeration. Cho asked with concern, will the emperor of your empire allow you to have such great power? As the saying goes, high power shocks the master. This power is not necessarily merit, but attack power can also be used. Hu Kei, who knew what the two elders were concerned about, smiled and comforted, don't say 4 million, if you double it 10 times and get 40 million, His Majesty the Emperor probably won't care about this. The Emperor has stood on the 6 paths, this is the consensus of everyone in the Empire. At the 6 paths level, no matter how many soldiers there are, it is useless, let alone that the Emperor has surpassed the 6 paths level. Is this so? Your Emperor is so broad-minded. Cho said with emotion. But as an ancestor who plays intelligence, Ebis next to him saw something deeper. The Emperor doesn't care about the number of puppet masters at all. There are only 2 possibilities for why the Emperor didn't care. The first is that he controls a huge army that can easily destroy 40 million puppet masters. The second is that the Emperor has terrifying power that can easily destroy 40 million puppet masters. And the second one is even scarier than the first. While the two were talking, a group of people had already arrived in front of the airport. After helping Cho out of the car, Amber explained, Grandma Cho, we may have to take a plane to Rain State next. Airplane. Cho looked at Amber with confusion. Hey! At this time, a plane flew over them. Who pointed at the plane that had just taken off and said, look! That's the plane. That, such a huge flying puppet. Chiyo's face was full of shock, and the most shocked thing was that he even stuttered a bit when he spoke. Ebis squinted his eyes and exclaimed, the wingspan of that kind of puppet called an airplane is close to 20 meters, right? The length is also about 30 meters. Isn't this too big? Hu smiled and said, this is nothing. This is just a normal civilian transport aircraft. You haven't seen the real Big Mac yet. As the head of the Puppet Research Department, he has been involved in the Empire's Space Fortress project. Of course he knows how terrifying the upper limit of the so-called flying puppet is. Come with me. He used the ceiling scroll to put away the old car, and Hu led the way again. They walked through a special channel and did not need to wait in line. The journey was smooth. Under the leadership of Hu, the 3 successfully boarded a private plane. After seeing the internal structure of the private jet, Cho and Ebis were shocked again. Cho sincerely exclaimed, the internal space is actually so big? Isn't this incredible? Before, when I looked outside, I could only tell the size of the aircraft. Only when he saw the space inside the plane did Cho realize how terrifying this puppet called an airplane was and how scary its war potential was. Chapter 53, Imperial Technology is Shocking. Such a large space can accommodate at least 70 people. And this is a flying puppet. If this kind of flying puppet is used to transport ninjas, and then launch airstrikes on those ninja villages. Thinking of this, Cho no longer dared to think about it anymore. Cho found that she was shuddering just thinking about it. The so-called empire is really terrible. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, the empire could not send large-scale troops to the ninja world, otherwise the entire ninja world would have trembled under the empire's lustful power. Hu asked, it takes about 2 hours to get to Rain State from here. Do you need something to eat? After Hu finished speaking, he waved, and several puppets came over with dexterous movements. This plane is his private plane, different from the private planes of other high-ranking officials in the Empire. There are no living people on Amber's private plane. Even the stewardess and pilot are puppets. To be precise, they should be robots. This may be the unique hobby of handicraft otakus. Looking at the exquisite robot in front of him, Cho asked curiously, "Is this a human puppet?" Hu explained, "They are robots. They have simple logic and intelligence, and can handle some trivial tasks that are not too complicated, but they have little combat effectiveness." After explaining, Hu ordered the robot, "Bring me a glass of iced Coke, and then get me something suitable for the elderly." Looking at the robot that turned around and left after hearing the order, Cho raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need a human puppet to control? It's incredible." Cho and Ebis were shocked again. Isn't the puppetry in this world too terrifying? Even if he doesn't need a puppet that can be controlled, he actually still has basic intelligence. This is simply a natural weapon of war. His Majesty the Great Emperor said that chakra is a universal energy that can affect reality. Grandma Cho, you just need to remember that there are miracles everywhere in the Empire. This is just a service-type robot. The Empire also has combat-type robots whose strength is no less than that of Chnin. Cho nodded blankly, being shocked one after another and being refreshed one after another. Cho and Ebis found that they couldn't get used to it at all. Cho, who became interested in these robots that can move on their own without control, asked sheepishly, "Can I study it? I am very curious about this kind of robot that does not require chakra wire control." Hu listened and nodded with a smile, "You are free to do so. If you are interested, you can even join the Puppet Master Research Department." His mission from the Emperor was to convince these two men to serve the Empire. Now that the other party took the initiative to bring it up, Hu Ye was happy to go along with it. Ninja World Number 1. I roughly know the situation. After nearly an hour of discussion, Luo Shuo nodded calmly, and then looked at Chi Akamichi next to him. "Grandma Chiaki, you are responsible for playing the role of Joe in this world. Let's stabilize the situation in Sand Shinobi Village first." Uchiha suddenly said, "I don't want to stay here and eat sand. I think it is more important to collect tailed beasts and chakra metal." Luo Shuo responded coldly, "You can act together with your people. My mission is to establish an imperial outpost." Luo Shuo didn't pay attention to Uchiha Setsuna at all. For an old guy who is old and frail, it is already very good to be able to achieve 7 achievements in strength. Even if he stays, he will not be able to help much. You continue to collect tailed beasts, but there is still a task that needs to trouble you. Luo Shuo looked at Kakadong and said, "You say?" Kakadong nodded. "Luo Shuo, I in this world have gone to implement the so-called Konoha collapse plan. I don't know if he can succeed, but I hope he will never return to Sand Shinobi Village." Upon hearing this, both Kakadong and Zhiwo shrank their pupils, and they did not dare to look confidently at Luo Shuo in front of them. This man actually wants to kill himself in this world? Doesn't he know the importance of his own transformation? Looking at the three people with shocked faces, Luo Shuo snorted and mocked disdainfully, "What? Do you think there is a problem with this? I am here to warn you as a senior. That is the mission of the Empire above all else. You can sacrifice everything when necessary, remember. It's everything." Luo Shuo looked at Zhiwo and emphasized deliberately. Zhiwo touched his nose with a dark face, knowing that Luo Shuo was nodding at him. However, the first level of officialdom was so overwhelming that Zhiwo could only smile awkwardly and did not even dare to reply. "The man in front of me is a well-known radical, so it is normal for him to be unhappy with a conservative." Luo Shuo added, "As well as your mutants and those few brats, since His Majesty the Emperor has said that their lives cannot be taken, then keep them. But we can't let it go as we did before. Since the brat named Suzuki has decided to join the empire, I won't say much, but that Kakashi and the other two brats must be imprisoned, especially the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. They must not let him run away. Kakadong. I have no opinion. Kakadong took the lead in voting. Juntu also said that he had no objection, after all, his apprentice was only Suzuki. I have no objection. That's the end of the meeting. I'll go and appease the sand shinobi of this world. After Luo Shuo finished speaking, he asked Kakadong and the others to leave the office, and then said to Kyunkyu, call someone who can manage things and ask them to contact all the senior executives of Sand Shinobi Village for a meeting. Chiaki nodded. Although he did not know the senior management of Sand Shinobi Village in this world, she was once a consultant of Sand Shinobi Village. After all, Sand Shinobi Village was destroyed only after he retired as a consultant, so Luo Shuo's request was not difficult for her at all. Chapter 54, Lord Kazekage dislikes Sand Shinobi Village. Soon the senior management and consultants of Sand Shinobi Village gathered in the Kazekage office. After seeing Feng Ying sitting on the main seat, everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. Great, Lord Kazekage is back. Sand Shinobi Village is saved. Strange, why does Mr. Kazekage look so strange today? The aura on his body makes him look like a giant dragon just sitting there. There are no traces of the transformation technique. Could it be that Master Kazekage's strength has improved again? The senior executives discussed among themselves in low voices, and at the same time secretly looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Feng Ying. After everyone sat down, Luo Shuo, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly opened his eyes. Luo Shuo scanned the office with sharp eyes for a week. Anyone whom Luo Shuo saw was on pins and needles as if being stared at by a giant dragon. After the office was completely quiet, Luo Shuo said coldly, since everyone is here, let me announce something. First of all, the enemy has been eliminated by me. However, considering that fighting the enemy in the village will cause us heavy losses, I made certain concessions. Hearing this, the originally silent atmosphere in the office became lively again. An advisor stood up and asked, Master Kazekage, what is the concession? Luo Shuo replied coldly, Chakram metal, I gave them all the chakram metal in the village, and then they will leave Sand Shinobi Village. After hearing this, everyone was a little reluctant, but they could barely accept it. Although chakram metal is a strategic material, considering the strength of Kakadong and the three of them, this requirement is not excessive. But some people are still somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, someone knocked on their door and was blackmailed. How embarrassing is it to tell them? Second point, Sand Shinobi Village will enter a state of combat readiness starting today. Luo Shuo stood up and decided in an unquestionable tone. The consultant just now asked doubtfully, combat readiness status? Who is the enemy? Luo Shuo, all shinobi villages except Sand Shinobi Village. At this time, a man named Risa Salmon stood up and questioned, wait. Master Kazekage, didn't you go to implement the Konoha collapse plan? Why are you the only one who came back? Luo Shuo explained, I received information from advisor Kyunyo. After knowing that the village was attacked, I rushed back first. Luo Shuo's answer was watertight, but it was not worthy of scrutiny. Whenever a smart person tries to contact Luo Shat, they will find that the phantom Luo Shuo is pretending. Is that so? Risa Salmon obviously still couldn't accept this statement. Although there were no traces of transformation technique on Luo Shuo's body, his temperament and body shape had changed a bit, which made everyone present feel a little confused. Lisa Shaman carefully probed, Lord Luo Shuo, your aura and posture seem to have changed. Is it because your strength has improved? Luo Shuo nodded decisively and admitted, yes. My magnet style has indeed evolved, just like this. Magnetism gravity magnetic field. As soon as Luo Shuo finished speaking, a terrifying gravity swept across the entire office. Some people who were not prepared were directly pressed to the ground. Even the powerful Jainin was crushed without any resistance. How is that possible? Is this really magnet style? Lisa Salmon, who was also pressed to the ground and given special care, had his face deformed from the pressure. After a while, Luoshuo, who felt almost done, put away the magnet style. Do you have any questions now? Luoshuo asked in a cold tone. No. No more. Even the most unruly Risa Samama did not dare to question anything. A person's temperament can change greatly, and even his body shape can change greatly, but his bloodline ability cannot be changed, and this absolute strength is the best proof. Luoshuo's magnet style is enough to prove everything. Luoshuo asked, "Do you still have any objections to my order?" Lisa Samama shook her head quickly. Gone. Luoshuo nodded with satisfaction. Okay, the meeting will be dismissed. Qianqiu, who was standing behind Luoshuo, sighed, I didn't expect the matter to be resolved so easily. No. They were just temporarily subdued. Luoshuo shook his head. Sand Shinobi Village. In my memory, it was 20 years ago. I never thought that one day I would be able to see Sand Shinobi Village again. I want to get to know Sand Shinobi Village better. Qianqiu looked at the village outside the window, her eyes filled with memories. You can't see the yellow sand and earth yellow buildings at a glance, and you can't even find a trace of green miracle. This is the Sand Shinobi Village in my memory. But I don't know why, but I feel a little disgusted with Sand Shinobi Village like this. Qianqiu was full of confusion at this moment, because he clearly loved the Sand Shinobi Village in his memory. Luoshuo glanced at the scenery outside the window in disgust. The desperate and desolate color that can be seen at a glance is indeed the Sand Shinobi Village in my memory. There is a reason why Shinobi Village Chido was eliminated. Seeing such a village again, I have no nostalgia in my heart, only endless gratitude. We Sand Shinobi, we owe the Emperor so much. Luoshuo's eyes seemed to be full of longing, but his tone did not hide his disgust for Sand Shinobi Village. Qianqiu frowned when he heard this, but for the first time, he did not refute. There are too many negative words about Sand Shinobi Village in this world. The technology is backward, the environment is harsh, full of wind and sand, coupled with water shortages, the productivity is low. Such an environment can simply be described as desolate. After seeing the wind state transformed by the Empire, normal people are unlikely to like such an environment. Even Chiaki, a former diehard fan of Sand Shinobi Village, is the same. Chapter 55, Zuosuke and Suzuki Exchange. Suzuki, I didn't expect you to learn the cell culture method so quickly. Runto looked at the young man in front of him, his tone full of wonder. It took him 2 years to learn the cell culture method, but it only took Suzuki less than half a month to learn it. Sometimes the gap between people is really wider than the gap between people and dogs. Runto, who was shocked, had to face a very difficult problem at this moment. That is because he seems to have nothing to teach Suzuki. After all his strength relies on his manjiki. As for ninjutsu and so on, he understands this. It can be seen from Kakadong's disdainful gaze next to him that this guy really doesn't have much ink in his belly. If Suzuki variant, knew that you were such a misguided person, I wonder if he would chop you to death with a knife. Kakadong complained in his heart, but did not expose Runta's behavior. After all, they are good friends anyway, so you still have to save some face for this kind of thing. Runto, who had made a certain decision in his mind, asked seriously, Suzuki, you are very talented, do you want to become stronger? Suzuki nodded sharply. This is not nonsense. If you didn't long for power, how could you become a disciple of this unreliable guy Runto? Runto, then do you want to study abroad in the Empire? Looking at Sasuke's doubtful eyes, Runto smiled proudly and said, be honest, I still have some connections in the Empire. I can recommend you to go to school in the Empire. Suzuki frowned and refused, going to school? Is it similar to a ninja school? I'm not interested in that kind of kids' playhouse behavior. Looking at the arrogant Suzuki, Kakadong frowned and reminded, although I don't know why going to school looks like this in your eyes, I have to remind you that Imperial University may not be the same as the ninja school you imagined. No, the same. Before Suzuki could refute, Kakadong added, the graduation standard of Imperial University is to become a cage-level expert, or to become a top scholar, and Imperial University is a 4-year institution. Runtu and I both graduated from Imperial University. If you cannot graduate from university in 4 years, it only proves that your talent and ability are indeed very poor. After all, someone like Runtu could graduate from Imperial University. Runtu roared angrily, asshole Kakadong. How can a guy like me graduate from Imperial University? 4 years cage level. Suzuki felt his DNA move. Suzuki looked at Runtu firmly and said, is this true? If it is true, I am willing to go to Imperial University. Kakadong poured cold water on the confident Suzuki again, and said coldly, Imperial University is not something you can go to if you want to. Runtu only has the right to recommend. If you fail to pass the examination by then, you will not be able to enter Imperial University. As Tianqingsuk, of course he will not be scared by Kakadong. Then I want to try it too. Teacher, please give me a chance. Suzuki directly gave Runtu a seat. Runtu agreed, no problem. Anyway, the portal has been built now, and energy and other issues can be easily solved. After all, you are just a mere genin. Ninja World number 0. Suzuki, have you decided? Kyunyu looked at Zyuosuk who was kneeling down and confirmed. Zyuosuk nodded affectionately and firmly. I am not reconciled to the failure of my last mission, so I want to go to number 1 Ninja World to open up new territories for the Empire. Kyunyu tapped the armrest of the throne gently, thinking about whether to send Zyuosuk over. Just when Kyunyu was still struggling, a communication request suddenly connected. Zyuosuk below also saw the origin of this communication request. After the communication request was connected, Runtu's projection appeared in front of the two of them. Runtu said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, I have an unmerciful request, which may require some imperial resources. Kyunyu frowned and asked, What's the matter? That's right, I have a disciple here named Suzuki. Upon hearing this, Kyunyu's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really clueless as always. Who the hell are you? Don't you have any clues in your heart? You actually dare to accept Suzuki as your disciple? Isn't this deliberately disgusting? After casting a glance at Zyuosuk, who had a dark expression on his face, Kyunyu nodded and signaled Runtu to continue. Runtu explained, he is very talented. I feel that he is no worse than Zhou in our world, so I want to send him to Imperial University. Zyuosuk, whose face was extremely dark, now wished he could go back to the human realm number 1 and kill Runtu. You, the disgrace of your family, are you worthy of being my teacher? Even if it's me in another world. This request. Kyunyu, who was about to agree, suddenly stopped. You must know that Suzuki is the reincarnation of Indra. What will happen if Suzuki leaves the number 1 ninja world? And what will happen if the Suzuki of this world replaces the Suzuki of that world? Thinking like this, Kyunyu suddenly felt that this seemed to be of great research value and interesting. Suzuki below said quickly, Your Majesty, please promise him. It just so happens that I can go over and replace Suzuki in that world. Kyunyu nodded calmly, Okay, Zyuosuk happens to be here, I will make arrangements now. Ah! That bastard kid Zyuosuk is here too. Runtu was instantly shocked. After all, he might not be able to beat Zyuoshu in terms of physical strength. But thinking that he had one eye forever, Runtu suddenly felt that he could do it again. Runtu, who was possessed by Tianqingzu, instantly regained his strength, and even promised loudly, Hey, My apprentice Suzuki will definitely not disappoint His Majesty. Hearing the words apprentice Suzuki again, Zuosuk's words became even darker. This damn bastard! When Laozi reaches the number 1 ninja world, he must teach this damn bastard a lesson. Zuosuk cursed through gritted teeth. After hanging up the communication, Kyunyu nodded and said, "Go ahead. Don't let me down." Zuosuk, who took the order, stepped back respectfully and headed towards the square. Another world. My Zuosuk is here. Zuosuk shouted with great anticipation in his heart. Chapter 56, When Suzuki Meets Glitter, Uchiha Attack variant. Please subscribe. Although Suzuki is just a genin now, Suzuki is a real cage level, or super shadow. In order to send Zuosuk there, the portal must consume at least the same amount of chakra as Luoshuo. 2 days later, when the ninjas in Sand Shinobi village were almost recovered, under Luoshuo's order, they had to turn into human batteries to charge the cross-border portal. The feeling of excessive chakra consumption is not pleasant. Luoshuo's order made many genin in Sand Shinobi village feel dissatisfied, but due to Luoshuo's strength, this dissatisfaction has not yet been expressed openly. In the jail at Sand Shinobi village, Suzuki looked at Naruto in the cell with complicated eyes. Naruto saw Suzuki coming and asked excitedly, "How is it? When can I go out?" Suzuki replied coldly, "As long as you agree to join the Empire." Naruto immediately shouted loudly after hearing this, "Impossible! I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not betray Konoha. Then you can continue to be locked up." Suzuki pouted. He really didn't know what Naruto's brain was like. If the other person is living a good life in Konoha, it would be fine if he is not hated by people and dogs, but the problem is that your life in Konoha is worse than mine. What is it about that shabby village that makes you miss it so much? Wouldn't it be nice to go to New World with me to improve your strength? When the drama of the Dragon King's return is staged, won't it be nice to look at those who look down on you? I'm leaving this world tomorrow," Suzuki said suddenly. "Ah! Suzuki, are you going to die?" Naruto asked immediately concerned. "Suzuki?" The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, and then he explained with a dark face, "What I mean is that I want to leave this ninja world and go to the parallel world. That's it. Can you not leave? We are friends. Konoha is the place where we were born and raised." Naruto requested in a low tone. "I want to gain power. I'm here just to inform you, not to discuss with you." Suzuki refused coldly. Kakashi in the cell next to him heard this and sighed in his heart. Then he reminded me leisurely, "Don't you want to take revenge? You may not be able to come back to that world." "Humph. As long as I can graduate, I can return to this world again and take revenge on that man. Just wait. You will see a brand new me in 4 years." Suzuki shouted loudly, as if he was strengthening his inner beliefs, as if he was announcing something. After Suzuki finished speaking, he turned around and left the prison. Looking at Sasuke's back, Kakashi opened his mouth but hesitated. This may mean goodbye forever. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "Asshole Suzuki. I must bring him back when I get out, even if I break his legs." But Kakashi is not optimistic about this. After all, it is uncertain whether they can see the light of day again. Maybe the country of destruction will be gone when they go out again. The guy named Luoshuo is the most dangerous. Compared to Kakadong and the others, Luoshuo is really difficult to get along with. He has a gloomy mind and vicious methods, which are comparable to those of Danzo. When an important person comes to the ninja world, it will definitely be a disaster. In the Fengying conference room, Luoshuo looked at the reactivated teleportation with excitement. Suzuki and Naruto are called the Empire's twins, not just because of their strength. The most important thing is that both of them have very good personality, charm, and emotional intelligence. The arrival of Zuosha gave Luoshuo a feeling of relief. Sasuke walked into the portal with everyone's eyes on him, and soon another tall and handsome black-haired boy with a more noble temperament walked out of it. The Empire Twin Uchiha Sasuke has arrived. After walking out of the portal, Zyuosuke said softly, I have met a few seniors, please take care of me next. Ha ha ha, anyone who cares or doesn't care is serving the Empire. Luoshuo had a hearty smile on his face and excitedly slapped Isuke's shoulder. At the same time, Sasuke also came to a new ninja world. Unlike Sasuke, who was greeted with a smile, Sasuke's face became red and warm as soon as he walked out of the portal. Uchiha Ataki. Sasuke's eyes were red, and he fiercely pounced on Uchiha with a kunao. Uchiha looked at Sasuke, who was suddenly blushing, with a confused look on his face. What happened to Sasuke in the other world? How come seeing him is like seeing his enemy? And this reaction is not just an ordinary hatred. It has to be revenge for killing one's father to have such a reaction. Depressed and speechless, Shu dodged Sasuke's attack, then easily put his hand on the back of Sasuke's head and slammed him to the ground. Hey! What's going on with your stinky brother? We just met for the first time, and even in a parallel world, we should be brothers, right? How come seeing me is like seeing an enemy? Glitter asked speechlessly. The suppressed Sasuke finally reacted. This is a parallel ninja world, not the original world. The weasels in this world may not be that beast yet. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, Are you, a variant of Uchiha Itachi? Shu let go of Sasuke, then nodded casually and admitted, If that Uchiha Itachi is your brother, then it should be me. It's really you. Sasuke's face was gloomy and he didn't even dare to look at the glider. Although the two were not the same person, they looked similar, so Sasuke didn't even dare to look at glider for fear that he would do something irrational. I don't even dare to look at you? It seems that you had a very bad life in that world. Your brother often abused you. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Lin asked curiously. Sasuke? Sasuke's face was gloomy and he didn't answer. But Zhou suddenly understood and nodded, It seems that you were tortured quite a lot by my transformation. Lin did not continue to explore, but asked curiously, But why are you so weak? Not even Chunin. Shu has learned about the situation in Sasuke's world, which is a world that has been divided because there is no unified world. The frequency of wars in this world is very high. Normally, in such a world with constant wars, ninjas should value combat effectiveness more. The strength of a ninja in this environment will grow faster than in a peaceful world. But the Sasuke in front of him was different. He didn't even have the strength of a Chunin, and he looked almost 12 years old. If it is a variant, then the gap between the two people should not be so big. His younger brother Zyuosuke is known as the Imperial Twin Star. He graduated from Imperial University at the age of 14, and his strength has even touched the threshold of the 6 paths level. All the teachers who have taught Zyuosuke praised Zyuosuke's talent, and even said that he will definitely become a 6 paths level expert before he is 20 years old. Sasuke, who was instantly shocked, couldn't help but ask, Am I really weak? Shui commented, Let me tell you, in our world, your level should be equivalent to that of a 6-year-old in kindergarten. Hearing this comment, Sasuke felt red again. This time it wasn't out of anger, it was purely out of shame. Looking at Zyuosuke who was dying of shame, Zhen, an intimate brother, comforted him thoughtfully, But you don't need to be too sad, you must have talent, or it may be that your poor education system is not good enough. But with your ability, even if you are recommended, you probably won't be able to get into Imperial University. Sasuke finally panicked when he heard that he couldn't go to Imperial University. Isn't it because of the 4-year cage level pi that Runto painted that he came to this strange world? Now that Flying Tiger says he can't go to Imperial University, this is even worse than killing him. But fortunately you are also an Uchiha. Although you are an Uchiha from another world, you should still be within the scope of the clan's support plan. So why don't you follow me back to the Uchiha family's base first, and wait until your strength reaches Janin before you can take the Imperial University exam? She suggested. Sasuke, who was panicking, lost his ability to think and nodded in panic. As long as I can go to Imperial University, anything will work. By the way, my name is Uchiha. You are actually a variant of Zyuosuke, so please call me Brother Sama from now on. He added seriously. Of course Sasuke wouldn't call a guy who looked like Uchiha Itachi Brother Sama. Sasuke refused. Sir, please don't make such a joke. When I saw your face, I felt a little. Okay, as long as you're happy. But I'm quite curious about what outrageous things I did in that world to make you hate me so much. Lu asked curiously. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, that beast, the weasel. In order to prove his so-called power, he went crazy and slaughtered the entire Uchiha, even his own parents. Do you think such a person should die? Should such a beast be killed? At the end of Sasuke's words, his whole face even became distorted, looking particularly ferocious. Hearing this, the glider who was leading the way stopped. Glitter's face became extremely cold, and he couldn't even believe that the person Sasuke was talking about was his own transformation. Slaughter the entire Uchiha, even his own parents. Could that beast be to start Mangeki? But it's not so extreme, right? Shizuo thought with a frown. As for why Sasuke was left alone? The glider can almost guess it with his feet, it is nothing more than the eternal Mangeki. The me in the other world is really a beast. He was also frightened in his heart. He couldn't even imagine how his tribe would react if they knew that he in another world had done such a thing. This matter must be discussed with father in advance. Thinking of this, Zhu solemnly warned, don't talk about this matter outside. Sasuke nodded expressionlessly. He was not a big talker in the first place, and he wouldn't have been able to reveal his scars if he didn't insist on asking. After finishing the instructions, Shili asked curiously, how tall is your Sharingan now? 1 megatama. Sasuke replied with a proud look on his face. Phrase. Glitter looked at the slightly proud Sasuke in disbelief. My child, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Damn it! Your parents and the whole clan are offering sacrifices to heaven, and yet you are so angry that you open a megatama? Are you sure you are a variant of my brother? Li's whole body was numb, and he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Is this my brother's variant? Not the next door Uchiha's variant? Runtu opened his eyes for the first time and opened 2 megatama. Sasuke didn't notice the glider's eyes, but gently stroked his right eye and said, that night, I opened a single megatama in my right eye, and I opened a megatama not long ago. That night was the pain of my life, and it was also my most desperate night. Good guy. I call him good guy. Glitter looked at Sasuke in shock. He originally thought that he had underestimated the opponent's talent limit, but he never expected that he still underestimated it. Is the whole clan offering megatama to worship the gods? Why does yourself in another world think you can unlock Mangeki? Ah! Glitter looked at the sky speechlessly. Is the gap between worlds so big? They are all the same person, just in different worlds. Why is the gap so big? Ahem. So what, don't be sentimental, I'll take you back to Uchiha first. Shu chose to change the topic, and at the same time sighed in his heart that Uchiha in another world was more or less dead. It is worthless. Let's record this grudge for now. As for the weasel in another world, he decided to fight to death without admitting that the thing was his mutant. In the palace, Kyunyu, who was lying on Tsunade's lap pillow, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, as if he had seen something amusement. Sasuke from 2 worlds swap and then experience each other's life. Is this considered the metamorphosis of the ninja world board? The rain state. Today is another sunny and cloudless day in the rain state. After getting off the plane from Rain State, under whose arrangement, the Cho siblings boarded a yacht heading to Wine State. In the top-level guest room of the luxury yacht, Cho looked at the scenery outside the window in confusion and asked, "Aren't we going to the wind state? Why come to the rain state to take a boat? Just by boat? I have seen your map of the ninja world. Although the continental plates are similar, there are still some differences in terrain." Amber comforted. The luxury yacht headed west. Although the journey was long, there were no accidents in the rain state. The land of rain in this world is unexpectedly peaceful. Ebbs sighed as he admired the scenery outside the window. What kind of shabby place is the land of rain in this world? The place where the 4 battles took place was notoriously chaotic. But this world, the Kingdom of Rain, was different. They only saw prosperity along the way, not even the shadow of wandering ninjas, bandits. This was absolutely impossible in the original ninja world. Arrive. Amber suddenly looked forward and said. After hearing this, Ebbs looked curiously in the direction where Amber was looking. His times 2. The Cho siblings, whose faces were full of shock, took a breath of cold air and exclaimed in disbelief, "This was done by human beings." The Wind and Rain mountain range is the largest mountain range in the entire ninja world. From south to north, the Fenjiao Mountains are 9,800 kilometers long, spanning almost 6 countries. The highest mountain among them is more than 6,000 meters above sea level. But in this world, this mountain range spanning more than 9,000 kilometers has actually been cut off. A river abruptly cut off this mountain range, cutting out a mountain of nearly 300 kilometers. This is the gift that the Emperor brings to the people of the Wind State. It is also a gift to the Rain State. Whose eyes were blurred, and he looked forward with a feverish expression and said. The opening opened by the Emperor not only changed the lack of rain in the Wind State and the rainy situation in the Rain State, but also changed the natural climate of the 2 regions. He brought oases and oases to the desert. The precious river. It also makes the weather in the Rain State no longer humid, so that the people there don't have to live in humid rain every day. The great and supreme Emperor became the first person to defeat nature and change it. Cho, who was still in shock, opened his mouth slightly. The whole person instantly fell into a state of stopping thinking. Is it so easy to change the drought in the Kingdom of Wind? But there seems to be no one in the ninja world who can do this. At this moment, Cho suddenly understood why people in this world loved the Emperor so much. After passing through the Wind and Rain Mountains, the luxury cruise ship has officially entered the scope of the Wind State. Following the river westward, Cho was surprised to find that the river was actually longer than he thought, and that he could actually nourish nearly half of the Wind State. This river is called the Life Network by the people of the Wind State. Just like its name, wherever this river can reach, it is a place where life can survive. The Life Network brings oases and precious water. This is the River of Miracles. It's great that the Wind State of this world finally no longer has to suffer from the barren desert. Cho murmured as he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. As an old man from the Kingdom of Wind, Cho certainly knows what this river means. Amber took the opportunity to comfort her. Grandma Kyunyo, live in this world with peace of mind. Don't think about the trivial matters of the previous world. The Song dynasty that the Empire can bring to the world will be a beautiful future. Speed. If the Kingdom of Wind can be turned into this, it seems that it will be ruled. Thinking of this, Cho was frightened by the thoughts deep in his heart. What's wrong with me? Just now I actually wanted to betray the daimyo? Betray the Kingdom of Wind? This is too scary. Cho quickly suppressed the throbbing in her heart. Chapter 57, If I had never seen the glory of the Empire, I could have endured the darkness of ninja. Along the way south, she saw children fishing by the river, their faces full of happiness and joy. She also saw women washing clothes by the river. There seemed to be light in the eyes of those people. She had never seen such light in the people of the original Kingdom of Wind. I also saw the strong men plowing the fields on the river bank. They were neither skinny nor malnourished and had sallow skin. They looked mighty and majestic. Cho, this Wind State seems to be really good. The number 1 ninja world. So our next mission is to collect tailed beasts? But now that Naruto's transformation has become 9 tails Jinchuriki, the Empire is still researching ways to harmlessly extract tailed beasts. There was a bit of helplessness in Zyuosuk's tone. After hearing what happened to Naruto in this world, Zyuosuk was even angry and wished he could wipe out Konoha right now. What the hell, Naruto is my lifelong enemy. Are you worthy of abusing his transformation? Jinchuriki. There is such a backward and ignorant thing in this world. There was a bit of murderous intent in Zyuosuk's eyes, and Zyuosuk didn't have the slightest fondness for the village called Konoha. There is a reason why such an ignorant and dark place was swept into the garbage dump of history by the Empire. What about our mission? Zyuosuk turned his attention to Kakadong. Although he doesn't want to admit it, judging from the current situation, Kakadong is the one who has made the greatest contribution among them. Among the 10 other world exploration teams, only Kakadong's team has succeeded so far. As the captain of this team, Kakadong can be on the credit book for 10 lifetimes by virtue of this incident. It is definitely impossible to say that I am not envious in my heart. Therefore, both Sasuke and Luoshuo have some respect for Kakadong in their hearts. After all, they are successful no matter how they say it. Regardless of luck or strength, people are successful. Go to Konoha village, they are holding an event called the Chunin examination, and we have to go there to capture the one-tail Jinchuriki. By the way, the one-tail Jinchuriki in this world is called Gaara, the son of the 4th Kazekage. 1. Having said this, Kakadong looked at Luoshuo cautiously. If there is nothing wrong, the 4th generation Kazekage in this world is a variant of Luoshuo, then his son will naturally be the variant known as the Son of Sand. Sandstorm Ijaluo. The Son of Sand from the Land of Wind, while inheriting his father's magnet style, he also signed a summoning contract with one-tail Shikaku. If the title Desert Emperor wasn't a bit disrespectful to His Majesty, I think Luo would still have the title Desert Emperor now. He is the same age as Zyuoshu, but he can fight 2 Zyuoshu in the desert. Luoshuo's face was as black as coal, which was why he wanted to kill himself in this world. You are the 4th Kazekage in this world, but Laozi is also the governor of the Wind State in his own world, and his status is even higher than the previous daimyo. It can be regarded as a combination of a shadow and a daimyo. In this regard, he is almost the same as himself in this world, or even slightly better. But the gap between the sons is worlds apart. Laozi, such a good son of the Desert Emperor, was forced to become one-tail Jinchuriki by your idiot. It is said that he also suffered from mental illness. Just tell me whether you should die or not. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave Sand Shinobi village now, Luoshuo would have wanted to give his transformation to the sword now. Jinchuriki. Luoshuo's heart ached when he thought that his son in this world had become a Jinchuriki. After all, I think Luoshuo is the pride of his life. Please be sure to bring me Gaara. No. He should be called Gaara in this world. Please be sure to bring Gaara back. Luoshuo said to Zyuosuk, Kakadong and others. This is an act done by a father out of love for his son. Leave this matter to me, Senior Luoshuo. Zyuosuk nodded, and then asked, does your variant need to be captured alive? Luoshuo said, if possible, capture him alive. I want to question that bastard face to face. How can there be such an idiot in the world? How can there be a father like him in the world? Zyuosuk nodded, okay, without further ado, let's set off now. By the way, we will bring Naruto from this world with us. I will take him to destroy Konoha myself. Naruto is in prison, I won't go with you. Kakadong next to him reminded. Zyuosuk nodded and disappeared into the room. After arriving at the prison, Sasuke immediately found Naruto sitting in the cell. That yellow hair is really eye-catching. The stature is a bit short, which may be caused by long-term malnutrition, but the chakra in the body is very large, which is in line with the characteristics of that guy. But the beard on the face? This should be influenced by the nine tails chakra, so some phenomena of tailed beast transformation appeared, as well as the temperament. He looks quite naughty and mischievous, and he should be the kind of hot-blooded idiot, which is similar to the sunny and cheerful Akito. Suzuki looked at Naruto carefully. At this time, Naruto also noticed who just came in. Naruto looked at Suzuki with surprise and shouted, "Suzuki? Didn't you go to another world? Did you change your mind? Great! I knew you wouldn't betray Konoha." Kakashi frowned when he heard the noise. Suzuki was not the kind of person who would look back easily. Thinking of this, Kakashi looked at Zyuosuke outside the cell. After seeing Sasuke's appearance clearly outside, Kakashi's pupils shrank and he even held his breath for a moment. No. This guy is not Suzuki. Kakashi had a bit of fear in his eyes. Does this guy want to replace Suzuki? The speculation before the quality inspection came true? Naruto, who was only happy, didn't notice anything was wrong with Suzuki, but when Suzuki approached, the joy on the celebrity's face disappeared instantly. "You're not Suzuki," Naruto said with a disappointed face, and there was even a bit of uncontrollable anger in his tone. Suzuki admitted, "I am indeed not the Suzuki of your world." Seeing Sasuke's admission, Naruto asked excitedly, "What did you do to Suzuki?" Zyuosuke was not angry, but replied in a calm tone, "If nothing else, he should be living well now and living with my parents." "Your parents? Aren't those Sasuke's parents in another world?" Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly felt a little supportive of Suzuki. Zyuosuke, who was standing outside the cell, said, "I heard that you are not living well in your village. It's not bad. Uncle Hande and the others take good care of me, and Irika is also very good to me." Naruto pulled back and said with a silly smile. Hearing this answer, Zyuosuke raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where are the others?" Naruto crossed his fingers and said, "And Grandpa third generation, he often visits me and gives me living expenses. Anything else? It seems like there's no more." Naruto lowered his head in frustration. Naruto said indifferently, "But they should hate me, after all, I am the son of the demon fox, the one who brings disaster." "The son of the demon fox?" Suzuki raised his eyebrows again, then looked at Kakashi next to him. "The variant of Namikaze Minato is the fourth Hokage in this world. Naruto is called the son of the demon fox, so what is the fourth generation? You can't be talking about his mother, right? Naruto's mother is a noble daughter of the Senju family. Even if it wasn't the Empire period, the Senju family was still a wealthy family that stood proudly at the top of the ninja world, a family on the same level as their Uchiha family. Such a noble girl should not be called a demon fox, right? But no matter which world he is in, this guy is so naive and stupid. He is even too kind." Suzuki looked at Naruto with some pity. They are obviously the same person, but their destinies are completely different. A glory comes to one's body, with fine clothes and fine food. A man despised by thousands of people and malnourished. Suzuki said, "You will be free soon, and I will take you back to Konoha." When Kakashi heard this, instead of being happy, he asked with worry, "What do you want to do?" He has black hair and black eyes, and looks at least 80% similar to Suzuki. He is definitely an Uchiha. Uchiha connected with Nine Tails, and even went to Sleepy Leaf together. Kakashi didn't believe that they were going to bring warmth to Konoha. "You are just a prisoner now. No matter what I want to do, you can only watch. Even like this, why are you looking for trouble?" Zyuosuke asked with a sneer. After Zyuosuke finished speaking, he waved his hand to destroy the troublesome barrier. Seeing that the barrier was broken, Naruto walked out of the cell very happily. Naruto looked expectantly and asked excitedly, "Are you really willing to send me back to Yat?" Zyuosuke nodded maliciously, "Of course, I will also give Konoha a big gift." You will definitely be shocked when the time comes. Then can you bring Mr. Kakashi and little Sakura with you? Naruto asked pitifully. When they met, Naruto tried to push the envelope, but Zuosuke refused without thinking. No way, it's too easy for a sluggish person and a dishonest Jonin to cause trouble. After hearing that he was allowed to leave alone, Naruto said directly, then I won't leave either. Seeing Naruto lying on the ground and playing rogue, Zuosuke felt a black line on his forehead and felt speechless in his heart. Zuosuke could only say helplessly, okay, I can take them with me, but the condition is that they must be honest, otherwise I don't mind killing them. Kakashi is just a Jonin, and has chakra sealed, so it doesn't matter if he brings it with him. It's just that little Sakura is in trouble. Zuosuke remembered Kakadong's advice. The variant of Xiaoying called Sakura. Naruto actually likes little Sakura in this world, and then little Sakura likes Sasuke. Damn! What kind of inhumane love triangle is this? You must know that Xiaoying is the emperor's maid, and she may become the emperor's concubine in the future. Even if she cannot become the emperor's concubine in the future, she is still the emperor's maid. Her transformation in this world actually likes herself in this world. Isn't this deliberately deceiving? What should the emperor do if he knows about this? What should Xiaoying do if he knows about it? When the time comes, if your pants fall off in the mud, it won't be shit or shit. By then, both stars of their empire might be trapped by that woman. When he learned the news, Zuosuke even considered whether to kill the woman directly, so as not to harm himself and Naruto in the future. Zuosuke said with a dark face, I can promise you, but you should stay away from little Sakura in the future. That woman is very troublesome. Ah! I don't agree, but I... Before Naruto could finish his words, Sasuke said in a cold tone, if you can't control yourself and that woman doesn't know how to be reserved, then I will kill that woman. Little Sakura in the next cell was almost pissed. What the hell is this? Don't I just want to fall in love and chase a male idol? Why did Sasuke from another world suddenly want her life? What did I do in the other world? It actually affected my relationship? At this moment, Sakura was naturally full of resentment. Here. At this threat, Naruto quickly shook his head wildly and promised, okay. Then I won't like little Sakura anymore. It's good to know, and you? Zuosuke nodded with satisfaction, and then cast his cold gaze on little Sakura in the next cell. Zuosuke threatened in a deep tone, as a girl, you have to be more reserved. Don't act like a green tea bitch, and don't think you are a white lotus, or I will kill you. Little Sakura nodded in horror as she cried. She is just a genin, and being stared at by a pair of manjiki like this, without even peeing, is already pretty good. Zuosuke, who was not very good looking due to being threatened, left the cell with Naruto and the three of them with dark faces. Next, let's go directly to Konoha. Luoshuo senpai, you'd better activate the Sand Shinobi Village's intelligence system to collect some information about the Six Paths monsters. Zuosuke was still worried when he left. Warned. At present, the Empire has no way to send the top Six Paths combat power. If they encounter the Six Paths monster, they will be lucky to save their lives. Luoshuo also nodded with a heavy face. He and Zuosuke are both Six Paths gatekeepers, and those who are better than them are definitely Six Paths level players. This position is very embarrassing. There is an embarrassment of being less than the superior and more than the inferior. In this way, the trio of Sasuke and Kakadong took 3 captives and embarked on the road to Konoha. Of course, there was an old man named Uchiha hidden in the secret. Chiaki walked on the streets of Sand Shinobi Village a little confused. This familiar yet unfamiliar village makes Kyunkaido feel that he is out of tune with this world. Obviously I saw the village I dreamed of again, and I obviously returned to the system I once adhered to. Why am I not half happy in my heart? Why? Looking at the village that was full of yellow sand with no trace of green in sight, Kyunkaido murmured, is it because of this scenery? Buletin Xin Qianqiu looked at the villagers of San Shinobi village again. Most ordinary people have sallow complexions and thin bodies. In this desolate desert, maintaining nutritional balance is not an easy task. Take a look at the ninjas at San Shinobi village. Although they all look quite strong, the ferocity on their faces cannot be concealed, and they are even incompatible with the civilians around them, zhao zhao, like ghosts that are separated from ordinary people. Am I really wrong? Is the ninja village, the daimyo, the nobles really wrong? Kyunkaiu thought in confusion. A deep voice sounded from behind him, Grandma Kyunkaiu, are you here to remember the past, or are you sentimental about history? Kyunkaiu turned to look at Luoshuo. Kyunkaiu said confusedly, I'm confused. I suddenly realized that what I was holding on to seemed like a joke. Luoshuo also probably knew what Kyunkaiu was thinking. It's just that the gap between the two worlds is so big that Kyunkaiu can't accept it. Just like that sentence, if I had not seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. If he had not witnessed the glory of the empire, Kyunkaiu might think that the ninja village system was very good. But the problem is that Kyunkaiu has seen it before. Luoshuo consoled him, I remember His Majesty once said that some traditional diseases are not necessarily good things. Kyunkaiu, who seemed a little unsure, retorted, but it has existed since ancient times, and it has been maintained for thousands of years. It is our tradition, our culture. This has always been the case, right? Luoshuo asked meaningfully. Luoshuo said and walked in front of Kyunkaiu minding his own business. I only know that after the great emperor reshaped the world, people's living standards have been improving by leaps and bounds every year, and there are more and more happy smiles on people's faces. Only you old people, no. It should be said that only you old people who once had power still cherish the past system and secretly spurn His Majesty the Emperor. Having said this, Luoshuo paused for a moment, and then asked, do you know that after I became the governor of the Wind State, I heard the most common thing when I did research among the lower class people? What's the sentence? What kind of husband is it? Kyunkaiu looked at Luoshuo with hope. He hoped to hear that the former citizens of the Wind Country had not forgotten the country of wind. They all say we owe the emperor too much. X. Kyunkaiu stood there as if struck by lightning for a long time, unable to recover. Chapter 58, Zuosuk, Wood Style Cutting Technique. I beg you to subscribe. Looking at Kyunkaiu who was standing there like a stone statue, Luoshuo shook his head and then returned to Fengying building. Nowadays, the only people who still miss the past era of Ninja Village are the descendants of those nobles. Although the original batch of nobles have been purged, there are still some fish that have slipped through the net. After Luoshuo returned to the office, he began to deal with the documents on the table. He found that the San Shinobi village in this world was actually quite outrageous. Since the establishment of the village during the Sengoku period, San Shinobi village has only had 16,000 active ninjas who graduated from the ninja school. What is this concept? The empire has hundreds of military bases, and there are more than 50 in the Wind State alone. Each base has at least 30,000 ninjas serving. In this world, San Shinobi village has eaten up almost all the resources of the Wind State, but in the end, it is still less than 1/50th of the strength of the Wind State in another world. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that in this world, Fengying actually wants to mine. Yes. It's mining. To be precise, it should be said that it is gold panning. The income from gold mining accounts for half of the income of San Shinobi village. Luoshuo, a former governor, was stunned when he saw these official documents. Such a healthy economy really shocked Luoshuo. There are also daimyo grants. Ever since the daimyo signed a peace treaty with Konoha, they have been finding various excuses to increase military spending. The most important thing is that although the top management of San Shinobi village often complains, they still have to lick it like a dog eagerly hoping that the daimyo and those nobles will reward them with some food. Damn it! Do you understand who has the knife in his hand? In Luo Shuo's vision, a daimyo who doesn't have any military power should be an obedient money bag. You have to give him as much as he asks for. If it's not enough, just find a way to collect the money instead of owing money. No military funding. As a result, when we got here, the man with the knife in his hand was kneeling begging for food. He has seen many people used to rob with knives, but he only saw people begging with knives today. There is also a task employment system. This shows that many businessmen from the Kingdom of Wind actually go to Konoha next door to issue tasks. This then leads to a significant reduction in the task quota of Sand Shinobi Village, which makes many ninjas in the village panic. Damn it! Do you understand that force is supreme? Do you understand what collecting protection money means? A group of businessmen are so honest and traitorous to the country, yet Sarawak rural areas don't even respond? The most outrageous thing is that the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind often threaten them with this. If a ninja is disobedient, he will give the job to Konoha. If you don't do it, there are ninjas who will do it. Luo Shuo was numb. The previous world seemed to have a shinobi village system. He couldn't understand how Granny Kyunkyu and the others could tolerate such a group of pigs riding on their necks. How did 170 endure this absurd system when he was a ninja in Sand Shinobi Village? If it were not for the sake of the overall situation, Luo Shuo would even think about whether to send troops to kill the daimyo now and replace him with an obedient puppet. The current situation in Sand Shinobi Village is really bad. You want to expand your army but you don't have enough resources. You want resources but the daimyo won't give them to you. You want to start a new ninja war to defraud military expenses, but you don't have enough strength. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Luo Shuo always felt that the great names and nobles of this world were the culprits that restricted the development of ninjas. If Sand Shinobi Village can really control the resources of the entire Kingdom of Wind, Ling Lian believes that he will definitely be able to pull out a ninja army that can defeat the ninja world in a short period of time. Forget it for now. Now is not the time to challenge order. Luo Shuo sighed after putting down the file. His Majesty said that if the Empire cannot deliver strong people from 6 paths, it should try not to jump too far. Naruto and the others failed in their mission because the 6 paths demons did not follow martial ethics. Ninja World Number 1, on the way to the Land of Fire. This Sasuke is so handsome, not even more handsome than the original Sasuke. Little Sakura has become a nymphomaniac again, but she has been cautious. Observing Zyuosuke. Little Sakura's self-conscious gaze did not escape Sasuke. Zyuosuke, who was frightened by the sight, gritted his teeth and warned, "You crazy woman, I'm warning you. If you look at me like that again, I'll wipe your eyes." Such a nymphomaniac is actually a variant of Xiaoying. It's so outrageous that he opened the door to outrageous people. It's so outrageous. Xiaoying is Master Tsunade's apprentice, and people in the world call him Brother Ying. Who was not beaten by Brother Ying when he was at Imperial University? A woman can go so far in martial arts, even close to the top. This alone shows how outstanding Xiaoying is. But the little Sakura of this world. How to put it? It's hard to put it into words. Except for chakra control, which is slightly better, the rest is simply useless. Naruto next to him was very dissatisfied and scolded, "Zasuke. Be polite to Xiaoying, she is a girl." Zyuosuke. "I can't tell you're still a bastard." Zyuosuke looked at Naruto in surprise. I don't know if Naruto in my own world has this kind of hidden attribute. If so, that would be really cool. Just this incident could make him laugh at Naruto, for the rest of his life. Boiling sheep. Naruto's eyes revealed clear stupidity, and he looked at Zyuosuke with confusion. Zyuosuke squinted his eyes and comforted, "You will know later." After Zyuosuke finished speaking, he turned his head and warned fiercely, "Don't look at me like that again. Unless you want to lose your eyes. We should send this woman directly to the Empire and let Xiaoying train her." Zyuosuke complained to Kakadong next to him. Kakadong nodded in sympathy. The gap between the two little Sakuras in the two worlds is indeed quite big. After hearing that Zuo-suk was going to send herself to another world, little Sakura finally panicked. Little Sakura quickly cried, "No! I will just stop looking at you from now on. That's the best." Suzuki snorted, knowing how to threaten little Sakura. The group of people moved very quickly, and in almost half a day, they left the area of the Kingdom of Wind and entered the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. When they first came to the Fire Country, the Fire Country taught these visitors from another world a hard lesson. A group of wandering ninjas blocked everyone's way. The leader of the wandering ninjas asked arrogantly, "Hey! Are you ninjas from Konoha? You even brought a group of children with you and handed over all the ninja tools and money you had. I will show mercy and let you go." "Is this, the wandering ninja from the history books?" Zuo-suk curiously looked at this group of sloppily dressed wandering ninjas. Before today, he had only seen such things as wandering ninjas in history textbooks. This is how history books evaluate wandering ninjas: they have no expectations for the future. They are just a group of tools that are alive but no longer controlled by others. They burn, kill, and loot just to survive in confusion. Just get used to it. This is a specialty of this world. Zhiwo sighed. When he was acting alone, he encountered many wandering ninjas and bandits, and he had unknowingly become accustomed to the existence of such things. What a special product! Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. He always felt that these people were insulting the country of destruction from another angle. Wandering ninjas are a specialty of the ninja world, and they are not owned by the Fire Nation. There are very few wandering ninjas in the Fire Nation. Then how to solve it? Zuo-suk asked for help. Zhiwo's eyes revealed a strong killing intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Kill, the wandering ninjas, especially the wandering ninjas who have done evil, deserve to die." Seeing Zhihuo like this, the corner of his left eye twitched wildly, and he was even more curious about what these people had done to Zhihuo. How could they actually make a good old man like Zhihuo give up his morality? Who is Zhihuo? Her title of Holy Mother was unanimously recognized by the teachers and students of the entire Imperial University. They were even ridiculed as the two saints of the Empire. Another Holy Mother is Yahiko from the Rain State. Now this Holy Mother is actually begging to be killed, which shows how angry Zhihuo is at this moment. Zhihuo thought about the massacre he encountered when he and Jiraiya went to the capital of the Land of Fire. There was no one left alive in the whole village, old or young. That bloody scene, if he hadn't already activated Mangeki, he would have been able to activate Mangeki on the spot. In that case, it's easy to say. The corners of Zuo's mouth turned up slightly, then he clapped his hands and shouted, "Wood-style cutting technique! Kakashi, hey!" The long wooden thorn came out of the ground and thrust into the unsuspecting traffic ninja. The wooden spikes instantly penetrate all wandering ninjas, and then perform a piercing attack. After the wooden spikes penetrate into the enemy's body, they continue to branch and grow, piercing the enemy's body from the inside. This method can be said to be extremely cruel. But for the first time, Zhihuo didn't feel cruel. T. Little Sakura stared dumbfounded at this very bizarre scene. Wood style. Even if no one has seen this thing in person, everyone knows it. Kakashi next to him was even more shocked, and he even wondered if he had been caught in a genjutsu. What did I see? Suzuki just used wood-style ninjutsu. Kakashi muttered to himself in disbelief. Zhihuo and others are quite accustomed to this. Isn't it normal for Zuo-suk to have double blood inheritance limits? After coming back to his senses, Kakashi, whose mouth was still twitching, complained, "Are you sure you are a variant of Uchiha Suzuki? Not a variant named Yamato." "Who is Yamato?" "I don't know him, but Suzuki is indeed my transformation," Suzuki replied casually. "Then how did you, Uchiha, know the limits of the Senju family?" Kakadong asked. A bold and slightly hoarse voice sounded from the side. I am also very curious about this matter. After hearing this sudden sound, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a mature kunoichi with long yellow hair and a big ponytail walking out from behind the tree. She wears a tea-green long gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top similar to a kimono, a black cloth belt around her waist, and dark blue cropped pants. There is also the blue-purple mark of the 100 healings mark on his forehead, short light yellow eyebrows, bright brown eyes, light red lips, and red nails. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is her white and tender skin, huge humiliation, and plump figure. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, the most surprised person was not Kakashi, a local, but Genguo and others. Suzuki and others greeted him almost reflexively. I have met the imperial concubine. Tsunade. Tsunade retorted with a dark face, what the hell is the imperial concubine? My name is Tsunade. Shizuan, who was holding a little pig, looked at everyone and nodded awkwardly. Shizuan said sheepishly, long time no see Kakashi. Tsunade asked impatiently, hey! You haven't answered my question yet. After reacting, Zuosuk also realized that the person standing in front of them might not be the imperial concubine in their impression, but a variant of her. It's really a 9-point portrait. There are more portraits than me and my variations. So! Sukechi exclaimed. What should I do? How should I deal with this woman? Zuosuk looked at Kakadong with a pleading look. Kakadong can only find it difficult to make a choice. This woman may be the imperial concubine in the future, and she must not be offended easily. But now that the two sides are clearly enemies, it is obviously superfluous to think about these things. How about tying him up first? Kakadong suggested. Zhiwo nodded, saying that this was a good way to deal with it, but the question was who would do it. After all, no matter who does it, they will definitely be resented when the time comes. Thinking of this, several people looked at Runtu in unison. Zhou ordered, Runtu, tie it up. Runtu rolled his eyes at Zuozu speechlessly and complained, young master is not stupid, I want you to go. Although I usually don't look very smart, he is not one of the smart ones at critical times. It would be fine if the transformation of the imperial concubine in front of us was just a transformation relationship with the imperial concubine, but the problem now is that the appearance of this transformation and the imperial concubine are at least somewhat similar, just like twins. Sample. When the time comes, can the emperor resist the temptation of double happiness? What should I do if this woman comes to trouble me? Although the emperor is not the kind of person who doesn't know right from wrong, it is not a small matter to be resented by an imperial concubine. Sensing something was wrong, Shizuan whispered in Tsunade's ear, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi, and the others seem to be under control. The careless Tsunade finally noticed something was wrong with Kakashi. They were hiding from debts not far away, and after feeling a familiar chakra, she pulled Shizuan over curiously. Unexpectedly, I saw a problem at this glance. Then, just forget it if you don't want to answer. Shizuan, let's go. Tsunade, who pretended not to notice anything, was about to pull Shizuan away after finishing speaking. Zhiwo stood in front of Tsunade in an instant and said, Master Tsunade, since you are here, why don't you leave? Tsunade, whose face was slightly gloomy, asked with a cold face, You? Who are you? You'll find out soon enough. As soon as Zhiwo finished speaking, the Megatama in his eyes started to spin like a big windmill. Manjiki. Tsunade looked into Zhiwo's eyes in shock. She finally remembered why this guy looked so familiar. Isn't this Uchiha Shisui? Wrong. Wasn't there a rumor in the village that he was dead? Before he could think about anything, Tsunade was controlled by Shisui's genjutsu. However, this control did not last long. Tsunade broke free from the control the moment he was controlled by the illusion. Uchiha. Tsunade pulled Shizuan to distance them. Tsunade warned with a cold face, "I don't want to have anything to do with you and the village, let me leave." Tsunade didn't think about parallel worlds or anything, but naively thought that this was a matter between Uchiha and the village. She left Konoha because she couldn't stand the darkness in the village. She really had no idea of intervening in the conflict between Uchiha and the village. "This can't be done. If you meet me unexpectedly, just be obedient and become our gift to His Majesty the Emperor." Zyuosuk clapped his hands and shouted. Wood-style silent killing technique. Tsunade, who was entangled in branches, looked at the tree branches entangled around him in surprise. "It's really wood-style. The experiment in the village was successful? But why Uchiha?" Although he was restrained, Tsunade was not worried about his situation at all. Silent killing technique cannot imprison himself. "Kid, you forced me to do this. Let me teach you how to respect your seniors." Tsunade directly broke free of the restraints with his strange strength, and then came to Zyuosuk with a sudden step. Strange power iron fist. Boom! A big hole was made where Zyuosuk was originally standing. After dodging the attack, Zyuosuk looked at the big pit in surprise. In a world without martial arts, being able to cause such destructive power with the body is worthy of being a transformation of the imperial concubine. Zyuosuk, who was secretly appreciating in his heart, quickly formed seals with his hands. Wood-style tree-bound eternal burial. The vine-like sapling entangled Tsunade, and then grew into a big tree in an instant, completely crushing Tsunade under the tree. Zyuosuk said condescendingly, "Now that you are powerful, you can't break free, right?" Chapter 59, The First Meeting of Two Tsunade. A unique internal force system. Please subscribe. The Pin Tsunade gritted his teeth and looked at Zyuosuk. "Damn it! I really can't break free." Shizun next to him saw this scene and wanted to go up to help, but was blocked by Zhihui next to him. "Zhiwo, this kind of battle is not something you can participate in." Shizun was about to say something when he saw the pair of Mangeki, and then gave them to him for free. Almost in just one face-to-face encounter, Tetsu and Shizun were captured. Kakashi watched this scene speechlessly. He didn't expect that even Tsunade would be given away so easily when he met these people. "I'm Tsunade. It's just a restraint." Seeing Shizun fainting, the veins on Tsunade's forehead popped out. It was not anger, but a sign of excessive exertion. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his hands actually pulled up the roots that were pressing on him. "It's really a terrifying strange power, but I have improved the tree-binding eternal burial," Zyuosuk said while forming seals with his hands. Although Tsunade's performance is unexpected, it is still within the scope of the album. Tsunade soon noticed that the chakra in his body was constantly draining. "Wood style is absorbing my chakra." Tsunade, who had just gained the ability to resist, was suppressed again. This time, he had no ability to resist at all. With the constant loss of chakra, he could not even stand up, let alone struggle. Suzuki walked up to Tsunade and formed a seal with his hands, and then explained, "Next, I will seal your chakra, don't resist." Of course Tsunade wanted to resist, but the constant loss of chakra in her body told her that even if she resisted, it would be in vain. Soon the chakra on Tsunade was sealed, and Zyuosuk also removed the wood style on Tsunade. Freed again, Tsunade looked at Zyuosuk in confusion. "Just seal my chakra? What on earth do you want?" Tsunade couldn't believe his treatment. Zyuosuk did not answer, but looked at Kakadong, who was smiling and watching the show with his arms crossed. Zyuosuk, who secretly cursed Kakadong's real dog, asked, "Should we send her back to Sand Shinobi village so that she can be packed up and given to the emperor?" Kakadong shook his head and said, "We have entered the territory of the Fire Country. Let's finish dealing with Konoha's affairs first. But this matter can be reported." Runtu also nodded quickly and said, "This matter is quite important. Shouldn't we report it directly to you?" Ninja World number 0. Kyunyu, who was eating Tsunade grapes, stopped what he was doing after looking at the sudden communication request. It wasn't that this sudden communication request disturbed his mood, but the person who sent the communication request. Is it Kakadong and the others again? We've been in contact more and more frequently recently. With emotion in his heart, Kyunyu helped Tsunade Haim next to him. For distinction, Tsunade in the Ninja World number 0 is called Tsunade Haim, tidied up his clothes, and then connected the communication. I have met His Majesty. Kakadong in the projection bowed respectfully. After seeing Kyunyu next to him looking at Tsunade-ji, Kakadong's eyes also lit up. Kakadong, who had an idea in mind, immediately reported, Your Majesty, while we were performing our mission, we accidentally captured a prisoner. Do you need to report such a small thing? Kyunyu frowned in displeasure, but did not show it directly. Ninja World number 1. After a brief exchange of information with Kakashi, Tsunade now also knew the origin of this group of people. But Tsunade didn't really want to believe it. Tsunade said suspiciously, So these guys are not Uchiha from Konoha? But they come from a parallel world? Isn't this too fantasy? Kakashi, are you sure you are not being deceived? Sakura, who was excited to see her idol, quickly explained, It's true. Tsunade-sama and Kakashi-sensei didn't lie. Even Sasuke went to that world. These people are invaders from another world. Tsunade asked in surprise, So the Uchiha who knows wood style is Uchiha Sasuke from another world? And the white-haired Kakashi with the short track on his back is a variant of Kakashi? His father is also Hatake White Fang. Kakashi nodded and added, Yes, there are two other Uchiha, which are variants of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui. Tsunade is not very familiar with Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui, and the only one he knows well is Kakashi. Tsunade suddenly understood and asked again, So they are preparing to invade our world? Seeing that Tsunade finally believed in him, Kakashi said excitedly, Yes, they went to Konoha with malicious intentions this time. We have to find a way to stop them. How to stop it? Don't say that our chakra is sealed now. Even if our chakra is not sealed, we are no match for these brats. Tsunade is not optimistic. She does have a backup plan now. Although chakra is sealed, if she wants, she can unlock the 100 healings mark to obtain chakra. But the current situation is not clear, so Tsunade did not do this, but decided to pretend to be captured first, and then collect information. Watching the movements of the three people gathering their watches, Kakashi said firmly, It's like this again, they should be contacting their emperor. Emperor. Tsunade, who remembered Sasuke mentioning this name repeatedly during the battle, looked at Kakashi curiously. Kakashi explained, It is their ruler. It is said that the emperor has ruled the entire ninja world in another world. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. Rule the whole world? What a terrible person! Your Majesty, the person we captured is somewhat special. Kakadong glanced at Tsunade-ji cautiously, and then turned his attention to Tsunade not far away. Special? I want to see how special it is. Kyunyu was also intrigued by Kakadong. We captured the princess's transformation, why don't you see it yourself? Kakad said as he pointed the projection at Tsunade. Hey X2! Two exclamations sounded. Tsunade and Tsunade-hime both looked at each other in surprise. Why am I in there? Tsunade looked at the projection in surprise. Tsunade-hime also looked at Tsunade in surprise. It's actually my transformation? This is really interesting. Tsunade looked at Tsunade with interest. Kyunyu also kept paying attention to the two women. If it were just from the projection, the Tsunade in the two worlds did have a 9-point image, and the remaining difference was also a difference in temperament. Are the days of double happiness coming so soon? Kyunyu felt that the DNA was moving, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and that slutty smile was even harder to suppress than K. Very good. Very good. Kakadong, you did a good job. Kyunyu is not shy about boasting at all. What Kakadong and the others did this time was so beautiful. Only Tsunade next to her curled her lips. She knew very well the virtues of her own man. So, this person is me in another world. Tsunade looked at Tsunade Haim in the projection in surprise. If she only believed in Kakashi and the others 80% before, she now has 90%. Tsunade Haim replied on behalf of Kakadong, you are right to say that. Tsunade Haim sighed with some disgust, but you look like you are doing very poorly. Our Senju clan will not be in despair, right? At this moment, Tsunade looked a little embarrassed. The most important thing was Tsunade's unconcealable aura. If appearance is a 10-point scale, Tsunade Haim will definitely get a perfect score, because Tsunade Haim is close to perfect both in appearance and temperament. But Tsunade can only score a 9 at most, because Tsunade looks too decadent, like a salted fish that has lost its direction in life. Tsunade immediately made a decision, I want this woman, bring her alive to me, and as a reward, I will personally give you an S-level contribution point when the time comes. Kyunyu next to him did not stop Tsunade. After all, he would be the one to enjoy the blessings at that time. Of course, he was happy to hear about this kind of thing and even wished he could raise his arms to agree with it. Tsunade looked at himself in the projection angrily and retorted angrily, asshole. I don't care about your world. Facing himself in another world, especially the difference in temperament between the two, Tsunade actually felt ashamed. She wasn't sure about the rest, but she was certain of one thing. That means her life in another world is definitely happier than hers. Kakadong quickly promised, I will ask someone to deliver it to the princess as soon as possible. You did a good job in this matter, and then... Kyunyu frowned and thought for a moment and then said, Tsunade, the number 1 ninja, should be very talented in martial arts. You first teach her the basics of martial arts, and then give her this skill. Remember to make a seal to prevent the skill from leaking. After Kyunyu finished speaking, he cut off the communication. After all, there were more important things to do next. After the communication was disconnected, a jade slip fell out of the twisted space wormhole. The 3 characters Ming Yu Gong are written on the jade slip. Kakadong, who picked up the jade slip, raised his eyebrows when he saw the words on the jade slip. At the same time, he felt a little lucky in his heart. He was glad that he had not offended the Nashao of this world yet. Minjiao Kung Fu is said to be a Kung Fu created by the emperor specifically for the concubines in his harem. Minjiao Gong is a yin-oriented exercise that has the effect of cleansing the body and soul. The most important thing is that Minjiao Gong can make practitioners stay young and live longer. Although he cannot live forever, he can live for another 1800 years. Now that Kyunyu asked Tsunade to learn this technique, it is no longer necessary to explain what it means. At this time, Tsunade has accepted the outrageous setting of the parallel world, and even more accepted that there is another setting of himself in the parallel world that is exactly the same. I don't know if Nawaki in another world has survived. Tsunade thought silently in his heart, and even had some expectations in his heart. Kakadong did not give the jade slip directly to Tsunade, but took out a human body meridian diagram and handed it to the confused Tsunade. This is a diagram of human meridians, you should know that, right? Hearing this question, Tsunade raised his eyebrows dissatisfied, are you questioning my professionalism? Who is standing in front of you? The strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. You hold up a human vein diagram and ask me if I recognize this? 00. I'm a healer. Do you think I know this? Tsunade rolled his eyes at Kakadong speechlessly. It's good to know each other, so I can save a lot of effort. After finishing speaking, Kakadong took out a small scroll. Look at what's above and see if you can learn it. If not, you can ask us. But don't ask Runtu. It's easy to go crazy when practicing this thing. If something goes wrong, it will be quite serious. After hearing this, Tsunade took the scroll curiously. After opening the scroll, Tsunade was attracted by the content inside. Chakra's formula for transforming internal force? Meridian warming method? Originally I just wanted to criticize Tsunade about what this article is about. I was instantly obsessed with it. At this moment, Tsunade felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. This is another unique training system. This unique training system seems to have a great strengthening effect on the body. But this group of people uses chakra, which means there is no conflict between the two cultivation systems. Thinking of this, Tsunade silently put away the scroll, then looked at Kakadong with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you give me this?" Kakadong replied without sorrow or wealth, "This is the Emperor's order. There is no pie in the sky, and there is no free lunch in the world." Tsunade, who has experienced 2 ninja wars and traveled in this troubled world for a long time, knows this truth all too well. All gifts from fate have been secretly marked with a price. What's more, such a gift comes from the enemy. What will it cost me if I learn this? Tsunade asked cautiously. It doesn't cost anything at the moment. Tsunade chuckled after hearing this, but did not believe Kakadong's words. Again, he didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. What about the future? Tsunade asked. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you won't think it's a price by then. Kakadong asked. Is that so? Tsunade looked at the scroll in his hand and thought thoughtfully. What Kakadong did must have been because of the instructions of the mysterious emperor, but why? Just because you are similar to yourself in another world? But isn't that too hasty? Puzzled, Tsunade finally failed to resist the temptation and took the scroll and read it carefully. Seeing this scene, Kakadong nodded with satisfaction. The number 1 ninja world. Shui pointed to a small town in front of him and said to Suzuki behind him, "The place ahead is our Uchiha tribe. It's called Uchiha Town in this world." Suzuki asked with a trembling voice, Mom and Dad? No. Are your parents here too? Zhou said, "Of course, but my father shouldn't be here. He is in the imperial capital now." QS. Sasuke's eyes were confused, remembering the gentle face in his memory. 1979. A clear tear fell from the corner of Sasuke's eye. Chapter 60, Sasuke, Dad is still the same dad, but Mom is not the same mom. Please subscribe. Perhaps because of the nostalgia for his hometown, or perhaps because of the fear and guilt towards his family, Sasuke found himself very uneasy at this moment, as if he was about to face the evil spirits incarnated by Uchiha. Sasuke quickly changed the subject and asked, "Can we Uchiha also occupy such a large clan territory? This is almost bigger than Konoha." Although he was still young on the night of the genocide, he still had an impression of the life Uchiha lived before. Uchiha couldn't say that he was hated by people and dogs in Konoha at that time, but he also felt that what he said was unpopular. The family was pushed out of Konoha village. It seemed that all Konoha families could be called Konoha people, except Uchiha. That kind of environment is simply more terrifying than cold violence on campus. Zhou smiled and explained, "This is normal. The 5 Eternals have been arranged by the Emperor around the imperial capital. If you walk 20 kilometers in this direction, you can see the Senju town of the Senju clan. In this world, especially in recent years, our Uchiha population has increased dramatically." Suzuki nodded confusedly, and then followed Zugong into the town. The most people coming and going on the streets of the town are children. An adult is often accompanied by at least 2 children, and some even bring 5 children of different ages. Now Suzuki finally understood why Shiro said that Uchiha's population has increased dramatically in recent years. "I'll take you to the town center to register first. From now on, you will be a member of Uchiha, legally." Shui took Suzuki to the city center to register. After the registration, the middle-aged woman in charge looked at Suzuki with a kind face and said, "You are Uchiha from another world, right? You are so handsome, you are worthy of us. Uchiha species. We will call this place our home from now on. We will not distinguish between each other. I wish you can find happiness and the meaning of life here." Suzuki was moved after hearing this and took the certificate and a mechanical watch with his hands. Suzuki discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the Uchiha in this world. They all seemed to be too polite. Shu explained, "Remember to keep your ID at home. You can just bring this mechanical watch with you. It will take the initiative to take your blood and bind it to you." Although he had never played with high technology, Suzuki still followed the instructions ignorantly. After all, he had seen this thing before and knew that it was magical. Putting on his watch, Suzuki looked curiously at the mechanical watch in his hand. Most of the things you encounter in life can be solved with this watch, such as shopping, entering and exiting various venues that require ID cards, and traveling far away, etc. As he spoke, he tapped his watch gently, and a simple-looking panel appeared in front of the two of them. Above is your name and family, as well as your blood inheritance limit ability. The middle one is your ninja level. We divide the chakra power system into 6 major levels: lower, middle, upper, shadow, super shadow, and 6 paths according to the ninja professions of the old era. Each level has a distinction between ordinary and elite, such as the enlistment requirements of our Imperial Army. If you want to join the Imperial Army, you must be a Jainin. The basic requirement for entering the elite force is Elite Jainin. As for the special forces, there are special requirements. It's useless if you know it. I remember Kakadong said that the Empire has 4 million troops. Suzuki asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhu smiled and explained, "That's just a rough estimate. The real number may be higher. For example, puppet masters and warriors do not belong to the ninja soldier system. If all are included, an army of tens of millions is an understatement." He smiled and said something that made Sasuke's hair stand on end. Suzuki said thoughtfully, "Warrior?" The teacher said that the martial arts system is very important to us Uchiha. Flying looked at Suzuki with strange eyes and asked, "The teacher you are talking about is not Runto, right?" "But what that guy said is right." Suzuki nodded. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he looked up at the ceiling speechlessly. "Runto. You really deserve to die. Don't you know what your level is? Are you worthy of being the teacher of my brother's transformation?" Zhou Yu earnestly warned, "Try not to reveal to the world that you are Runto's disciple. I am doing it for your own good. Just remember this." What is Runto? Becoming Kage level depends entirely on blood, and the warrior level is even just a samurai. You must know that the warrior system created by the Emperor is divided into martial arts disciples, warriors, martial arts masters, innates, grand masters, and martial saints from low to high. Runto's martial arts level, after studying it for so many years, is actually equivalent to elite Chunin. Many martial arts sects who taught him rated him as a fool. But his bloodline is heaven-defying, and he became a peak film-level star by relying on a pair of Sharingans. This makes many people who have no blood inheritance red eyes with envy. Just because of this guy, Uchiha's husband-in-law has tripled in recent years compared to before. If the Empire hadn't banned inhumane things from happening, Runto probably wouldn't have been sent to the parallel world to perform tasks, but would have been forced to stay at home as a breeder pig. Putting aside talent, his blood inheritance talent is truly heaven-defying. As the saying goes, after being persuaded to eat enough, after coming to this strange world, he met this man who looked exactly like his brother. This time, Suzuki chose to believe in him. In Sasuke's impression, if Uchiha Itachi hadn't done that thing, he would have been a perfect brother. As for the help of martial arts to Sharingan, I can only say that it is very helpful. You will know the specific situation later. Lu added. After leaving the town center, Shu took Suzuki to a luxurious villa. Gently opening the door of the villa, Shu took Suzuki to the villa. As soon as Suzuki entered the house, he saw the figure busy in the kitchen. But that figure made him very strange, not like the mother he remembered at all. Listening to the noise outside, Senjoling, who was busy in the kitchen, stopped what she was doing, then turned around and looked at the door curiously. "Glid! You are back!" Senjoling looked surprised. Senjoling washed her hands and wiped them, then walked to Suzuki with a smile on her face, pulled Suzuki and said, "You are Suzuki, right? Come on, hurry up and do this, this will be your home from now on." Shu introduced, "This is my mother, Senjoling, you can call her Aunt Ling." Suzuki was still in shock and shouted blankly, "Aunt Ling? T1. Totally different. Why is it different?" Suzuki kept murmuring to himself, "Everything is obviously correct. The turtle and Uchiha Itaki are almost the same, why is the mother different? And there is such a big difference. How can Uchiha be with Senju? Where is the real mother? Who is she married to?" Suzuki was full of doubts at this moment, and even a little scared. If Sasuke's brain at this moment was a computer, he would be stuck at this moment, and even the CPU would be dry-fired. Suzuki, who was completely out of control, couldn't even hear clearly what Shu and Senjoling were saying. Desperate to understand all this, Suzuki asked without emotional intelligence, "Senju Rei? Aren't Senju and Uchiha mortal enemies?" Suzuki now wanted to find out what was going on. His mother should obviously be named Uchiha Mikoto, but why in this world is Senju Rei, a person who has nothing to do with Uchiha Mikoto? According to the laws of two parallel universes, even if the mother's name is not Uchiha Mikoto, it should be something like Uchiha Mayu, right? That was all from the old calendar of the last era. Now is the new era. Even if there was great hatred between the two races, it has faded away now. You can just talk about this at home. Don't go out and say it. It will bring you trouble. You must know that Senju is the largest married family in Uchiha. Glid looked at Suzuki seriously and warned. Sasuke's words would destroy the unity of the empire at the most serious level, or destroy the unity of the two in-law families at the worst level. As long as such things are said, it is a bad thing. Senjoling next to her also nodded in agreement and said, "Although I don't know what's going on in your world and why the hatred between the two races has lasted for so long, but in this world, Senju and Uchiha are inseparable." Suzuki. "Oh my god, Senju and Uchiha are inseparable. Are you bullying me for not learning Sengoku history? 60 years ago, Kai's Haibo and the two tribes were eager to beat the crap out of each other." Although he was complaining in his heart, Suzuki nodded seriously on the surface, "Yes. I will remember it." Senjoling, who could feel that Suzuki was not very close to herself, took the initiative and said, "You two brothers will chat for a while, and I will go to the kitchen to cook first." After Senjoling left, she explained in a low voice, "According to what those geneticists said, we Uchiha and Senju are both direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, so the bloodlines of the two parties can complement each other. This is the marriage between our two clans. S reason." Hearing this, Suzuki nodded in realization. No wonder the relationship between Senju and Uchiha in this world is so strange. It turns out they are for power, so that makes sense. Wait. Senjoling. Suzuki suddenly realized the point. Is there another wood style that I won't wake up from? Suzuki looked like he had heard some real-life ghost story, his face full of horror. Glitter nodded proudly, "It's not just wood style." Lin did not talk much about this topic, but deliberately changed the topic. "Next, I will give you some common sense about our world, so that you won't have any problems when you are alone outside." Suzuki nodded and listened carefully. Ninja World number 0. With an uneasy mood, Cho finally came to her son's home. To be precise, it should be the son's home in this world. After getting off the luxury cruise ship, Hu happily explained, "Dad is now the director of a puppet factory. My parents knew you were coming, so they took special leave today to wait for you at home." Centipes and snakes? I didn't expect to see them again. It's worth dying to lie down. Cho murmured to himself. Under the leadership of Hu, several people stopped in front of a huge factory. Centipede and Snake, who had already received the news, were already waiting there. As soon as Amber and Cho got out of the car, He Shen came over happily. Looking at the two familiar faces in front of him, Cho, who was out of control, had hazy eyes and stretched out his hands towards Centipede. 0 with slightly trembling hands. "Boy, it's so good to see you again, so good." The excited Cho kept stroking Centipede's face and kept mumbling something. When Ebis next to him saw this scene, he also sighed, "What on earth did that terrible world bring to my sister?" Although a little embarrassed, Centipede still stood there and allowed Yude to vent his emotions, while Snake looked to the side with a begging look. "Your dad is almost crying now. You, the son, should hurry up and come to the rescue." Amber quickly comforted her softly, "Ahem. Grandma Cho, this is a public place, how about we go back first?" Cho came back to her senses. After hearing this, he quickly collected his emotions and said with a happy smile, "Okay. I listen to you, let's go back first." After some people returned to their residence, Cho, who was in good spirits, couldn't help but drag Centipede and Snake to start chatting. From major life events to trivial matters at home, and from misfortunes in life to various turning points in life. Centipede and Snake are also happy to chat with Cho about these things. They also discovered that Cho cared about everything about them, but kept silent about them in another world. In such a situation, you can almost guess what is going on with your feet. In the other world, they should have died young, and both husband and wife should have returned the home. Centipede and Snake looked at each other and saw curiosity in each other's eyes. They were curious about how their variants in the other world died. However, in order to take care of the old man's mood, neither Centipede nor Snake broached the topic. Ebis next to him just looked at all this with a smile, and then kept looking at the layout of the room with his eyes. As a professional spy, Ebis became accustomed to collecting all available intelligence. The first is the wedding photos, which have no intelligence value. Then there are the various awards. First place in the 3rd National Puppet Master Competition. Imperial University Diploma. Imperial University Honorary Professor Certificate. Certified by the Emperor the best puppet master in the world. A wall is filled with various trophies, certificates, and banners. The Amber in this world is really outstanding. But it's right to think about it. The child Scorpion has been very good since he was a child. He has shown an amazing talent as a puppet master since he was a child. As a variant of Scorpion in this world, he can achieve so much. Amazing achievements are also normal. Ebis was filled with emotions. It's true that people with the same fate have different fates. Thinking about the miserable nephew and niece, Ebis felt sad for a while. I don't know how the child Xia lives in that world. It would be great if he could come to this world. Ebis thought silently in his heart. Ebis firmly believes that if Scorpion grows up in this world, then Scorpion will definitely be as good as the Gulps in this world. Amber listened to the conversation between her parents and Grandma Cho with a smile on her face. But in my heart, I was thinking about how my parents died in another world. Ninja World Number 1. After getting the scroll, Tsunade had no intention of running away. Anyway, with the 100 healings mark in hand, I can run whenever I want. As for what to do if you can't run 1.4? According to the attitude of these people towards him, Tsunade is not worried about his own safety. But as the team got closer and closer to Konoha, Tsunade's mood became more and more irritable. She was a little worried about the wood industry. Although what he said about Konoha had nothing to do with him, it was just talk. She had sacrificed too much for the Konoha that her grandfather had built. How could she just let it go now? Tsunade put away the scroll and suddenly asked, "Hey! What do you want to do in the wood industry? I thought you would never ask." Kakadong joked with a smile. Zuosuk, who crossed his arms and crossed his chest, said in a cold tone, "It seems that you don't care about Konoha as much as you appear." Tsunade, who knew that he had been seen through, nodded helplessly. "After all, it was the village founded by my grandfather. I have paid a lot for him, even including my brother's life. How could I really not care?" Zhiwo said, "Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, is a naive and strong man. I don't comment on him, but the system he created is terrible." When Kakadong and Zuosuk heard this, their mouths twitched slightly. To be judged as naive by you, the so-called god of the ninja world, must be quite stupid indeed. Even Runto looked at Zhiwo in surprise, and then said arrogantly, "The god of the ninja world? Why do you scold him for such a great title? Stop the fire! Why am I scolding him? The Sengoku era has finally come to an end. I actually respect him a lot. If you don't understand, can you please stop talking nonsense?" Zhiwo looked at Runto in confusion. He always felt that his companion had misunderstood something. Runto asked confidently, "If you describe me as naive, then what is it but stupidity? Tex. Damn it!" Zhiwo was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. "What does it mean to be judged as naive or stupid by me?